This novel was requested by Sir Tristan of the Mormor clan and Joy. I was caught up in a hero summoning, but that world is at peace. Lane, Volume 14 V14C0, Prologue. Story. On an island in the Demon Realm, the Six Kings Festival is held for 7 days. As the leaders of the Demon Realm, God Realm and Human Realm gather together, Mama Kaito takes part in the attractions, reunites with many acquaintances, and interacts with various individuals, fully enjoying the festival. And with the coming of the third day of the festival, organized by the Dragon King, the venue becomes even more lively. While I was lightly scolding Alice, Laguna-san and Fuzz-san seemed to have finished their conversation, as the both of them began approaching us. Anyway, I'll make sure that you don't go out alone during the Six Kings Festival, and if you want to go somewhere, I'll send some of my subordinates to help you around. No problem with that. In fact, I wouldn't step out of my room unless you asked me to go around. I can just make everything I need to live, including food. Well then, lead me to a laboratory with a vegetable gardener right away. Like hell there's something like that here. What did you say? Then, what am I supposed to do with all these ideas I have in my head now, even though I've just come up with a magic that could make toenails grow? No, you can just keep that idea of yours in your head for the rest of your life. The world doesn't need something like that. I guess their conversation ends there, right? Laguna-san, you're not bringing her over to us because you got tired of dealing with her alone, right? If it's possible, I would like it if you just take her with you. As I was thinking about this, Fuzz-san suddenly moved her gaze towards Nun-san, and putting her hand on her chin, she murmured, "By the way, I've been meaning to ask you this. What's with the armor, Nun? It's not like you're in charge of security, right? It doesn't seem like you're working today. I heard from Mama Kaito-kun that you and the former Demon Lord and currently a city doctor, Viadono, former Viadono in short, are going around with Mama Kaito-kun today, right?" That shortening sounds malicious, so could you stop that? Via, I understand how you feel, but it's probably useless to say that to her. Anyway, the reason I'm wearing armor is to hide my true identity. Fumo, then why is it that you're using such an inefficient way of hiding it? When Fuzz-san heard Nun-san's reply, she tilted her head in wonder. If you want to hide your true identity, couldn't you just dye your hair or change your hairstyle? The only existing information about you is that statue in the Friendship City, Hikari, but that statue doesn't really show the details of your face, you know? If you just change your hair color or your hairstyle, most people won't even realize it's you, right? And now that you mentioned it, that would certainly be the case. What she said was an extremely on-point theory. What the people know is that the first hero had black hair, so if she just dyed it, people wouldn't realize it's her. Well then, with that being the case, dispel. And then, next would be, wait. As if to say that she had reached her conclusion, Fuzz-san summoned a magic circle before her hand, and erased Nun-san's full body armor. Surprisingly, the clothing Nun-san had under her armor wasn't a kimono. She's wearing a neat-looking white shirt and a long black skirt. It was a feminine outfit that combined cuteness and coolness, something that Aoi-chan would like. But more than that, something surprising had changed. You brought the length of your hair back to how it was back then? It looks great. I think this hairstyle really suits you. However, it doesn't make sense to dress up if you're just going to hide it all under your armor, right? Is it about how one should always care about things even when they can't be seen by others? I don't really understand fashion. No, Fuzz? What are you doing? This is. Yeah, I guess there's no problem with that area. If I remember correctly, I've placed that on my magic box. Here it is. Come on, look here. The color of my hair and eyes. Yes. The black-haired and black-eyed Nun-san's hair became as pink as cherry blossoms, while her eyes became a bright purple. At first glance, I even thought she was a different person. A change in hair color certainly could change someone's impression of a person. Yes, this is a magic I developed that changes the color of your hair and eyes. Creatures who possess a sense of sight could get lots of information just from color, you see. If one has light-colored hair, it can make you look more cheerful, right? Having the ability to change color is very convenient for disguises. What do you think, Kaito-san? Does it look strange? No, it's true that my impression of you drastically changed. But I think bright hair color suits you, Nun-san. Thank you. With her new pink-colored hair, Nansan looked a little younger, and I felt that she became even cuter. It may be rude to say that she became surprisingly cuter, but she was more of a beauty before. She's someone who looks great with blonde hair. Fuzz. You can develop some useful magic, huh? I changed my assessment towards you. I don't feel like I would like your assessment towards me. Anyway, this magic was actually developed for the purpose of changing the decoration of clothes. I thought that if I had magic like this, I could look stylish even if I wore the same robes all the time. I know that I'm a social outcast, but that doesn't mean I've given up on being a woman yet, so I wanted to pay some attention to my appearance. However, I didn't really feel like wasting my time that I could use for research to go shopping for clothes. I have plenty of robes though. Then, I thought of it the other way. Why don't I just add decorations on my robes to become fashionable? It took me 5 years to develop. I see. Can I take back my previous statement? However, what I ended up developing was this magic. It also consumes a lot of magic power. Only one color can be applied at a time, and the effect wears off in about 24 hours. That monochromatic robe also felt very fake. I've never had a use for it before, but I'm glad that I had the chance to use it now. Well, it's much better to use dye to change your hair color next time rather than use this complicated and high consumption magic. Well, it can be used for a limited time disguise, so I guess I still give it a passing mark. Well, this certainly helps me. Thank you. In short, she tried to create a magic that allows her to easily make changes to her clothes because she can't be bothered to go out and buy fashionable clothes. How should I say this? I feel like she's directing her efforts in the wrong direction. Well, but thanks to that magic, Nansan can go around without armor, and I'm more than happy if I walk around with her like that. All's well that ends well, I guess. V14C1. A festival stroll with the hero and the demon lord. With the words "come visit me at my laboratory next time," Fuzz-san left with Laguna-san, and after seeing her off, the three of us and my two pets set out once again for the third day of the Six Kings Festival. My presence was a bit thin earlier, wasn't it? Well, I guess it's inevitable that my presence would be a bit thin within that group, especially given my previous standpoint. Yes. Putting that aside, Dr. Veer, why are you holding my arm? Dr. Veer, who was walking next to me, was clinging to my arm as if it was the most normal thing in the world. It's that so-called linking arms. The problem is that I can't compose myself, especially with the very ample bulges pressed against my arm. It's a date after all. This is what you do on a date, right? Is it really how it is? That's right. Well, putting our distance aside, why are you walking away from us? None. As Dr. Veer said, Nansan is walking a few distance, around 3 steps behind us. That certainly shows the modesty of Yamato Nadeshiko, but it wasn't very appropriate considering that we're currently at a festival. What I mean is that I'm worried that we might get separated. Aren't women supposed to walk 3 steps behind a gentleman? That's the first time I've heard that. I can understand if it's a servant saying that for her master, but I guess there was such a custom like that in the world Nansan and I were in before. Hey Tilda. For someone like me who lived most of my life in Japan, I feel like Nansan's actions were old-fashioned, but I don't feel like such actions feel out of place. However, Dr. Veer found Nansan's actions strange, tilting her head in wonder. Chuckling upon seeing Dr. Veer's reaction, I turned around to call out to Nansan. But Nansan, we might get separated. And since Belle is with us, with Nansan walking 3 steps behind us, it makes it difficult for the large-bodied Belle to walk behind me. I see. Come to think of it, that's certainly the case. Well then, please excuse me. Hearing my words, Nansan looked at Belle who was walking while always glancing behind her. She then nodded her head in understanding and started walking next to us. Even with her newly colored pink hair, Nansan still looks like a Yamato Nadeshiko, and even the way she walks seems to have a certain elegance to it. Nun, you're blushing like crazy, you know. This is the first time I've walked alongside a gentleman. And walking like this makes me feel like we're LL lovers. Nansan, who was walking on the opposite of the arm that Dr. Veer was clinging on, was walking with her blushing face looking downwards. Probably because she was feeling embarrassed. I don't know if I just feel like each of her gestures was cute or not, but seeing her react like that makes me feel embarrassed too. However, The situation I'm in now is certainly something that a man would envy. On one hand walks a ladylike beautiful swordswoman, while on the other is a cheerful beautiful doctor. A situation that those winners in life would be in, and if it was the usual me, this would have been something I would be nervous about. However, I'm rather calm right now. The main reason for that is Nun-san. Nun-san, your dress looks very beautiful and looks great on you. Yeah, eh? Teetha, thank you. KKK Kaito-san also looks CCC charming. When humans see someone more nervous than they are, they become calmer. Even though the day had just started, seeing her panicking this much, it certainly is very much like Nun-san. Mama-kun, what about me? What about me, eh? Dr. Veer is wearing your usual nun habit though? I've actually been only wearing clothing like this, so I don't have any other clothes other than nun habits. I wasn't really planning to participate in the beginning, so I didn't have the time to buy new clothes. I see. But I think your usual clothes look great on you though. I guess I could say that it's like Dr. Veer to wear clothes like that. Anyway, I had such an impression from you, and I think you look good. Really? In that case, I'm relieved. Thanks. In contrast to Nun-san, Dr. Veer didn't seem to be embarrassed by my compliment, and looked very happy instead. In the first place, for Dr. Veer, who hadn't even participated in the Festival of Heroes, being in a festival seemed to be a very fresh experience, as she had been curiously looking around since a while ago. Thereupon, Nun-san looked at Dr. Veer, and as if she suddenly thought of something, she spoke. I know that Veer really isn't a nun. But wouldn't it be a problem if you go on a date wearing that? Nuns are apparently called the brides of God after all. Bride? No, I mean, all gods are women, right? That's right. Even after 1,000 years, I still couldn't stop thinking based on my previous world's common sense. It's true that nuns have this image that they're strictly forbidden to fall in love. It's probably different depending on what religion you are in, but they still have this kind of vague image. Though I say that, it seems like it isn't the case for this world at all. After all, gods are real in this world, and all of them are women. This is one of the things that makes me realize how different this world is. Well, to begin with, the head of the gods is Shiro-san, and she's someone who wouldn't be interested in a nun's love life at all. Did you compliment me just now? It's kind of hard to say whether it's a compliment or not. I guess you could say that it was a compliment in some ways. You can compliment me more if you want. Being complimented makes me feel happy. I'll think about it. I guess it really is a different world, as small differences in common sense could be found everywhere. Religion would probably be the most obvious difference in particular. But come to think of it, the god of our world was Eden-san, right? Ignorance sure is a bliss. The third day of the Six Kings Festival was hosted by the Dragon King Magnoel. The theme of the festival seemed to be interacting with monsters. Listening to just this alone gives the impression that the festival would be like a zoo, the city filled with different kinds of monsters, but in fact, there were many stalls that could be found in a normal festival. However, there were many monster factors in them, such as slime-shaped drink containers or dragon masks for sale. Mama-kun, they have grilled wyvern meat skewers over there. I bought some earlier. Is wyvern meat actually a famous ingredient? Wyverns are weak monsters, but there are many of them. That's why they're very popular as food. She's right. Simply speaking, red dragons and black dragons may be better in terms of taste, but wyverns are easy to hunt. Dr. Veer answered my question with a bright smile, to which Nun-san agreed. This is the opinion of the former hero and the former demon lord though. However, the Red Bear Sandwich stall lady, who was a civilian, told me that wyverns are very dangerous monsters. However, it's a bit surprising. I thought that since it was a monster-oriented festival, there would be lots of humongous monsters around. Mama-kun, not all monsters are as big as Bell-chan, you know. I see. Speaking of which, I know it's a bit late to ask this, but what's the difference between those who are called monsters and those who are called demons? Simply put, it's about magic power and knowledge. Monsters that have a certain level of magic and wisdom are classified as demons because they don't just indiscriminately attack people. Well, I heard that there are some detailed criteria regarding this, but I don't know that much about them, since the people making such judgments are under Magnoel-sama's command. In other words, if they have the knowledge to act rationally and hold some extent of power, they're considered as a demon. Well, I don't think we need to think too much about it though. If Magnoel-sama considers them as monster, then monster it is then. I see. Even so, the atmosphere of festivals has changed after a long time past. It feels kind of refreshing. It seems like Dr. Veer hasn't participated in many festivals and was looking at the stalls here and there with great interest. Veer hadn't even participated in the Festival of Heroes for a long time after all. In the past 1,000 years, a lot of things have been handed down from the world Kaito-san and I were in and they made this world change. She was especially excited about the takoyaki and other food stalls that have been handed down from our world. She looked more childish than usual, which made her look kind of cute. Fortunately, I could teach her a lot of things that have been handed down from the world I was in, and I hope that Dr. Veer enjoys the festival. As we walked along thinking about this, I heard a loud cheer a little further away. Even I know what that is. That's ring toss, right? Ring toss? Was ring toss really something that can bring out such excitement? I tilt my head at Dr. Veer's words. Of course, I know what ring toss is, but it shouldn't be something that gets a lot of cheers. Moreover, the place where Dr. Veer directed her gaze was a large stadium-like area, and it was hard to believe that that was ring toss. Kaito-san, I know what you're probably thinking. It took me a while to get used to it too. I'll say this now, but the ring toss that Kaito-san is thinking about and the ring toss that Veer is talking about aren't the same. More accurately, I suppose I should say that our world's ring toss has been handed down in a misinterpreted form. Not the same, misinterpretedly handed down. The way you phrased it sounds rather unsettling. What's going on over there is the super exciting battle sport ring toss. Huh? Please wait a moment. My brain couldn't quite follow what was going on. Leaving aside whether ring toss is strictly a sport or not, where's the battle part in ring toss? Is this about that? Are the players competing for points or something? Ring toss is a sport where each player has 15 rings, and the objective is to score points by passing the rings through the opponent's goal posts, poles installed for this purpose, where they attack and defend using their rings. The act of passing rings through the poles is the same as our world's ring toss, so I guess it's also appropriate to describe it as an improved version of it in a competitive format. However, as the battle sport suggests, it's quite a dangerous sport. Unleashing shockwaves from the rings is just part of the basics. There are advanced techniques as well, such as disturbing the opponent with after images and cloning the thrown rings. That's totally different from the ring toss I know. I understand how you feel. I felt the same way when I first learned about it. Sadly, I've also grown accustomed to it after a millennium. I understand. No, I may not understand it completely, but I understand that the ring toss in this world is different from the one I know, and so, this unknown sport ring toss is being played in that venue. I'm a bit scared, but I'd like to see it. They may be holding a Six Kings Festival tournament over there. Rather than explaining it verbally, it might be better to see it in person. Ring toss was quite an intense game, so watching it can be quite enjoyable, you know? I understand. Let's go. At any rate, seeing is believing, so I nodded to Nun-san's suggestion and decided to move on. As the cheers led us to the place where the ring toss was being held, I heard what seemed to be a live commentary being broadcast using loudspeaker magic on the way. Now then, let's introduce our competitors. First, from the red corner, a master of ring toss famous technique. Will she be able to win with her signature ? Oh, just when I thought I'd finally stop getting confused about the words I know, I heard another set of unfamiliar words. A-class quotes elite, world rank. Seriously? What the heck is ring toss? It's kind of scaring me now. Even though we haven't moved to a position where we can see the game well yet, I've already had my fill with the live commentary. And then, from the blue corner, she finally makes her entrance! She who stands at the top of all the quotes elites. Nightmare. That's Alice. I'm pretty sure that's Alice. You're the world's rank 1? In a competition I knew nothing about, someone I definitely knew turned out to be the champion. How am I supposed to deal with these inexplicable feelings? This is amazing, Veer. They're having a match with the undefeated champion, Nightmare today. We're so lucky. She rarely shows up outside of official matches. And then, my two companions began getting really excited. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like I'm the only sober person in a crowd of drunkards. My head hurts. Whoa there, Could this be? Nightmare is pointing at the sky. There it is. It's her preliminary announcement! Exclamation mark. The audience are getting very excited. The legendary special move. Shooting star. Are we going to witness it? Don't worry, Via. Whenever Nightmare announces shooting star, it's almost always the shooting star that wins the game. I'm no longer surprised by the unfamiliar words. With cold eyes, I just quietly waited for time to pass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The ring toss was just as bad as what I heard. The world rank 1. Alice threw 10 out of her 15 rings into the air as soon as the match started, to which rank 16, whose name was so long that I couldn't remember, tried to block her attacks with 5 of her rings. However, with a time delay, the rings literally fell like shooting stars, slipping through rank 16's defense and scoring a lot of points. To be honest, I wouldn't have known what was going on if it wasn't for the live commentary. From what I saw, the rings that were thrown upwards were falling down in a zigzagging motion, and when the other person tried defending with her rings, I heard something that sounded like an explosion. It totally looked like I'm watching some kind of martial arts movie. Well, that was a great match, wasn't it? As expected of Nightmare. Yes, when Nightmare announces her shooting star, she defeats anyone other than rank 2 baby Castella Mask. Yeah, that was a great match they had that day. I thought Nightmare was finally going to lose for the first time, but then, she had turned the tables. That's weird. For some reason, I kinda feel like I know who that rank 2 person is. Isn't that Kuro? Hey, that's Kuro, right? I really like baby Castella Mask. I can't really see her face because of her mask, but I think she probably pays her respects to Kuro Musama with her outfit. That's why I've always been rooting for her. But she doesn't participate in many official games. I'm sure she's powerful, so she may possess a social standing that makes her considerably busy. Still, she's undefeated against everyone except Nightmare, which rightfully makes her world rank 2. Since the beginning of this year though, for some reason, they haven't participated in the night games anymore. I can only watch night games since it was held after clinic hours are over, so I haven't been able to see if she had any matches lately. Maybe she's got a family now or something, that's why they're spending the night with them. She's Kuro, right? She's definitely Kuro, right? The only reason she hadn't joined those night games is because she's been visiting my room every night, right? World rank 1 is Alice and world rank 2 is Kuro. This world rank, I have a feeling that I would know who the other people in it are. I am rooting for world rank 5 Royal Runaway Mermaid. It looks like she's hiding her face, but it seems like she's close with the mermaids, so I rather like her. Hilda that quotes Elite is also good. She puts up a great, solid fight. But sometimes, night-looking people suddenly appear and drag her away, making her lose by default. Right? From her name, she's most probably working for the royal palace, so she must have been in trouble. I think I also have an idea who that person is. That's Laguna-san, right? Aren't those knights coming out and making her lose by default because she skipped out on a meeting or something again, right? Or rather, since Laguna-san, who is known as the strongest person in the human realm, is in 5th place, I think there's a high probability that the people higher ranked than her are people I know. I'm sure that Megdo-san is one of them, since I'm sure that the battle-loving Megdo wouldn't miss out on the opportunity to participate in a competition. My head hurts. I'm sorry, Mama-kun. We got excited about a topic that was difficult for Mama-kun to understand. No. My apologies. I also got unintentionally excited. Let's leave the ring toss discussion here and move on to the next place. Yes. Seeing the complicated expression on my face, Dr. Veer and Nansan seemed to be worried that I couldn't keep up with the ring toss topic, and suggested that we go to the next place. Well, I certainly wasn't able to keep up with them in many ways, so I nodded gratefully and left the venue, which was still filled with excitement. Yeah, the match itself was quite intense, but I somehow feel strangely tired. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even so, there really are many people with monsters in tow. It's amazing to see so many of them today. Come to think of it, aren't monsters expensive? As I walked along the two ladies, looking at the stalls, we saw people with all kinds of monsters. Of course, there are also people with normal animals as well, so not all of them had monsters with them, but that's why one would have to be reasonably wealthy to have one. Well, I guess there are a lot of rich people who are invited to the Six Kings Festival. I see. However, I haven't seen many monsters before, so this feels pretty new to me. Even just looking at them feels fun. Right, Tilda? Oh, it's a wild cat. It's so cute, Tilda. As we walked along, exchanging small talk, a person with a cat about 2 meters in size passed by in front of us. It seemed to be a monster called Wildcat. It really is cute and has fluffy fur. Well, Belle is a few hundred times cuter though. Thereupon, Dr. Fear tried to reach out her hand. But the wildcat moved with frightening speed and hid behind its owner, trembling. She doesn't have to be that scared. Veer's magic power is enormous after all. Weak monsters are especially sensitive to magic power. It's not like I'm going to eat her. Ha! Seeing the wildcat frightened, Dr. Fear's shoulders slumped and continued walking. Chuckling at her adorable reaction, I followed her. Then, just as I passed the person with the wildcat glanced at me. Nyan, and snorted. The cat just seriously snorted. I was shocked in a different way than Dr. Veer. Maybe it was because my magic power was low. As I was about to shrug my shoulders at its reaction, I heard an angry snarl from behind me. When I timidly looked behind me, I saw Belle threatening the wildcat, buzzing electricity generating in her jet black horns. On one hand is the wildcat that got frightened just at the mere sight of Dr. Veer, and on the other hand is Belle, a being known as a legendary magical beast. Glared at. The wildcat clearly started shaking. Be Belle, calm down, don't threaten the cat. Gao. Okay, you're mad for my sake, right? Thanks. Huan. Looking at the wildcat, who looked like a frog that was being stared at by a snake, I calmed Belle down. Then, I said a few words of apology to the wildcat's owner, and followed Dr. Veer and Nunsan. Although there was some minor trouble, the three of us smoothly made our way around the festival. The next place we arrived was surprisingly vast. It seemed to be a ranch. The grass was lush and green, and we could see small hills and flower tunnels. This feels like we're on the outskirts rather than within a city. Yes, it does. This place is beautiful, isn't it, Tilda? According to the guidebook, this is a place where you can ride monsters. They have rentals available and you can even ride your own pet for a run. While listening to the conversation between Dr. Veer and Nunsan, I checked the summarized details of this place in Alice's guidebook. I guess you could say that this place is something like those attractions where you can experience horseback riding. Looking at the map showing this place in the guidebook, this grassland should be quite spacious, and Belle might be able to run as fast as she wanted here. Since we're here, why don't we play around here for a bit? I haven't been able to take Belle for a walk in a few days, so I think Belle would like to run around for a while, right? Gao. Belle has this cute side that likes to run around with me on her back, which recently made me change her walking route to outside the city. I was making sure not to casually go outside the city because dangerous monsters might be lurking around, but that isn't any problem now with the cheat level guard Alice. Well, though I said that not many monsters seem to be going out of their way to approach human cities, and I have yet to encounter one during our strolls. But I digress. Anyway, I wanted to let Belle run, so I suggested to the two of them that we play around here. Thereupon, Nunsan immediately nodded, but Dr. Veer brought her hand to her chin and looked downwards, looking as if she was thinking about something. This is my chance, isn't it? If I could get the conversation going. Dr. Veer? Sorry, that's right. That sounds like fun, so let's go play. For a moment, I kinda felt like she was planning something, but it quickly disappeared as Dr. Veer agreed with a smile. By the way, Mama-kun, if you don't mind, I'd like to ride on Belle-chan too. Tilda. On Belle? Considering Belle's size, I don't think it would be a problem for her to carry 3 people. However, if she carries 3 people, as expected, even Belle would have difficulty balancing and probably wouldn't be able to run fast enough, right? No? I wonder if she can do it? I haven't ridden with multiple people before, so I don't really know. I've ridden with Sayag-san before, so I'm pretty sure Belle could carry 2 people. Of course I won't ask the 3 of us to ride together at the same time. Having the 3 of us ride Belle-chan at the same time would burden her too much. It's just that I don't know if Belle would listen to me or none, so I think Mama-kun, her master, should be on board while we ride. Fume. That's why, can Nun and I take turns riding together with you? I see, That certainly sounds like a good idea. Are you fine with that too, Belle? Gao. There don't seem to be any particular problems with Dr. Veer's suggestion, and Belle also agreed to it. In that case, one of them would have to wait here while they take turns going around this place. Before I knew it, I would also ride together with Kaito-san. We would end up getting too close to each other if we ride together. Nun-san? No. It's nothing. I'm fine with having my turn next, so Veer can ride first. Yes, I understand. Nun-san seemed to be muttering something, so I tried calling out and asking her what she said. I couldn't quite hear what she said, but the person herself doesn't seem to have any problem with it, so I guess it's fine, right? Then, Dr. Veer would go first, then Nun-san would go next. Yes. Okay then, let's get started. After hearing my words, Dr. Veer smiled and quickly climbed onto Belle's back. As expected of the former Demon Lord, even though I had to ask Belle so that I could ride behind her. Kicking off the ground with all four of her paws, Belle accelerates through the grassland. The wind caressing my cheeks became stronger than our usual walks, but it seemed like Belle's controlling her speed to some extent, so the wind felt comfortable. Hilda, as expected of a behemoth. She's pretty fast. Yes. The wind feels good. You're right. Hey wow. With the wind blowing from the front, it made it difficult to hear Dr. Veer's voice, who was riding behind me, but as if she was using some kind of magic, I could hear her clearly enough. Well, putting that aside, Dr. Veer, why are your hands holding onto my stomach? I'm kinda feeling soft things touching my back, you know? Dr. Veer? What are you? No, you see, with this speed, I might fall off after all. Tilda. Is that so? No, you're the former Demon Lord and one of the most powerful people in the demon realm, right? No matter how I look at it, there's no way that you could ever fall off, you know? Contrary to the panicking me, Dr. Veer seems to be enjoying herself, pressing her body even closer against mine. Those two bulges, which I could clearly feel even through her nun habit, were pressed against my back, changing shape and conveying their elasticity. However, Dr. Veer's attack, or rather, her approach wasn't over yet. As Dr. Veer clung on my body, she started rubbing her forehead against my shoulder, her body rising inch by inch, until she reached above my shoulder and blew into my ear. I really don't know how she did it, but even in this wind, her breath reached into my ears, feeling her breath's warmth and the tingling sensation it brought. It's just for a little while. But we're finally alone, huh? I'm glad! Her voice whispering into my ears sounds surprisingly erotic. And so passionate, that I thought it would melt my face off. With Belle running at a very high speed, there was a strong wind blowing toward me, which should have made me feel colder. But now, I could feel extreme warmth only from my back. As if every nerve in my body was concentrated in my back. I could feel Dr. Veer hugging my back rather clearly. Even though I couldn't compose myself, there was no way to escape while on top of Belle, who was happily running around. As expected of the former Demon Lord, this is a very cunning strategy to keep me from escaping. In the first place, just the fact that the Demon Lord is attacking me from behind already puts me at a huge disadvantage. No, calm down. What the heck am I thinking? As I was feeling composed, Dr. Veer unleashed her follow-up attack on me. Her hands that had been on my stomach gradually moved upward, as if she were caressing the area around my abdomen. And as if to match her hand movements, Dr. Veer lightly moves her body up and down, pressing herself against me, and rubbing her body against my back. Your back is quite big, isn't it? It really gives me peace of mind. Mama-kun is a man after all. I wish you'd stop saying those kinds of lines that please any man right into my ear though. I feel like my mind is spinning out of control. From which race was she again? I wonder if she's actually a succubus or something like that. She's just too erotic. I kind of feel like I'm a young child being teased by a seductive lady. She was making my heart beat so fast that I felt like I would get a heart attack. So I started thinking of any way that I could divert the conversation. With such things in mind, I suddenly remembered something. I just realized that Dr. Veer and I shouldn't be the only ones riding on Belle's back right now. Yes, Lin had also been hiding beneath my clothes. If I can get Lin to join in the conversation, I could keep some tranquility in my heart. Wait, Wasn't Dr. Veer touching the area around my abdomen just now? Lin was supposed to be around that area. Area? Where's Lin? You see, it would be dangerous if she falls after all. So, I left her with none. What did she say? When did this happen? Dr. Veer pulled out Lin without my notice and left her with Nan-san. That's impossible. That means Dr. Veer had seen through what I would do. What a frightening person she is. At that moment, with just some thought, she predicted everything that would happen up to this point. She had completely blocked all of my escape routes. Hey, Mama-kun. This place is quite vast, isn't it? Bell-chan is fast, but it would still take her a certain amount of time before she could go back to where Nun is. Right? That's right. You look really cute right now, Mama-kun. Wait a moment. Doesn't it feel like Dr. Veer's hand is slowly going downwards? Wait. I'm begging you. Please wait a moment. What the heck are you planning to do? Insert image 26. Veer sticking to Kaito. Hey, Mama-kun. What do you think of me as a woman? What do you mean? Do I make you feel aroused? That is, why yes. Foo. I see. I'm glad. Chayu! Wait. Dr. Veer, what are you doing? As I replied, feeling my heart thumping fast, I felt something slightly moist on my neck. Did she just kiss my neck? Wait, seriously, what the heck is she doing? Mama-kun. It looks like it's in pain. What are you talking about? You want me to say it? No can do, it's embarrassing after all. Don't you think? Where do you think you're touching me? Dr. Veer, don't worry, I've cast a recognition inhibition spell around us. That's not the point. Foo, a flustered Mama-kun is also very cute. While we're at it, how about you let big sister handle it? All, you handle it. Why you can't? Stop for a moment. Could you please calm yourself? As her enchantingly sweet voice whispered into my ear. Dr. Veer's hand crawled even lower. This is bad. This situation is even worse than I ever experienced before. If things go like this, can anyone please help me? What are you lot doing there? As I was being held in a tight spot, I heard a voice echoing from the sky, and at the same moment, a large shadow appeared. This voice. Magnoel-san, he's truly my savior, the Buddha saving me from hell. Seeing Magnoel-san, who spoke to us without regard to Dr. Veer's recognition inhibition magic, Dr. Veer's hand left my dangerous zone. Magnoel-sama, even though we were having a great moment. No, Veer. You ought to learn to control yourself a little more. You're getting out of control. I know that you're as bullheaded as usual, but don't you dare do anything strange at my festival. But it's the greatest opportunity to show Mama-kun my appeal. If you don't control yourself, how about I tell Zwei what you're doing? Please don't, she will kill me. This was the first time I had ever heard the name Zwei, but the name that Magnoel-san mentioned seemed to be incredibly effective, as Dr. Veer was clearly shaken. No, she looked afraid. Her hands were trembling, and her face probably looked very pale right now. Is that person really that scary? If you don't want me to do that, make sure you keep things in moderation. Why yes, I'll be careful. See you later then. After he finished talking with Dr. Veer, Magnoel retracted his head that was stretching out towards the city. His enormousness was as incomparable as ever. After all, just by talking to us, the whole area around here was covered in shadows. Anyway, it seems that the biggest crisis is over. That was really close. I shudder to think what would have happened if Magnoel-san hadn't helped me. Well, putting that matter aside, for Dr. Veer to be that afraid, is Zwei-san really that scary? Although I had experienced one of the biggest crises ever, the rest of the ride went on without any problems, circling around the large grassland and returning to where Nan-san was. When we got there, Nan-san came up to us, looking pale. Welcome back. I heard what Magnoel-sama said earlier. Is Zwei-sama coming? She's not coming. I mean, if she's coming, I'll run away. Okay. Catching Lin as she flew towards my embrace, I listened to the conversation they were having. Nan-san was apparently also afraid of this Zwei-san fellow. Seriously, what kind of person is she? Is this Zwei-san really that scary? Rather than scary. When I asked what kind of person Zwei-san was, Dr. Veer and Nansan responded with a rather complicated expression on their faces. Zui-sama is, how should I say this? She's strict to others just as she's strict to herself, especially if someone acts in a way that degrades Kuromu-sama's reputation. They will receive a long and stern scolding. Seeing as their words were even slurring, they must be pretty scared about her. Sister Zui is the oldest one in the family, except for the 6 kings Sama and Sister Ain. Without a doubt, she's the busiest one among our family. Busiest? Is she doing some work or something? Kuromu-sama is one of the 6 kings after all. About 1/5 of the demon realm is recognized as Kuromu-sama's land. But, you see, Mama-kun already knows about this. But Kuromu-sama doesn't like ruling over others or anything like that, right? That's right. Although Kuro is a powerful being, she does not consider herself superior to anyone else. She may show her majesty when she needs to act as one of the 6 kings, but she basically doesn't like standing above anyone else. Kuro regards Dr. Veer and Nansan as family. She treats them as equals. Territory management is probably not the most appropriate word when one thinks of Kuro. And in place of such a Kuromu-sama, the one who rules the land owned by Kuromu-sama is Sister Zui. And she's handling 1/5 of this vast demon realm. Handling all of it made her very busy. I see. Incidentally, who is it that manages the other members of the 6 kings' lands? Lilywood-sama and Magnoel-sama are in charge of their own lands. Mejido-sama doesn't manage his lands at all, but he has excellent subordinates, so he seems to be getting by. As for Isis-sama, there are no beings living on her land to begin with, so there's nothing for her to manage. As for Shiltir-sama, well, people don't even know where she is, so no one really knows if she even has a land of her own. She's currently hiding behind me after all. However, I see now. Zui-san is something like a feudal lord, and from Dr. Veer and Nansan's reactions, she seems to be a very strict person. As I think about this, a smile appears on Nansan's lips as she continues. If Ain-sama is supporting Kuromu-sama out in the open, Zui-sama is the one supporting her behind the scenes. She's a very dependable person. From what I've heard, she sounded like a serious and hard-working person. And yet, the two of you are afraid of Zui-san? I'm scared. Yes, I'm scared of her. Why are they this afraid of her? With this question in mind, I waited for them to speak. Zui-sama is a very strict person, especially with one's personal appearance. Also, she would sermon someone for a long time. An insanely long time. Sister Zui would always prioritize the family, but she'll cancel all of her other plans just to lecture you for hours. The first time I met her, I was so nervous that I greeted her in full body armor. And then I was mistaken for an intruder, got my armor shattered with her bare hands, and made to sit in a Caesar for a 3-hour sermon. I was really scared at that time. Me too. After I got home for the first time in 1,000 years, she caught me, beat me up and scolded me for 5 hours. I was brought to tears that day, and it wasn't because I was moved. That sounds freaking scary. I see, I understand now. So, Zui-san is something like a demonic teacher type. To be honest, I'm not really good with people like her. I'm quite sloppy after all, so if I met her, she'd probably give me one heck of a scolding. Well, I know that Sister Zui is just scolding us because she's worried about us. Yes, that shows how much she cares about us, so I'm rather grateful. However, the length of her sermon, it's just a bit. Just the thought of sitting in a Caesar and being scolded for several hours certainly is terrifying. I wonder if I'll have a chance to meet in the future. It would be great if she doesn't scold me. In the office that had an emphasis on functionality, a woman was sitting at her desk, processing a mountain of documents. The pen in the woman's hand moved without pause, dealing with an unusual amount of paperwork in the blink of an eye. After clearing away all the piles of papers on her desk in a few dozen minutes, the woman put down her pen and muttered to herself. Things have been doing well, huh? Thanks to the fact that most of the powerful people are participating in the 6 Kings Festival, some leeway opened up in my schedule. After she had said that much, the woman opened a drawer in her desk and took out a luxurious black-coated card. Then, she held it in her hand, as if it was important, staring at it with a small smile on her lips. In the 6 Kings Festival, I'm sure that person would also be there too. If it's possible, I would like to meet him once. I should probably turn up. Softly muttering that, the woman put the card in her hand back in the drawer before leaving the office, carrying the mountain of papers with ease. The card that the woman who usually doesn't show her emotion, looking like a girl who admires her hero, is actually an identification card with Marmakito Adoration Association member number 8 written with golden letters in it, though the person himself doesn't know that such an association exists. V14C2, Zwei. After Dr. Veer, it was time for Nun-san to ride behind me for a lap. Belle would have to continuously run for a while, so I was worried that she might be tired. But it seemed like there wasn't any problem at all. Well, Belle's recent strolls have been around the perimeter of the royal capital of Symphonia, so in terms of distance, she should still be okay. Dr. Veer said that she would take care of Lin, so even though Belle was there, it was as if it was just the two of us. Since she wasn't pulled away unnoticed just like the time she was left with Nun-san, I thought for sure Lin would be upset. But to my surprise, Lin just nonchalantly snuggled into Dr. Veer's arms. I'm not really sure, but it seems that Dr. Veer, who had many monsters under her command, could understand some of their language, so that's why Lin was emotionally attached to her. As to be expected of Dr. Veer, she also seemed to like Lin, who was not afraid of her, and was happily conversing with her. That's why Nun-san and I are currently running together on Belle's back, which clearly shows the difference between Nun-san and Dr. Veer's personalities. Unlike Dr. Veer, who clung to my body, Nun-san sat with some space between us, balancing herself by placing one hand on my shoulder. It's certainly like Nun-san to be modest. Speaking of which, Nun-san, this is just a continuation of what we were talking about earlier, but I guess Zwei-san must be a very strong person, huh? Yes, she's only below the 6 kings and Ainsama. Thanks to the magic used by Dr. Veer before we got on Belle, I could hear Nun-san's voice very well even in the strong wind. Of all the abilities Zwei-sama possesses, her most powerful ability would be her force field manipulation. Force field manipulation? Yes, Zwei-sama is able to manipulate attractive force, repulsive force, and gravity at will, and those who lack the strength can't even approach her. I see. Just hearing her abilities, I could tell that she was really strong. I'm not sure if I should say it's to be expected or not, but she had a cheat ability that tickles the Chunobu out of my heart. I wish I could also use such an ability. Well, that isn't happening for sure. However, I'm starting to understand the power structure of Kuro's family pretty well now. Kuro stands at the top, followed by Ainsan and the 6 kings. And then, it looks like Zwei-san is next in line. After the 6 kings have become independent, I guess that makes Zwei-san as the 3rd most powerful in Kuro's family, huh? Incidentally, Veer is the next strongest after Zwei-sama. Is that so? Yes. Both of them are among the peaks within the count ranks. The only reason I was able to defeat Veer was because she was in her worst condition, and I had friends encouraging me by my side. If we had fought one-on-one while she was in her perfect condition, I wouldn't even be able to compete with her. Fume. Then, I guess Nun-san would be the next strongest person after Dr. Veer. Nun-san may have won in the past, back when they fought as the hero and the demon lord, but in terms of pure combat power, it seems that Dr. Veer is superior. Though I say that, I'm sure Nun-san is quite strong too. Even Lilia-san, who had borrowed Chronos-san's power, was no match against her. I don't know much about fighting, but I know that Nun-san is one of the most talented people in the world. So, when I asked Nun-san if she was next to Dr. Veer, the reply I received from her was something I never expected. No. The next strongest after Veer would be Raz-sama. Raz-san? Yes. It may sound surprising, but I'm telling the truth. Raz-sama is a very strong person. I never expected that Raz-san's name would come out here. I can't imagine how that small and lovely girl is a strong person. Honestly, no such thoughts popped up in my mind at all. Was it because she is so small, as well as her childish personality? I can't imagine Raz-san being stronger than Nun-san at all. Perhaps, she had expected my reaction, as with a slight smile on her face, Nun-san continued. Raz-sama has the limited law of causality intervention ability. To put it simply, Raz-sama's arrows would basically always hit the target. No matter which direction she shoots, Raz-sama's arrows will always hit the target she was aiming for. Well, her arrows would hit people other than those who were also capable of law of causality intervention, such as Fate-san and the Six Kings. Arrows that always hit certainly sound terrifying. Yes. However, there are also ways to deal with this. The only thing that Rose-san can determine is that her attacks would always hit the target, but she couldn't determine where her attacks will hit. It seems that the armor you wear is also treated as part of the target, so you can prevent her arrows from hitting you by intentionally having it hit your sword or shield. I understood that Rose-san was amazing after listening to her story, but I still couldn't understand why she was really stronger than Nun-san. It seems that Nun-san has a way to deal with Rose-san's ability, so if they fight, she should be able to win against her, right? The real strength of Rose-sama is not the fact that her arrows always hit the target. It's her range. Her range? Yes, let me put it in a simple way. The range of Rose-sama's arrows. It can be said that it's as wide as the entire demon realm. For example, if Rose-sama really tried to kill me in that battle the other day, all she had to do was keep firing arrows even from Hydra Kingdom, and it was over. I've heard that Rose-sama's arrows have the property of not slowing down at all, and that they consume so little magic power that she can keep firing for days. In the end, if that was what really happened, I would have turned into a porcupine, my entire body littered with arrows. I see. I clearly understand Rose-san's true strength now. It's her cheat-like ability to endlessly fire arrows from an extremely long range. Well, as Kaito-san already knows, Rose-san is a kind person, so she will not resort to tactics that would lead to a one-sided slaughter. Or rather, in the first place, she doesn't like the act of fighting itself. So, please don't be afraid of her. It's alright. I thought that Rose-san was quite amazing, but I didn't become afraid of her. It's just as Nun-san said, Rose-san is a kind person after all. Yes. After Nun-san told me about Kuro's family, there was a bit of silence between us. It's not that it became awkward between us, but the mood feels unsettling. I thought about it for a while, before calling out to Nun-san behind me. What kind of food do you like, Nun-san? What's with the sudden question? No, it's just that I was thinking I only know a few things about Nun-san. I don't have any precise reason, but I kind of want to know more about you, Nun-san. I surprisingly haven't had many private conversations with Nun-san so far. Of course, I consider Nun-san to be my important friend, so I know her to some extent. However, just as I talked about with Dr. Fear before, when I talked with Laguna-san and Fuzz-san, I realized that I didn't know Nun-san at all. I wonder if that's why. It's just that I suddenly felt that I wanted to know more about Nun-san. Nun-san looked confused about hearing what I suddenly said, but after thinking for a bit, she answered my question. I guess it would be Anmitsu. Anmitsu? I haven't really eaten Anmitsu that much, but do they have it in this world? Yes, they have it here. I also often make some for me to eat. What about you, Kaito-san? What kind of food do you like? I like burger steaks and apple pies. Come to think of it, when I visited before, Nun-san talked about liking Anmitsu when she was monologuing. No, as it would only make Nun-san embarrassed, I'm not going to bring up that time. At any rate, let's keep in mind that Nun-san likes Anmitsu. I'll also check out shops that serve Anmitsu in Kuro's food guide. I owe Nun-san a tremendous debt of gratitude for the rice she gave me before, so if I get the chance, I might as well treat her to some Anmitsu. Well then, continuing on with the common topics. What are your hobbies, Nun-san? Let's see. I enjoy playing Shogai. Have you ever played Shogai before, Kaito-san? Why yes, well, if we get the chance, how about we play a game? I don't mind, but you have to be prepared before you face me. If you play Shogai with me, Nun-san will experience the same despair that Alice felt. I see, so you're that confident, huh? Very well. I am also a bit confident in my ability to play Shogai, so I don't think I would be lacking as an opponent. Unfortunately, I was the one lacking as an opponent here. No, it's the opposite of what Nun-san is thinking. If you play a game with me, Nun-san will despair about how horrifyingly weak I am. Alice despaired when she played against me. After she had to spoon-feed me just to get me close to winning, she never asked to play Shogai with me again. No, wait, perhaps, at that time when I played with Alice before. It may just be that I'm not really that weak. Wouldn't it be possible that Alice is just too strong? That's very likely. After all, despite her personality, Alice is like a jack of all trades, master of everything type of a genius, so she's probably extremely amazing at Shogai. Considering that, I may even have put up a great fight against her. Doesn't that mean I might actually be fairly amazing too? No, it's nothing. Yes, if there's a chance, let's play a match. Why yes. Sensing that the atmosphere had become a bit awkward, I felt a bit flustered and decided to change the topic. I'm changing the subject, but Nun-san, you look very cute in your outfit today, aren't you? Nun-san has originally been very beautiful, and that Western-style dress really suits you. I guess it could be described as neat and tidy. Calming femininity is really just like Nun-san, isn't it? Kaito-san. What are you? What the heck am I saying? I don't know if it was because I was trying to cheer up Nun-san or not, but I ended up saying a series of lines that would make one cringe. Well, the milk has been spilled already, so I might as well keep the momentum going. Why, your pink-colored hair also looks good on you. Or rather, since Nun-san is a beauty, any hair color would look good on you. For me to be able to have a one-on-one talk with a beautiful Nun-san, I'm quite a lucky man. Why are you suddenly saying SSS such a MIH how it isn't weedy yet? This won't do. I made a blunder. I knew that letting the momentum control my actions would end up pretty badly. It kind of feels like I'm hitting on her rather than cheering her up. This won't do. If I said something like this to the shy Nun-san, she would definitely lose her composure. I should change course immediately. I'm sorry. I accidentally started saying strange things. I turned my head behind me to apologize for saying something outrageous on the spur of the moment, but at that moment, I heard the sound of something falling behind me. Of course, if I had to guess what that sound was in this situation. Nun-san? Bell, stop. Nun-san had fallen. Guru? This was a complete blunder on my part. How should I say this? I ended up going along a strange flow of conversation. I was the one who lost my composure. With something like yesterday's reverse proposal, I didn't realize it myself, but it seems like being in a situation like this where I'm alone with Nun-san makes me quite nervous. Sparks can really be found anywhere. A confrontation over a trivial matter is a common occurrence, even among friends. Yes, it happened just as we were finishing our lunch. With the guidebook in hand, the three of us talked with each other and decided to eat at a restaurant that served a dish that used wyvern meat. Wyvern meat isn't very expensive, but they're high-quality meat and they're relatively pricey. However, since it is still within reach for the commoners who put in some effort to earn money, it seems to be quite popular. If the red dragon meat I ate before is like the highest grade A5 beef, the wyvern meat wouldn't be branded beef, but more like domestic beef. Belle and Lynn are also eating with us. So since Belle especially eats a lot, we went with this restaurant based on quantity over quality. As usual, I finished my meal at the VIP table that had been prepared for me. As I was about to leave my seat to pay for my meal, feeling awkward asking for a free meal, it happened. Mama-kun, I'll pay for this. No, it's alright. Please let me treat you. At that moment, I felt like I heard the sound of a gong ringing out somewhere, signaling the start of a battle. Perhaps Dr. Veer, who is the same type of person as me, also heard the same gong, and thus, the fierce battle between Dr. Veer and I began. I'm a man after all. I would like it if you could at least let me act cool in situations like this. It's a matter of pride for a man. I first sent my preemptive strike. A jab telling her about my pride as a man. This is a typical phrase that has been used for a long time, but that is why it has a solid track record. In response to my words, Dr. Veer had a calm smile on her lips as she spoke. No, you see, in this kind of situation, elders should be the ones treating the youngsters. Dr. Veer countered my jab with a very typical statement like mine. I guess I should say that it's to be expected from Dr. Veer. She knows what cards she has available, using her most suitable card to cut down mine. She would really be a tough opponent. No, you see, Belle was the one who ate the most. So, it's inexcusable to ask Dr. Veer to pay for that. I'll pay for this. This is where I change the target of my attack. The person who ate the largest amount of food for our lunch was Belle. In other words, Belle's portion of the food bill is the largest. Therefore, by using my position as Belle's owner, I can deal with an effective attack that makes it hard for her to block. In other words, it's the straight punch right after the diversionary jab. Now, what will you do? Dr. Veer. Mama-kun had helped me a lot with the previous case. It's a shame that I can only repay you in this way, but I want to repay the favor in any way I can. That's the card she'll use here. Returning the favor certainly are very powerful words. It's probably the most powerful strike that Dr. Veer could have. No half-hearted counterattack would work against this. Even if I replied with "It's not like I was looking for anything in return," she would just cut me off and say, "Even if that's the case, it's still a fact that you saved me." If I tried to appeal how I'm more financially superior than her, she would just cut me off with the words, "I still want to thank you," which would force me to fight in a defensive battle. Minute. She's really tough. If you're going to say it like that, I'm the one who's always being helped by Dr. Veer. I learned a lot from you, and I was also grateful for giving me the opportunity to travel with Lilia-san. I'll just have to counterattack with the same counterattack she used, returning the favor I received from her. It's not as powerful as Dr. Veer's words earlier though. It's more like a counter-defense. It's safe to say that the direction of this battle has now been decided. If I can survive Dr. Veer's attack, I have a chance to win. However, if she pushes me back here, it will be my loss. I'm very happy that you feel that way, Mama-kun. However, the fact that I was able to reconcile with Kuramo-sama makes the emotion of gratitude I had greater than yours. I was just the one who opened the opportunity for that to happen. It was Dr. Veer's own efforts that helped you reconcile with Kuro. What I did was just something small. That might be the case, but because I was unable to create that small opportunity, that's why I can't express in words how grateful I am to Mama-kun for doing that for me. I was just doing what I wanted. I was just acting on my selfishness, and I wasn't looking for anything in return. But that doesn't change the fact that your selfishness saved me. It was a close battle, as if I was walking on thin ice. However, I was clearly at a disadvantage. I was completely pushed back, and I was even forced to use a response that I had just dismissed as useless. As if she had read my thoughts, a grin appeared on Dr. Veer's lips. This won't do. I don't have any cards to get out of this situation. I'm being pushed back. Yes, I received just the exact amount. Thank you for your patronage. Hey. You too, how long are you going to mess around? I've already paid the bill, so let's go. An ambush comes from the shadows. We never expected that a third party would attack from the shadows. While Dr. Veer and I were fighting for the bill, Nun-san, who had quickly paid the bill, called out to us, looking exasperated. It's my treat. Yes. Thank you for the food. Since she has already paid for it, it's considered a defeat for Dr. Veer and I. No matter how hard I struggle to fight back here, I can't overturn it anymore. Thanking Nun-san, Dr. Veer and I could only slump our shoulders in disappointment. After staring at the back of Nun-san's head as she walked out of the store, I moved my gaze and met eyes with Dr. Veer. I guess this is a draw. Yes. Next time, I won't lose. Me too. Foo. Before I knew it, Dr. Veer and I were firmly shaking hands. Recognizing each other as a worthy rival, respect and admiration could be seen on the smiles on our faces. There are things that only those who have crossed blades against each other can understand. And there are also bonds that were firmly built after a good fight. I've thought of this before. Dr. Veer and I were indeed the same type of person. And she was also a very powerful person. The battle was going against my favor, but in the end, the first confrontation between Dr. Veer and I ended in a draw. After lunch, we took a leisurely stroll around the festival to digest our meals. Perhaps, because today's festival allows large monsters to participate as pets, the streets were made very wide and there was plenty of room to walk around with Belle. With Lin's stomach filled, it seemed like she had become sleepy, as she had burrowed into my clothes and was lightly snoring. She had slept really fast. As we continued to leisurely look around the festival with no particular purpose in mind, Dr. Veer seemed to have suddenly noticed something, as she stopped, speaking as she looked to the right. Aren't those Luchan and the others? No, it's too far away for me to see though. It really is Duchess Lilia. It seems like she's troubled with something. No, even if Dr. Veer and Nun-san are able to see them, all I can see is just that white mountain like something in the distance, and a lot of people gathered at its foot. Since we met them by chance, How about we go talk to them? I agree. Me too. I still couldn't see where they are though, but I agree. I was also concerned about how Nun-san said she looked troubled with something, so I agreed with Dr. Veer's suggestion. Then, we turned back for a bit, walking to where Lilia-san and the others were. Apparently, as we got closer and closer, I could finally see Lilia-san and the others. The trio of Lilia-san, Luna-san and Sayag-san were in front of a white pile of 10 centimeters cubic boxes, which were literally piled up like a mountain. Just as Nun-san had said, the three of them were discussing something with serious expressions on their faces. As we got closer, I could finally hear a little bit of what the three of them were discussing. I think we should go on the offensive though. Luna, you're being irresponsible. Sure, the returns are great, but the risks are also high, aren't they? Sayag. Yes, it's quite concerning. I had gotten close enough to clearly hear what they were saying, but the three of them didn't seem to have noticed me, as if they were discussing something very serious. How should I say this? They sound so serious that it's kind of making it difficult to approach them. Oh, Lu-chan, Lilia-chan, Sayag-chan tilde. Dr. Veer. While I was thinking about such things, Dr. Veer intruded without any hesitation at all, making the three of them turn to her in surprise. What a coincidence it is, meeting you all here. It seems like you're discussing something serious. Is something the matter? As expected of Dr. Veer. She is a high-level communi power. I thought that my communi power has been increasing these days, but seeing how she easily intruded on their conversation made me realize how I'm still not high-level enough. Hearing what Dr. Veer said with a bright smile, Lilia-san and the others almost simultaneously pointed at the pile of white boxes behind them. Let's see. 6 Kings Festival Limited Edition Monster Lottery ~1 try, 1 gold coin ~. Yes, we're discussing whether Sayag should try it out or not. As Dr. Veer read the sign in front of the pile of white boxes, Lilia-san began explaining. Monster Lottery. I see. Those white boxes are disposable magic boxes just like those used in random boxes. Even so, there sure are lots of them in there. I guess there are around thousands? No, around tens of thousands. Moreover, it's ~1,000,000 yen for 1 try. This gacha is bad civilization. Whether Sayag-chan should? Sayag actually wants to keep a monster. Yes, but any monster that Sayag thinks is cute is beyond her budget. My lady even offered to lend her some money, but Sayag wants to buy it with her own money if it's possible. Luna-san added additional information to Lilia-san's explanation. When we met this morning, Sayag-san was very enthusiastic about buying a monster, but it seems that the price of a monster is so high that she couldn't afford it. And then, as we were looking around for a while, we stumbled upon this lottery. Monster lottery. I guess this means you can get a random monster here? Yes. To be exact, you can apparently get a monster egg. But I thought eggs were expensive. Hearing what Sayag-san muttered with a troubled expression on her face, I asked, to which I received an unexpected reply. Yes, that's right. That's also the reason, I guess. After all, in this monster lottery, there are so many failed draws in it. Failed draws? You can also draw stuff that isn't monster eggs here. There's a chance that you could draw a tool for raising a monster or a model of a monster, but the chance that you could win an egg is about 10%. Phew. After listening to Sayag-san's explanation, I nodded my head in understanding. Considering that it's a gacha, I guess you could say that having a 10% chance of drawing an egg is already quite good, but since it costs 1 gold coin for 1 draw, it's a pretty expensive lottery. And with the money Sayag-san had prepared, she could only draw for about 3 times. Thereupon, Nun-san, who hadn't participated in the conversation up to this point, spoke while staring at the pile of white boxes. Since it's a lottery, does that mean that the prize is a pretty good monster? Yes. The special prize is the Rainbow Dragon, which is said to be the most beautiful dragon there is. A rainbow dragon? That's amazing. Yes. The first prize is also a black metal dragon, while the second prize is a graptail. I guess it's to be expected from a festival sponsored by Magnoa Samaha. If Lilia-san is excitedly talking about them, I guess they must be pretty awesome monsters. Dr. Veer and Nun-san also seemed to be surprised. However, their reactions didn't really manage to convey how awesome they were to the clueless me. At that moment, Luna-san approached, as if she had noticed I was clueless about what they were talking about. To put it simply, the rainbow dragon is a rare dragon. It is said that there are only about 5 rainbow dragons left in the world, making them incredibly expensive. It's unlikely that they would be sold anywhere. But supposing that it really happened, their price would easily exceed 1,000 white gold coins. They're that expensive. A rainbow dragon's tail produces the rainbow diamond, which is even called the supreme gem. It takes about a year for a rainbow dragon to produce one again after it is collected, which would make it easy for you to earn that 1,000 white gold coins you may have used to buy this rainbow dragon. I see. To be honest, I'm also surprised. Onega the rainbow dragon. You can't even call that rare anymore. It seems to be a pretty awesome prize. So, that's why so many people are trying to draw the lottery. No matter where you are in the world, Gacha is bad civilization. As I thought about this, Lilia-san and Sayaka-san looked troubled again. If we're going to draw the lottery, even with Sayaka's budget, it's not impossible to get a dragon. But if we just draw fails, that certainly is concerning. There are so many boxes there. Unless you have a large amount of luck, you can't. Luck. Hey. Right after Dr. Veer muttered with a troubled look on her face. All eyes focused on me. What do you think, Luna? We're well aware that Mama-sama's luck is on an inhuman level. Indeed, if it's Mama-kun, there's a really high chance that you could draw a jackpot, right? Yes, I also think that if it's Kaito-san, he should be able to do it. No, could it be? No, they can't be planning to have me draw the lottery for them, right? No. Having me do this brings me too much pressure. Don't you think? I mean, if I draw a fail, I may end up destroying Sayaka-san. As I was feeling bewildered, Sayaka-san came in front of me and deeply bowed, holding out 3 gold coins. Please, Kaito-san, please. Lend me your strength. I'll leave it to me. It was a wish of a cute girl. It would be a shame for a man not to respond here. Worst case scenario, in the situation where I draw a fail, I will draw additional tries out of my own pocket. Now then, a mountain of small boxes towers in front of me. If someone pulls out a box, making this mountain crumble, it might cause an avalanche. So will that be okay? No. Well, it's the Six Kings Festival, so I guess they may have some magic protection or something like that. Now then, in this kind of lottery, I tend to look at things in a different perspective. I think the boxes in the center of this huge pile, those that were out of my reach, would be the jackpots. However, it seems that this monster lottery is supervised by Magnoel-san, so it might be possible that the placement was completely random. So, there's a chance that anyone could get the special prize. Well, out of these tens of thousands, or perhaps hundreds of thousands, there's only one special prize. I'm after the 10% of this mountain. The boxes with a monster egg in it. If possible, I'd like to draw something that would make Sayaka-san happy, but, feeling Lilia-san and the others' eyes on my back, I approached the pile of boxes. The contents of these boxes are completely random, and the weight of the boxes doesn't differ from one another because they're placed in random boxes. In this case, the act of picking out and trying to feel which box to choose is pointless. In this kind of situation, I shouldn't think about anything else and just go with it. Alright, let's go with this. Taking one of the boxes for the time being, I showed it to one of the attendants who was positioned around the pile of boxes. The attendant held something that looked like a magic tool in her hand, and when she pointed it at me, the word 1 appeared on it. I guess that's something much like an anti-fraud magic tool. Was it detecting the number of their random boxes I hold? Anyway, I handed a single gold coin to the attendant and headed to the place where Lilia-san and the others were. Sayaka-san's budget is 3 gold coins. This means that I will have 3 chances to win a jackpot from the lottery, but I don't really want to win 3 eggs, so I'm going to take them one at a time to see what's inside. It may just be wishful thinking, but if I win a monster egg with just 1 draw, she will have 2 gold coins left, and considering that raising a monster would also require money, I think it would probably be better if I somehow was able to draw a monster with 1 try. Thank you for waiting. Here you go, Sayaka-san. Why yes. After nervously taking the random box I held out to her, Sayaka-san closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Although my sense of money has become numb these days, A single gold cold is most probably quite a large sum of money for Siak-san. She had been dreaming of having a monster someday, and had been steadily saving up for it, so it was natural for her to be nervous. Well then, I will open it. After taking a deep breath for about 10 seconds, Siak-san looked around, nodding towards Lilia-san and the others. She then placed the random box on the ground and lightly touched it with her hand. Thereupon, a blinding light is emitted from the random box, and when it subsides, in its place, a giant egg of about 1 meter diameter appears. My lady, this is... Yes, with the egg's size, I can't be mistaken. This is the egg of a large-sized monster. According to Luna-san and Lilia-san's excited responses, it seemed that this monster egg belonged to a large-sized monster. Large-sized monsters are basically more expensive than small-sized monsters. Incidentally, dragons are almost always classified as large-sized monsters, so it's possible that this egg could be the egg of a dragon. It's no wonder that Lilia-san got pretty excited. Kaito-san, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be sure to return this favor. No. Please don't worry about it. I was rather relieved that I was able to draw a monster egg. Now, all I need to do is watch if the egg hatches a monster that Siak-san would like. Well then, what's next? Would be making it hatch. Hatch? Is it possible to quickly make it hatch? That's right. Mama-kun didn't know about it. The eggs of monsters are a little special, as they hatch when magic power is poured into them. And they recognize the person who had imbued magic power into their egg as their parent. Incidentally, for those who can't use magic, there are also incubation magic tools for such matters. I see. Well, there are also some monsters like Bell-chan, behemoths, that don't hatch from eggs. Dr. Veer gave a simple explanation to the clueless me. They recognize the person who poured magic power into their egg as their parent. I see. That must be why monster eggs are so popular and were said to be easier to raise. Nodding my head in understanding, Siak-san touched the egg, drawing the attention of not only Lilia-san and the others, but even the people around us. The egg into which Siak-san's magic power was poured emitted light several times, before the shell began to crack. A few moments later, a 70 centimeters dragon emerged from the egg, slowly spreading its wings. Having a body as black as the night sky, and a mane that shines like an emerald. Its wings spread out in a deep, dark rainbow color. Combined with its black body, the dragon looked as beautiful as the aurora borealis. Could that dragon be my lady? Could this be? Why yes. No, I've personally never seen the real thing because they're too rare. But books say that a rainbow dragon is a dragon with rainbow-colored wings. It really is the special prize, the rainbow dragon? Seriously. You're mistaken. I thought I had really drawn the rainbow dragon when I heard Luna-san and Lilia-san's words, but immediately after, Dr. Veer, with a serious expression on her face, muttered that we were mistaken. Dr. Veer, I don't really know much about them, but isn't this a rainbow dragon? No, it is indeed a rainbow dragon. However, rainbow dragons usually have a white body. Also, the color of their wing membranes wasn't as dark and clear as this. That means? It's just a guess, but that child is probably the never-before-seen special individual among the rainbow dragons. The first ever rainbow dragon special individual. I didn't expect such a thing to appear, and upon hearing Dr. Veer's words, all of us completely stiffened. In the midst of all this, the rainbow dragon, after emerging from its egg, slowly approached Siak-san. Seeing its movement, Siak-san gently reached out her hand, to which rainbow dragon began fawning upon her, rubbing its face against Siak-san's hand. She's so cute. It seems that the rainbow dragon's cuteness won out over Siak-san's surprise at her existence, and she picked up the rainbow dragon, her lips loosening up to a smile. The rainbow dragon didn't put up any particular resistance, and just quietly nestled within Siak-san's embrace. She doesn't squeal at all. Rainbow dragons were originally very quiet dragons. They rarely squeal, and don't cause any trouble unless they are harmed first. That's why the diamonds in their tails could be mined. As Dr. Veer gave an explanation in response to my mutters, Lilia-san and the others gradually began to recover from their astonishment. Siak, isn't that child hungry? You're right. Dr. Veer, what do rainbow dragons eat? They are omnivores, so they basically eat everything. Hearing Lilia-san's words, Siak-san consulted with Dr. Veer, before taking out some food that she must have prepared beforehand. She then brought it close to the rainbow dragon, which stretched out her neck and began to eat it. It's so cute. It seems like the rainbow dragon's appearance was to her liking. I'm glad to see that Siak-san became happy. Everyone. Wouldn't it be better if we left this place already? At that moment, Nan-san spoke to us, sounding somewhat flustered. Hearing her words, all of us looked around and saw a ridiculous number of people with glaringly shining eyes directed at us. The first ever Rainbow Dragon special individual. Anyone would think that its value would probably be immeasurable. So, of course, there are lots of people who would try to negotiate with us to sell it to them. It seems like the situation is becoming troublesome. Can we even escape here? If the situation requires it, we could use my teleportation magic tool. I've never seen a Rainbow Dragon special individual before. Thereupon, as if to crush that atmosphere, a heavy and majestic voice resounded. The owner of the voice was, of course, the King of Dragons. Magnoel-san, young girl who became the master of the Rainbow Dragon. What is your name? I am Sieglind. I'll remember it. All dragons are my family. I hope you raise her well. Why yes, I'll take good care of her. There are fools who target rainbow dragons because they are rare or those who are asking for their gems. I dare you to cause trouble and incur my wrath. Though I am sure there wouldn't be such fools here. You can raise them in peace. Yes, I see. Magnoel-san called out to us to restrain the others. The Rainbow Dragon special individual is extremely rare, so it wouldn't be a surprise that some people would go after us. They might try to buy the Rainbow Dragon for a pile of money, or even use their authority to pressure Siak-san to part with her because she is a commoner. Of course, if that happens, I'm going to do everything in my power to protect Siak-san. But I don't think that will be necessary anymore. After all, to summarize what Magnoel-san just said, if they bother Siak-san, the master of the Rainbow Dragon, or try to take the Rainbow Dragon, he won't forgive them. If I'm not mistaken, you are Mama Kaito's lover, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I see. Then, I, as well as the other members of the Six Kings, am on your side. If you have any problems, you can always come to us. Why yes, it's my honor. And then, he ended it by making sure that Siak-san herself wouldn't be messed with, as expected of the reliable King Magnoel-san. As for my name being mentioned as if it's a matter of course, well, this will be useful to protect Siak-san, so I'll put up with the embarrassment. Anyway, I was thinking that this would end everything. After finishing her meal, the Rainbow Dragon moved her tail and touched Siak-san's hand. What's the mat? As her tail circled around Siak-san's palm, a black and incredibly beautiful gem appeared on the tip of its tail. Even though it was black, the gem was translucent, and rainbow-colored light could be seen glowing from within. It was like a rainbow in the night sky. I'm not very knowledgeable about gems, but I could tell that it was a very expensive gem. Why you're giving me this? When Siak-san asked, looking like she was at a loss, the Rainbow Dragon silently nodded. I see. So this is how rainbow diamonds are made, huh? No, you're wrong. Rainbow dragons, they usually take a year for them to slowly build up the gem in their tail. They can't make a rainbow diamond like that in an instant. In addition, the rainbow colors of this gem are much clearer than those of ordinary rainbow diamonds. I knew that since she's a special individual, she would have abilities that were different from the normal ones in some way, but perhaps, this child, it might be possible for her to create gems as much as she wants. Hearing the words Dr. Veer muttered with a shuddering expression on her face, we screamed in surprise again. The black bear has the power to command all of their kind, while Belle has the power to manipulate black lightning. Special individuals have abilities that normal individuals do not have. And it seems like it was also the same case for Siak-san's Rainbow Dragon. She had an astonishing ability. After finding out that Siak-san's Rainbow Dragon can instantly create jewels that would normally take a year to produce, we hurriedly left the lottery venue. Thanks to Magnoel-san's restraint, no one tried to mess with us, but we were still uncomfortable with all the attention. As expected, there was no one chasing us because of what Magnoel-san said. Then, at a plaza located at a reasonable distance from the lottery venue, we resumed our conversation about the Rainbow Dragon. So, Dr. Veer, does that Rainbow Dragon really have the power to create as many jewels as it wants? I think so. It can create a jewel at such a high speed after all. How about we try asking her to make another one? I see, then, Sayag-san. After exchanging words with serious expressions on our faces, I turned towards Sayag-san, planning to ask Sayag-san to try asking the rainbow dragon for us. Is it good? Eat well and you'll grow up. I wonder what I should name you. I can't choose tilde. Come now, Sayag. I understand that your pet is so cute that you couldn't take your attention away, but I'd like it if you listen to us now. Wow, I'm sorry, Sayag-san, who had a big smile on her face while feeding the rainbow dragon, came back to her senses when she heard Lilia-san's voice. She had always wanted to have a pet after all. The animal-loving Sayag-san probably couldn't hold back the happiness she was feeling. Even as she replied to Lilia-san, one of her hands kept on stroking the rainbow dragon's head. Anyway, Sayag, we need to verify something, so please ask that child if she could make the jewel again. I understand. Can you make something like this again? Following Lilia-san's request, Sayag-san crouched down in front of the rainbow dragon and gently asked. Just like before, the rainbow dragon didn't let out a cry, but after nodding once, she started to create a black jewel on her tail again. It seems like the rainbow dragon really has the special ability to create black jewels at will, just as Dr. Veer had thought. Sayag-san takes the jewel from the rainbow dragon and hands it to Lilia-san. Receiving the jewel, Lilia-san stared at the jewel from various angles. My lady, what do you think would be its approximate value? No. I'm sure that it's a great piece of jewelry, but hearing Luna-san's words, Lilia-san took her gaze off the jewel and shook her head. Even though Lilia-san is a noble, she wouldn't know the value of a jewel that was first discovered in the world. Alice, you there? Yes, you want me to examine that jewel? I'm counting on you. To be honest, I don't know much about jewelry either, so after seeing that Dr. Veer and Nan-san looked like they were having difficulty judging it themselves, I decided to consult the knowledgeable Alice. Receiving the jewel from Lilia-san, Alice lightly tapped it with her fingers, seemingly checking its texture. It's pretty hard, about as hard as adamantite. No, about as hard as orichalcon. And with this color, Sayag-san, you mind if I cut this? No, feel free. Then, if you'll excuse me, tilde. After getting permission from Sayag-san, Alice held out a knife in her hand. The next moment, Alice's hand glows. And in an instant, a beautiful black diamond is revealed. It already looks beautiful in its raw jewel form, but it's even more beautiful when it has been cut. It was as if the night sky had been trapped within that diamond. With this size, 80 white gold coins if it's unprocessed. It's quite hard, so it would take a lot of time for others to process, so a processed one would be around 100 white gold coins. 100. An unprocessed one costs 800 million yen. And a processed one would be 1 billion yen. Moreover, the diamond that Alice was now holding in her hand was quite small, probably because the rainbow dragon's body is still small. This means that, as the rainbow dragon grows, the value of her jewels will increase. I'd like to research it some more though. Sayag-san, do you mind selling this one to me? Even though I'm the one who processed it, I'll buy it for 100 white gold coins. Why? Thank you. Here's 100 white gold coins. Well then, I've finished my business here, so I'll be going now. Alice quickly handed a cloth bag containing 100 white gold coins to the stunned Sayag-san, who looked like she couldn't keep up with what's happening, before disappearing. Sayag-san stayed frozen like that for a moment, before she started slightly trembling. White gold coins? White gold coins. That coin that had that's equivalent to 10 gold coins. And having 100 of that. Having 100 white gold coins. Even just one white gold coin is. Sayag-san, please calm down. Compose yourself. White gold coins? Sayag-san is a commoner who had never associated with anything that required her to use white gold coins. She saved up 3 gold coins to buy a monster. She saved up the money from her daily wages, and over those years, she accumulated 3 gold coins. She had saved up 3 million yen to buy a monster, and she thought that she already won after winning a pet that she had always wanted from a million-yen lottery. A billion yen was suddenly handed to her. The shocking turn of events seemed to have caused her an unusual amount of confusion. And Sayag-san fainted. Dear Mom, Dad, my surroundings were rather abnormal, and I myself had quite a bit of money, so my sense of money was paralyzed, but in a way, Sayag-san's reaction is the most normal. How should I say this? Sayag-san, will she be okay after this? Sayag-san had unusually, or rather, I think this is the first time I've seen Sayag-san fainted. According to Lilia-san, who Lunamaria-san dubbed as the faintology sommelier, it seems that Sayag-san won't wake up for a while. So, Lilia-san said she would let her rest at the inn, so we parted ways here. Dr. Veer offered to cast resuscitation magic on her, but Lilia-san refused, saying that she needed time to calm down Sayag, who would probably wake up confused, and that we should just leave her to them, Sayag-san's best friends. As her lover, I wanted to accompany Sayag-san, but I gave up when Luna-san told me that Sayag-san wouldn't want to be seen in a confused state, and that I should visit her after she had calmed down. I thought of helping them carry Sayag-san to their inn, but decided against it when I saw Lilia-san easily carry the 170 centimeters tall Sayag-san with one hand. No matter how slender Sayag-san is, for Lilia-san to easily carry her. Anyway, Lilia-san was also carrying the rainbow dragon in her other hand. She looked like she was about to break into a grin, but that was probably just the fault of the light or something like that. Well, let's just leave Sayag-chan to Lilia-chan and Lu-chan. Let's take a look around the festival again. You're right. Yes, Veer, something just occurred to me. You unusually haven't made many mistakes today because of your klutziness, huh? As we were talking while moving around, Nan-san spoke, looking surprised. Now that she mentioned it, indeed, Dr. Veer hasn't tripped today, huh? After hearing those words, Dr. Veer turned to us, still walking forward, and gave us a thumbs up. Foo, even I am growing up every day. Yep, Klutzy Veer is no more. Dr. Veer, in front of you, there's a signboard. Majua. Her face hitting on the signboard of a food stall, she fell. Her recovery from such an appearance was quite splendid. Ooch. Dr. Veer, are you alright? My clothes got a bit dirty, but this much isn't anything to worry about. I rushed over to her, feeling concerned, but Dr. Veer didn't seem to be hurt that much, getting up with a wry smile. Ahaha, I fell down again, huh? Don't you? I fell down again, me. Do you not understand that falling due to your inattention to the road ahead is a disgraceful sight to behold? As Dr. Veer muttered with a wry smile, I heard a quiet but incredibly intimidating voice that made the atmosphere tremble. Hearing that voice, the smile on Dr. Veer's face instantly disappeared, and for some reason, Nan-san also turned pale, profusely sweating where she stood. The voice came from behind me. Dr. Veer and Nan-san, who were facing me, could see the owner of the voice, but I could not. Just before I was about to turn around to check who it was, Dr. Veer turned on her heel and started running away at a very fast speed. Is what I thought, but I suddenly saw her sitting in a sea. Moreover, the ground around Dr. Veer seems to be slightly dented, and Dr. Veer has a look of agony on her face. It's just a guess, but could it be that Dr. Veer is being brought down by a large amount of gravity? Slowly walking up to Dr. Veer was a woman I had never seen before. She had dark green evenly trimmed short bob hair. Her red eyes looked sharp, dressed in a trouser suit-like outfit, matched with a neatly arranged necktie. She looked like a capable career woman. Her hands were covered with white gloves, making her somewhat look like a woman cosplaying as a butler. I think she's around 160 centimeters tall. The atmosphere around her, it was as if she's as sharp as a polished blade. As the woman walked up to Dr. Veer, her voice quietly resounded. Where do you think you're going, Veer? SSSS sisters YWWWYARU. What about your work? I'm the one asking questions here. Well, fine. I had some time to spare, so I thought I'd pay Kuromu-sama a visit and express my greetings. Is that so? I'm sad. Hi, a family member I haven't seen in a long time is behaving in a manner unbecoming as a member of Kuromu-sama's family. Hey, Veer, I've warned you many times before, haven't I, that you should look ahead when you walk? TTT, that is. This person is Zwei-san. I see. So that's why Dr. Veer and Nun-san were that afraid. I'm not the one she's mad at, but I can't help but straighten up upon hearing her words. Reservedly speaking, she's super scary. It seems like I need to teach you once again what it means to be a part of Kuramo-sama's family. Don't you think? Hearing Zwei-san's incredibly intimidating words, Dr. Veer looked like she was about to cry. Listen here, okay? To begin with, us subordinates of the Six Kings need to know, In the midst of what seemed to be the start of the long sermon that I heard from Dr. Veer and Nun-san, Zwei-san stopped in her speech midway. And her gaze was directed at me. She's kind of glaring hard at me now. You know, did I do something wrong? If I'm not mistaken, you are Mama Kaito-san, right? Yes. Nice to meet you, I'm Mama Kaito. As her sharp eyes stared at me, I said my name with a posture that was surprisingly beautiful even for me. Thereupon, with her sharp eyes kept focused on me, Zwei-san left Dr. Veer's side and walked in front of me. Then, she took off the glove on her right hand and held it out to me, as if asking for a handshake. My name is Zwei. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Why yes. It's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. What the heck is going on? We were introducing ourselves and shaking hands, which was supposed to be a peaceful scene. And yet, why the heck does she keep glaring at me with that displeased look on her face? Standing here feels really scary, you know? Zwei glared at Kaito with a look that seemed like she wanted to shoot him to death. However, the thoughts she had within her mind were completely different from her expression. He is the one that had saved Kuramo-sama. The person I look up to. Mama Kaito-sama? Isn't he many times cooler than the one in his portraits? What should I do? Even though I haven't planned on meeting him yet. Behind the cold, displeased look on her face, Zwei was in turmoil. She'd come to the Six Kings festival to express her greetings to Kuramo-ina. Seeing her family on the road, she approached, only thinking about warning them. But she completely didn't expect to run into Kaito here. I was supposed to meet him with a souvenir or two, clad in new clothes. What a blunder. As my job requires me to meet a lot of people, I'm sure I'm well dressed enough not to be rude, but isn't this clothing too unsuitable for standing before Kaito-sama? If I knew that I would meet him today, I would have worn my new perfume. As her mind was filled with thoughts opposite to her expression, Zwei firmly shook hands with Kaito. She even took off her white glove, which she rarely takes off. I touched Kaito-sama. Even though I feel like today's my lucky day. This won't do. I'm too nervous to speak properly. Zwei's piercing glare, her cold, displeased expression, and her indifferent tone. But the fact of the matter is that, standing before Kaito, the person she admires, she was just feeling nervous. https://www.folksaiholic.com/wp-content/uploads/2021/10/p0811 scaled.jpg. After Zwei-san, who suddenly appeared before us, shook my hand, she stared at me with glaring eyes. She's scary. Freaking scary. What's particularly frightening is that I can't read her emotions with my sympathy magic. Of course, I know that my sympathy magic isn't completely unrivaled. It won't work against Shiro-san and Eden-san, and someone like Alice could disguise her surface emotions as she sees fit. As for Ain-san, Lilywood-san and Ozma-san, there are times I can read them and times when I can't. There must have been some way that they could block my sympathy magic. And Zwei-san, just like Shiro-san and Eden-san, is completely unreadable. Moreover, unlike Shiro-san and Eden-san, she was glaring at me as if she wanted to shoot my head off. She's incredibly intimidating and unsettling. As I was thinking about this, Zwei-san took her gaze off me and walked towards Dr. Veer as if nothing had happened. She looked displeased with our conversation, which really only consisted of a self-introduction. This might be the first time I've met someone who had a cold reaction towards me in our first meeting since Shi-san. Have I done something that made her dislike me? Speaking of which, according to Dr. Veer and Nun-san, Zwei-san is very strict regarding one's appearance and etiquette, so it could be something related to that. It's possible that she's frustrated because she can't scold me since I'm not part of Kuro's family. Via. Why yes. Be careful from now on so as not to harm Kuromu-sama's dignity. Yes. Well then, I'll be going to where Kuromu-sama is. So I'll excuse myself here. Mama Kaito-san. Yes. After giving Dr. Vera a warning, Zwei-san sharply glared at me again. May we meet again? I would love to have a chance to talk with you at some point. Yes. With that look on your face as if you're going to avenge your parents. What the heck are you talking about? There's no way that you're talking about talking to me with your fists later, right? Also, that long sermon that Dr. Vera and Nan-san were talking about. What happened to that? In front of the frightened me, Zwei-san bowed, before she started leaving with a regular stride. As I dumbfoundedly watched her back, Dr. Vera muttered something with an expression of disbelief. Sister Zwei didn't sermon us? I can't believe it either. If it was the usual Zwei-sama, she would have given us a 3-hour sermon. I can't believe she let you off with only a gentle warning. That's what you're surprised about? If that's gentle, how scary could she usually be? Then, I suddenly remembered that my sympathy magic hadn't worked on Zwei-san earlier, so I decided to ask Dr. Vera, who seemed to know a lot about magic. Speaking of which, Dr. Vera, I can't read Zwei-san's emotions at all with my sympathy magic. Sympathy magic? Come to think of it, I hadn't told Dr. Vera about my sympathy magic. So, after giving a thorough explanation, I asked my earlier question again. Thereupon, Vera-san didn't seem to have particularly thought about it that much as she readily replied. Isn't that simply because Zwei-san doesn't leak any magic power out of her body? To put it simply, Mama-kun's sympathy magic reads emotions from the faint traces of magic power emitted from others' bodies. That's why you can't read the emotions of someone who has perfect control over their body and keeps it inside their body. I could also do something like that, just like this. See? I can't read Dr. Vera's emotions anymore. I see, so that's why there were times when I could read Ain-san and Lilywood-san's emotions and times when I could not. This is one of the most difficult magic control techniques, but I think there are only a few demons who can do it. In battle, it's very effective to prevent your opponent from reading the flow of magic power. I see. Well, using it is quite tiring, so not many people stay in such a state all the time. Shiltia-sama uses it when she's going incognito. Meanwhile, Isis-sama's magic power is too powerful and it seems like she can't completely control it. Well, her magic power is more intimidating when she actually releases it. For their dignity, it seems that Mejido-sama and Magnoel-sama weren't holding back their magic power. Fume. Speaking of which, I hadn't been aware of it before. I don't think I could read any emotion from Alice when she was out of sight. Sister Zwei is very strict with herself and with the others, so I think she's constantly training herself by staying in that state all the time. That's why Mama-kun couldn't read Sister Zwei's emotions. That makes sense. Thank you. Thinking about it again, I guess that makes sense. If there's magic that can read emotions, then there should be a way to block such magic. Even so, there are many ways to use magic power, even in normal times. Magic really is quite deep. Moving with a regular stride, Zwei arrived at the central tower and was greeted by Ain. It's been a while, Zwei. Kuromu-sama is currently in a meeting, so you'll have to wait for a few moments. Yes, Ain. I have no problem with it. I'm the one who came at an unexpected time after all. I have plenty of time to spare, so I will wait. After politely exchanging words, Ain and Zwei moved together into the central tower. On their way, Zwei stared at Ain with her sharp eyes before she quietly muttered, I spoke with Kaito-sama just a moment ago, Fume, and I believe we have a matter that needs to be addressed immediately. What is it? The portraits distributed to the members of Kaito-sama's fan club. I know it because I've seen him in person. I'm asking you, why is it that those portraits don't even represent 1/100th of how wonderful Kaito-sama is? I think they need to be improved as soon as possible. Despite her nonchalant tone, Zwei's voice was filled with strong passion. When Ain heard her words, she quietly nodded and responded. I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. But unfortunately, it is difficult to create a better portrait than that. I see. So you're saying that a portrait can't express Kaito-sama's nobility, huh? That's right. It's a shame, but I guess we'll just have to settle with this. When I met him in person, I realized that his overflowing grace and beauty is something impossible to express even with modern art. The world has yet to catch up with Kaito-sama. Zwei bit her lip, a look of deep regret on her face. If the person himself heard about what they were talking about, they would have received a whole lot of tsukumis, but unfortunately, there is no one nearby who would do such a thing. Putting that aside, how was it? What are your thoughts after talking with Kaito-sama himself? Let's see, to put it simply, that person. Isn't he a bit too cool? He had eyes more beautiful than any jewel I've ever known, shimmering hair, and an indomitable and dignified countenance. He was so dazzling that it was difficult to take my eyes off him. I understand what you're saying. Those were just her personal impressions. Incidentally, Zwei, who apparently can't take her eyes off Kaito, was just silently glaring at Kaito, who was nearby. I couldn't stop my heart from beating too fast, and I was too nervous to speak properly. Could it be? Is this what falling in love feels like? That must definitely be the case. I knew it. I guess it was inevitable. There is no way that anyone can look at Kaito-sama, he who seems to have condensed the beauty of this world within himself, and not fall in love with him. Even I, a magic doll, can't get the image of Kaito-sama out of my mind. It's a path that all of us will take, but I must remind you that you must not indulge yourself within that emotion too much. The both of us are single-digit members of Kaito-sama Adoration Association. Be aware of this and act accordingly. I'll keep that in mind. I will do my best so that I can also be chosen by Kaito-sama, as expected of Zwei. I guess I didn't have to bother warning you, huh? No, it's my gratitude to hear your warning. This might be repetitive, but no one is there to throw tsukumis at them. After the incident with Zwei-san was settled, we took a look around the festival again. Even so, I've encountered a lot of people today, huh? There were even people who I've met for the first time, such as Fuzz-san and Zwei-san. They say that what happens twice will happen again for the third time. I have a feeling that we're going to run into someone again. It's normally rare to see someone you know in such a large venue though. That is, well, I guess you could say that it's to be expected from Kaito-san. Oh, good morning, Lin. Kayakyu. When I was walking while conversing with Dr. Veer and Nun-san, Lin, who had been taking a nap inside my clothes, woke up. The way she peeked out her head out of my clothes and yawned was very cute. Stroking Lin's head as we walked, I suddenly heard someone call out to me. Oi if it isn't Mama Dono, good afternoon. Even though meeting you here is an accident, it's my honor to meet you here. I know that I've raised a flag with what I said earlier, but isn't this too early? Seriously, I don't know why the heck am I meeting my acquaintances in such a large place like this. Surprised by the strange coincidence, I turned in the direction of the voice and found a guy that I've met for the first time. Who could you be? Standing before me is a good-looking man of about 2 meters tall, having long, shiny black hair that was tied to a ponytail at the back of his neck. His skin was tanned, and combined with his ripped muscles, he looked incredibly strong. Seriously, who the heck is this? There's no way that he's another one that I first met today, right? Cut me some slack. I've already had enough after meeting Fuzz-san and Zwei-san today. While thinking about this, I timidly asked the man who he is. Hearing my question, he seemed to be thinking for a bit before he clapped his hands, as if he had some idea. Speaking of which, you haven't seen me in this form before. I'm Fafner. Fafner-san? This person is Fafner-san? The same 100-meter tall gigantic dragon. Fafner-san? I've currently changed my form with humanization magic. I see. Humanization magic. Indeed, speaking of fantasy novels, that's one of the most standard magic. In fact, when I look at it like this, I'm astonished that humongous dragon can change so much. Oh, it's Fafner. It's been a while. If it isn't Veer Dono, it's been a while. I see Nun Dono is here too, huh? Yes, it's been a while, Fafner-sama. Yes, I'm glad to see that Nun Dono is doing well. Fafner-san greeted us with a polite greeting that I couldn't have imagined from a big, muscular, tanned man. This may sound rude, but there's a huge gap between his actions and his appearance. No, well, Fafner-san was polite to begin with, but What are you doing here, Fafnir? Me? Well, by Magnoel-sama's orders, I'm guiding people to the Six Kings Festival special monster race that lies ahead. Special monster race? Yes, if I remember correctly, Mama Dono have seen a monster race in the Archlesia Empire, right? The special monster race is a race that only gathers monsters that have won their division or recorded excellent results during the year. So, it's like a battle between champions? That sounds pretty exciting. However, I don't know if it's just my imagination or not. But I have a feeling that I could know a certain someone who would present at that event. More specifically, the clone of the idiot hidden behind me. It will definitely be a race worth watching, so if you have some time to spare, please go check it out. Yes, thank you. No problem. Well then, I still have my duties to fulfill, so I will be Lin. What's with you all of a sudden? Just as Fafnir-san was about to bow to us and go back to his work of guiding nearby people, Lin popped out of my clothes for some reason. Lin seemed to be shouting something at Fafnir-san, but not in a threatening way. Rather, it seemed like she was asking something. If it isn't Lindworm, fume. It seems that you have been following my advice, eating food that is filled with magic power. Your magic power is much greater than before. I can understand your impatience, but it's still not enough. That's why, you still can't. You don't have to be so discouraged. Your magic power is growing considerably faster than I anticipated. You must be eating very good food. At the rate you're growing, you should be able to reach your acquired magic power in no time. I can't fully understand Lin's words, so I don't know what she was saying to Fafnir-san. But I could feel that she's depressed through my sympathy magic. Dejectedly lowering down her head, Lin dove back into my clothes again. Fafnir-san, are you acquainted with Lin? Yes, we've spent some time together on the few days I was dispatched to help with the Flying Dragon services, before the time Mama Dono brought her home. As we are both dragons, she had consulted something with me. She consulted something? Could I? Lin? I was curious why Lin became depressed, so I asked Fafnir-san, but immediately afterwards, Lin frustratedly popped out of my shirt and desperately started shouting something. Hearing what Lin was shouting, Fafnir-san chuckled with a smile, before bowing down to me. My apologies, Mama Dono. It seems that Lindworm wants to keep it a secret. Is that so? Lin, is it a secret? Alright, I'm not going to ask again. I'm curious what they were talking about, but Lin doesn't seem like she wants to talk about it. So I decided not to ask any more questions. Meanwhile, for some reason, Fafnir-san just looked at us with gentle eyes. Dear Mom, Dad, it seemed to me that there was a reason for Lin constantly craving the fruits of the world tree, other than it being her favorite food. It's not that I can't imagine why, but well, for the time being, I'll just wait for Lin to tell me. V14C21. Lindworm. Fafnir was quietly lost in thought as he watched Kaito and his group walk off toward the Special Monster Races racetrack. That white dragon, her magic power has dramatically increased compared to before. The speed of the increase is much faster than I had expected. She must have been eating food with a very high density of magic power. Thinking about the fact that Lindworm's magic power was greater than the last they had met, Fafnir remembered the words he had once exchanged with that white dragon. At the aviary of the Flying Dragon flight, Mary, the Flying Dragon Services president, was carrying a lot of food. After forming a contract with the Dragon King Magnoel through Kaito, many dragons gathered in her place. Many of these dragons were already recognized as demons, and honestly, many of them had higher positions than Mary. That's why she arranged for the refurbishment of her aviary, and even the food she served to them was switched to high quality, ensuring that there would be no disrespect. The expenses she had now became considerably higher, but as the rumor of her Flying Dragon Services, where one can ride a Baron level, high-ranking demon, had quickly spread around the world, the reservations for her services were already full. After calculating her expenses, it can be said that she's profiting enough. Mary Dono, please allow me to help with carrying that. No. There's no way I can bother Fafnir-sama with things like this. You don't have to be that stiff, I have been asked by Magnoel-sama to support you as well as organize the dragons. I'm sure it's tough being surrounded by so many high-ranking dragons, so please feel free to rely on me. Thank you very much. After saying this in a calm and polite tone, Fafner used humanization magic to change into a humanoid form. He then took the luggage that Mary was carrying and began to help her. Fafner, who has taken the form of a black-haired man, looked so charmingly beautiful and masculine that even Mary, who is married, unconsciously blushed. Thereupon, they heard what seemed to be a flustered squeal. Kayuyu, Kayakue, Kayui, Lindworm, who? So you're the white dragon Mama Dona talked about, huh? Mary tilted her head as she saw the white dragon directly flying towards Fafner with her small wings. Hearing her cries, Fafner looked like he was thinking for a bit. Then, looking at Lindworm who had come near her, Fafner spoke with a slow, majestic tone. And so, white dragon? What exactly do you mean by that? Fafner spoke politely to Mary, a human, but when the other party was a dragon, it was a different story. After all, if a lower-ranked dragon were to underestimate him, it would bring down Magnoel's reputation. This is why Fafner treats those beneath him with majesty befitting for the Dragon King's executive. Kaiukiui, Kaiukiui, Humanization magic, huh? You want to learn how to do this? Kaiue. It's impossible. Kaiu. As a human, Mary doesn't understand what Lindworm is saying, but Fafner, who is a fellow dragon, understands exactly what she's saying. Hearing Lindworm telling him that she wanted to learn humanization magic, Fafner brushed off her request. Humanization magic is an extremely advanced form of magic. You, who is still classified as a monster instead of a demon, wouldn't be able to use it. I don't know. Why do you even want to humanize so badly? Having this form is just convenient for diplomacy. This isn't as powerful as our original form, and there isn't much advantage in it. The only dragons that can be called demons are those with a certain level of wisdom and magic power. However, Lindworm's race, the White Dragons, is classified as a monster, not a demon. However, Lindworm is not convinced and starts telling something to Fafner, as if she is appealing for something. Your mate is a human. And so, you want to have the same form as him. What an unusual child you are. From Fafner's point of view, Lindworm was a very strange fellow. In the first place, dragons and humans have very different appearances, and humans basically aren't supposed to be considered as a love interest for a dragon. Fafner also couldn't evaluate humans in terms of their looks, not seeing how a human could be pretty or ugly. Dragons like them could only recognize humans as a species different from themselves. However, Lindworm recognized Kaito as her mate, clearly looking at him as a love interest. Moreover, she even earnestly said that she wanted to become human in order to become just like Kaito, a human. Interesting. Should I say that this is also Mamadono's strength? Even Magnoel-sama likes him. If it's related to Mamadono, I guess I can lend you some help. Kaiue? What I'm saying is that I'm going to teach you humanization magic. Kaiua. However, it's impossible for the current you. To begin with, you don't have the magic power to use it. Rather, to be able to use humanization magic, you need to have magic power enough for you to be called a demon. Kaiua. Fafner's words made Lindworm look happy for a moment, but hearing the latter half of his words, she sullenly slumped down. Don't be so discouraged. It's not like I'm saying there was no way for you to achieve this. Kaiu. Listen carefully, White Dragon. For a few years from now, you'll be in your magic power growth period. During this time, you should eat as much food with magic power as possible. It should be as densely packed with as much magic power as possible. That way, your magic power will greatly increase. Kaiui. I know that it won't be easy, but if you can raise your magic power to a level where you can call yourself a demon, I'll teach you humanization magic. I see. Then exert effort as hard as you can. A few days after that conversation, Lindworm was taken in by Kaito and left the Flying Dragon Services aviary. And Lindworm, who had remembered Fafner-san's advice well, it wasn't until some time later that she set her eyes on the fruits of the world tree and began to extort Kaito of them at every opportunity she saw. Slightly smiling after remembering the past, Fafnir started walking away. Even though I said that, I thought it would take her 5 years. Her lack of patience, typical of a child such as her, is troubling, but from the looks of it, it seems like she's doing her best. Remembering Lindworm, who asked him to teach her humanization magic when they had just met again, he wryly smiled. It's true that her magic power is growing faster than Fafnir could have imagined, but it's still about the same as an adult dragon. Not enough for her to learn humanization magic. Well, I guess I don't have to worry about that. Momodono must really care about that white dragon. For him to feed her something that managed to increase her magic power that much, there's no way that it would be cheap. Fufafu, interesting. For a dragon and human to have feelings for each other and become family. To Fafnir, Kaito was just someone that Magnoel was friends with, and he had a strong sense of respect for him. However, after that incident with Lindworm back in the aviary, he himself became curious about Kaito. Even so, a love story between a human and a dragon, huh? I guess I've lived long enough for me to see something like this. For now, I'll just wait and see. Until that time when you can be called a demon, Lindworm. The sight of a human and a dragon walking hand in hand, just like husband and wife. Imagining such a future, a kind smile appeared on Fafnir's lips. V14C3, what I've obtained in another world. As we leisurely walked towards the special monster races racetrack, we exchanged a few words. Is Lin-chan asleep again? Looks like she's sleeping out her grumpiness. Just as Dr. Veer and Nun-san had said, after her conversation with Fafnir-san, Lin crawled into my clothes again, looking like she was sulking as she fell asleep. I don't really know what's going on, so I can't say anything for sure, but Lin isn't the type of person who won't drag out her troubles, so I'm sure she'll be fine after some rest. Speaking of which, I'm going to change the subject. But isn't Belle also a monster race champion? Yes. Though I say that, it's only one race. Goo. As if she was proudly puffing out her chest, Belle nodded her head, which only made her look cute, so I just patted her head. Hey, Fafnir said it's also fine to just directly participate, so why don't Belle-chan join in? Goo. You'll get dirty, so no. Garua, KQUU tilde. No, QUU. I firmly scolded Belle, who looked really motivated to go on the race even after all the running she did earlier. I bet Belle only wants to participate since she just likes running. However, in a monster race, where almost everything can happen, it's inevitable that Belle's fur will get dirty. That's something I can't let happen. If that happens, we'd have to stop going around the festival so I could start cleaning Belle's body. Mama-kun, but you see, Belle-chan wants to go though. I said number. That's final. Besides, if Belle were to participate in the monster race, she would just end up overwhelmingly winning, which would be bad for the other monsters. She would just be bullying the weak. I guess you're right. I would have liked to see Belle's performance, but since I know what the outcome will be if she participates, I didn't see the need to participate. Hearing what I said, stiff smiles appeared on Dr. Veer and Nun-san's lips for some reason, but I decided to not mind it and clear up a misunderstanding that Belle might have in her mind. Also, Belle, just so you know, you can't put me on your back in a monster race. Yes, what Belle likes to do is run with me on her back. After hearing my words, Belle looked shocked before she started leisurely following behind me. It seems like she had lost interest in monster racing. I haven't been able to take her for a walk for a few days since the Six Kings Festival started, so I guess that's why she wanted to join the monster race earlier. I'll just take her to the ranch again later. The monster race course was filled with tremendous enthusiasm, so I thought it was going to be difficult for us to find an available seat in the fairly large venue, but Mama-sama, right? Welcome to our establishment. Please allow me to guide you to the VIP seats. Yes, we're in your care. I also have a face pass here. Apparently, VIP seats were available for me not just from restaurants. Seriously, I feel like my reputation is taking a turn for the worse at this Six Kings Festival. Even though only people that hold a certain amount of power and authority were able to participate in this festival, I still feel uneasy about the future. Well, putting aside how my reputation is going in a strange direction, the VIP seats we were led to was a good one. It was big enough for even Belle to fit in, so we could watch the race together. I'm really grateful to Kuro and the others for their concern, so I'll thank them again when the Six King Festival is over. And apparently, We weren't the only ones being ushered into the VIP section, because I saw 3 figures standing near the large glass window. Go. Keep go. Fudge. Come on. Run faster. Number 2, Majia. This race is me. Hijia. Seeing the 3 people in stuffed costumes with horse heads of black, white and brown color shouting, facing towards the glass window, I inadvertently knocked their heads, one after another. Dr. Veer, Nun-san, it seems like we can see well here. What about your treatment towards us? Shut up, idiot. Seriously, what the heck is she doing? Rather, I feel like I encounter her somewhere every single day, to the point that I'm starting to wonder if she's some kind of mascot for the Six Kings Festival or something. Letting out a big sigh, I moved the 3 horseheads to the side and started watching the game with Dr. Veer and Nun-san, as if nothing had happened. Mama-kun? What is it? Seeing Shiltir-sama sitting on a Caesar. Even though they're clones, I'm feeling very restless. Just think of them as irritating decorations. I briefly replied to Dr. Veer, who spoke to me while glancing at the 3 idiots sitting in a Caesar on the edge of the room. Veer, is it really alright for Phantasmal King Sama to be treated like that? None, listen here. Okay. Only Mama-kun is allowed to do something like that. If we do the same thing, our heads would be chopped off before you even know it. I knew it. It's easy for me to forget, but Alice is the Phantasmal King, a completely superior being to Dr. Veer and the others. Moreover, among the 6 kings, she is someone who is considerably feared. No, it may just be that she's very casual when she's with me, but perhaps, she's usually acting more dignified. After all, she's one of the 6 kings. Kaito-san, please take a look at the list of the next races, and, please randomly point to any of the races. These ones, right? Alrighty. Gamble clones 23, 24, 26. On these races, all in, Jayan. Restrain yourself for a bit, will you? I retract my previous statement. Is this woman seriously one of the 6 kings? Or rather, is it really okay for an idiot like her to be one of the 6 kings? Also, where the heck is clone 25? Veer, seeing Phantasmal King Sama like this, would we be killed later? I think we would be alright. After all, I don't think Shiltir-sama cares about our lives. By the way, if you go around telling people what you saw here, I'll beat you up, you know? Hi. Dr. Veer and Nun-san were sneakily whispering about, but before they knew it, Alice had moved in front of them and coldly announced. And then, the 2 of them clearly looked afraid. This is that, right? She's trying to guide them to do something, as if she's training someone to do her will. Wait, Kaito-san? No way Tilda, I'm just joking, okay? It's Alice-chan's joke, you know? Completely fooled ya. That didn't work, right? It didn't. Whoa there. Come to think of it, Alice-chan was quite busy preparing for tomorrow's 6 Kings Festival. This won't do. I need to go in. Hey, how about we talk over there for a bit? Oh, of course, I will always prioritize Kaito-san, so we can talk as much as we want, but is it just my imagination? I kind of feel like I've heard some extremely dangerous inner thoughts. You're fooling around too much, so let me beat down your character a bit or 2 or something like that, you know? Whoa, that smile's freaking scary. Smiling back at Alice, who was telling me such things while profusely sweating, I caught her by the scruff of her neck and dragged her to the corner of the room. However, I wonder what I should do. It's already decided that I would scold her, but I don't think that would be enough to teach her a lesson. That's right. As I suddenly thought of an idea, I called out to the black necklace on my chest. Kuro, can you help me scold Alice here? Wait, why did you suddenly call her? You're a demon, a devil. Of course, I'm fine with it. Kuro-san. Well, Kuro appeared as if it was natural for her to hear what I said through the necklace, but let's just stop worrying about such things. However, doesn't it seem like Kuro's angry? Black smoke was coming out of her body, you know. By the way, Shiltir, did I just hear you say you're going to beat up my family? No, it's just a joke, I tell you. I'm seriously serious here. I swear to God. Stop, please stop clenching that fist. Being punched by Kuro is a real life-threatening situation. Wait, why the heck is that black vortex behind you, Kuro-san? Kuro-san, you look more beautiful than usual today, huh? However, Kuro-san doesn't look good with an angry face, you know? I like you more with a smile tilde. I'm sorry, HMPH. Well, I guess Kuro knows that what Alice said was just a joke. After all, she held back in her punch just now. Right? She did hold back in her punch. Right? It would be great if she held back. Well, it's Alice after all, so she should be alright. After scolding Alice on the special monster race, I enjoyed my time plentifully. It was a race comprised with champions, and all the monsters competing looked like heroes of the past. The race itself was quite heated, with sweaty running battles and fierce direct battles occurring. I didn't buy any tickets or place any bets, but the monster race looked so flashy that it was fun even without the betting. Dr. Veer and Nun-san were also having fun and were able to forget about Alice, who didn't learn anything at all and kept on messing around. By the time we had finished watching some of the races, the sky was beginning to be dyed in deep red. That was fun. That was a heated race, wasn't it? Yes, it was my first time in a monster race, but it was a swelteringly hot battle. That's right. Oh, it's already evening. What should we do? I don't think we have much time to go around too much anymore. Walking out of the monster races racetrack, I talked with Dr. Veer and Nun-san. The festival seems to be going on until about 10 p.m., but I can't stay that late because I still have to bring Belle and Lin back to Lilia-san's mansion. In that case, there is one last attraction I want to go to. Can we go there? Yes, I'm fine with it. Nun-san, are you alright with it? Yes. Saying that there was an attraction she wanted to visit, Dr. Veer brought Nun-san and I along. By the way, what kind of attraction is it? I think there's something called Flying Dragon Gondola somewhere. Sister Ain told me about it yesterday. Flying Dragon Gondola. It's like the Flying Dragon services, but they've adjusted the ride so that one can see the scenery better. I heard that it would take us around this big island. I see, that certainly sounds interesting. It's fun to fly and look at the scenery, and it was also just right since we would be able to see the beautiful sunset. That sounds nice. I've seen the view from the sky a few times, and it's really nice to look at. I can also fly by myself, but there's a different kind of greatness in watching it like this. I can't fly though, so I'm looking forward to it. Kaito-san, you mentioned seeing the view from the sky several times. Do you often ride Flying Dragon services? I've ridden Flying Dragon services for about 3 times already. I also flew with Kuro. And then, there was that time I was thrown into the sky while traveling from the center of the demon realm to the southern demon realm once. That sounds strange, isn't it? I just can't imagine what kind of situation would lead for you to experience something strange like that. It's that idiot's fault. I don't want to have that experience again. I guess that time when I went to visit Shiro-san's sanctuary counts too. Does being in that place also mean I've seen the view from the sky? Well, anyway, I think I've experienced seeing the view from the sky fairly well. After chatting and moving around for a while, we arrived at the location of the Flying Dragon Gondola that Dr. Veer mentioned. How should I say this? It seems like everyone was also thinking the same thing. In front of the sign that said Flying Dragon Gondola, there was a very long line, and at the end of the queue, there was a person with a sign that said estimated wait time, 3 hours. Stunned by the sheer volume of the queue, Dr. Veer approached the attendant holding the sign at the end of the queue. We're the Black Rank Mama Kaito-kun's group. Understood. Just in case, please allow me to check your invitation. Yes, thank you for your patience. Please come this way. Thank you. As expected of the former demon lord, she uses whatever she could. What an efficient person she is. Thanks to that, we didn't have to wait in a long line to get on the Flying Dragon Gondola. Frankly speaking, it was a tremendous view. It seemed like this flying dragon was flying at a considerable altitude, as I saw a scene in front of me that would have been impossible without flying, looking down at Magnoel-san. I mean, I know it's a bit late to say this now. Magnoel-san is too big. Just his vertical height alone is over 5,000 meters, which means that considering the shape of an earth dragon, his total length is many times more than that. It feels like it would be tens of thousands of meters. Wow, the sunset is so beautiful. Yes, it's very beautiful. I was caught off guard by Magnoel-san's enormity, but I moved my gaze when I heard Dr. Veer and Nunsan's voices. Thereupon, I could see the city dyed in red, the sea glistening in the setting sun. It was a spectacular view that left me speechless, especially on this third day, when there are so many large facilities. It's very nice to see them from the sky like this. I guess I have to thank Dr. Veer and Nunsan for this, huh? I probably wouldn't have noticed this gondola if I'd been going around by myself today. How should I say this? It's unknown, isn't it? Nunsan? As I stared at the view, which I wanted to take a picture of and frame on my wall, I heard Nunsan murmur, Dr. Veer, and I turned around to look at Nunsan, and saw her with a serene smile as she continued. No, I was just thinking of the obvious, that what the future holds is unknown. Were you thinking about that Japan country? Something like that. I was the daughter of a small Kanjutsu dojo. My future had already been decided by my parents. Told that I would be married to someone who would benefit the family and live to take care of my household. Without any question, I thought my life would go on like that. There must have been more arranged marriages in Nunsan's era compared to my era. Nunsan, at least, lived in a time when it was normal for a woman to marry a man of her parents' choice, and to take care of her household and raise their children. For some reason, I was summoned to another world, and I ended up on a journey to defeat the Demon Lord. At the time, I never doubted that once I defeated the Demon Lord, everything would be over and I would return to my previous world. The future really is unknown. In the end, I chose to leave my previous world behind me and took Kuramo-sama's hand. I chose to abandon my human body and became a demon of my own will. And now, here I am, looking at beautiful scenery together with the Demon Lord who was supposed to be my enemy and Kaito-san who lived in the same world as mine from a different era. Nun's life has certainly been filled with ups and downs, hasn't it? Yes. After nodding at Dr. Veer's words with a smile, she turned her gaze back to the sunset and continued. The scene I'm looking at now is very different from the future I once envisioned. And compared to the vague future that I had imagined, is always making me think about this happy everyday life that I have now. I guess I would have to thank Veer and Kaito-san for that. It's the same for me though. I know that the future doesn't always work out the way we want it. However, I think such aspect of life is fine as well. That's right. I don't think I could have predicted that a day like this would come either. After each of us said a few words, we just stared at the sunset without saying another word. Even though we don't put it into words, somehow I feel like we're thinking of the same things right now. Thinking that it would be great if we can have happy experiences like this even in the future. After parting ways with my companions for the third day of the Six Kings Festival, Dr. Veer and Nunsan, and bringing Belle and Lin back to Lilia-san's mansion, the sky was already completely dark. However, the festival was still going on and the city was still bright. Buying some fruits from a stall along the way, I headed to that place where Lilia-san and the others were staying. It was to visit Sayag-san, who had fainted after that incident with the rainbow dragon. According to the hummingbird I received, Sayag-san had already woken up and recovered from the shock she received from being suddenly handed 1 billion yen. And thus, I came to Lilia-san and the others in. Their accommodation was also quite huge, but wasn't as insanely large as the one I was in, and to be honest, I was a bit envious. No, it's not that I have a problem with the place that Kuro and the others prepared for me. But to be honest, the place was so big that I'm not even sure if I will enjoy staying in that place during the Six Kings Festival. Listen here, okay? Promise me this, okay? Never take out jewels like that without my orders. Don't give them to strangers either. In the place that looked like a common room, which I arrived at after being guided by the inn's employee, Sayag-san spoke with a serious expression on her place, to which the rainbow dragon silently nodded. In particular, that one. Look at that woman over there. Make sure you remember the face of that woman named Luna Maria. Definitely don't listen to what she says, okay? Even if she gives you food, never accept it. Also, she might trick you with some things like saying I told her to tell you something. You should never trust anything she says, even though you should know who she is because you can see her fairly well. But please treat her as a stranger. Listening to Sayag-san's words, as she repeatedly told her never over and over again, Luna-san looked at her with a dumbfounded expression on her face. And as I approached Lilia-san, who was wryly smiling next to Luna-san, I heard a voice. In extremely deep trust from my close friend that I would definitely do something. This unworthy Luna Maria. Can't help but cry. To be honest though, I think Sayag is handling it the right way. My lady? I think so too. Even Mama-sama too? Don't you think you're a bit too rude? That act is tantamount to smearing my character, you know? Yes, I'm deeply hurt by what you said. With an exaggerated reaction, Luna-san took a handkerchief out of nowhere and bit on it, pretending to be crying. But if Sayag-san hadn't warned the baby dragon, you would have done it, right? Well, I can't deny that. So she's going to do it. With a face that looked like I had struck the bullseye, I knew that she would definitely do something like that. As expected of Luna-san, she doesn't waver at all. It seems that Sayag-san, being her close friend, knows Luna-san's personality very well. I thought that would be the end of the conversation, but Sayag-san glanced at Lilia-san next and then spoke to the Rainbow Dragon. Also, look at Lily, Duchess Lilia Albert over there. She's the head of the house we're living in. We're under her care, so basically, you should listen to her words well. Lilia-san has quite the evaluation of you, doesn't she? Well, unlike Luna, I'm not thinking of money-making every single time after all. As for Sayag-san's instructions to the Rainbow Dragon regarding Lilia-san, she started with the words basically before telling her to follow Lilia-san's words. I guess she was talking about things unrelated to her gems, huh? Well, I'm sure Lilia-san would also feel troubled if she was handed a gem worth 800 million to 1 billion yen. She could even suddenly pass out. However, if she asks for your scales or if she wants to trim your mane, please refuse. Also, if she tries to bring you into the room, please run away. Wait, Sayag. What are you talking about? Lily has a previous record of being bitten when she tried to bring Lin-chan into the room, so please be careful around her. I think I just heard something I can't overlook. She got bitten while trying to get Lin into her room? Lilia-san did something like that? Lilia-san, as Lin's owner, I'd like to talk to you later. I'm sorry. It was just a one-time impulse. I'll talk to you later. Yes. Putting aside if Lin had agreed to it, she probably doesn't want to though since Lin bit her, so I'll make sure to scold her about it. Well, Lilia-san seems to be reflecting about it though, so I guess there's no need for me to harshly scold her. And then, Sayag-san glanced at me before speaking to the Rainbow Dragon again. She's going to talk about me too? When it comes to that man over there, Mama Kaito-san, please make sure you listen to what he has to say. He is very dear to me. If Kaito-san asks you for a gem, please give him one. I guess it's to be expected that she had a very high evaluation of you, Kaito-san. What is this? Saying that you're very dear to her. All I hear is that you're flirting about though. Sayag-san's warnings to the Rainbow Dragon have finally ended. I wonder how much of what Sayag-san said could be understood by the baby Rainbow Dragon though. But considering that the Rainbow Dragon followed Sayag-san's instructions and generated a rainbow diamond when I asked Alice to examine it, and considering the fact that she was nodding her head at key points in Sayag-san's warnings, she might actually be pretty smart. However, it seems like she was still a baby. After listening to Sayag-san's story, it seemed like she had felt sleepy, climbing on the sitting Sayag-san's lap after her story, and curling up. She fell asleep. As I was being soothed by her cute gesture, I noticed that Lilia-san and Luna-san had disappeared before I knew it. It seems that they were being mindful and left Sayag-san and I alone. Sayag-san, are you feeling okay? I'm sorry, it ended up in quite the commotion. No. Please don't apologize. It was thanks to Kaito-san that I was able to meet this child. I don't feel like I can thank you enough for it, but still, allow me to express my gratitude. Thank you. After telling me this with her usual gentle expression, Sayag-san added, I was surprised by the white gold coin though, with a wry smile on her face, and I smiled along with her. After handing over the fruits I brought with me, Sayag-san sat down on the sofa and I sat down next to her. It's so quiet. There were no servants in the common room, probably because Lilia-san and the others had taken care of having them leave the premises. It was just Sayag-san and I. I wonder if that's why. Sitting side by side with Sayag-san tonight, I felt ticklish. And yet, I felt relieved and strangely calm. Speaking of which, Have you decided on a name for the child? Number. Actually, in regards to that, I have a favor I'd like to ask Kaito-san. A favor? Yes. Will you decide on a name for this child, Kaito-san? Me? Those words were honestly something I didn't expect. It was Sayaka-san's long-cherished dream to have a pet, so I thought she would name her pet herself. So I didn't think she would ask me to name her pet here. My naming sense. I wonder how good it is. Belle's name came from Alice, and Lynn's name came from Mary-san. I've never named a pet before, and frankly speaking, I don't have a shred of confidence in my naming sense. Is it possible for me to gently turn her request down? It's thanks to Kaito-san that I was able to meet this child. This might be annoying, but I think of her as our child. That's why, I'd like to ask you to name her, Kaito-san. Is it no good? No, please wait a moment. I'm still thinking about it. I can't refuse. Receiving a request with such a murderously cute expression, combined with her blushing red cheeks and slightly downcast look, there was no way I could say number. A cute girl like Sayaka-san is asking a request filled with her love like this. If I don't live up to her request, then no way I can call myself a man. Strain my mind. All the knowledge that exists in my head. I need you on my side for now. Come to think of it, is that rainbow dragon a boy or a girl? She's female. A girl. I see. Alright. Please leave it to me. A name. A girl's name. This is difficult. A name that will live up to Sayaka-san's expectations. Show me the light bulb. My head. This child is a rainbow dragon. Rainbow. Rain? No, it's too cheesy of a name, and I feel like it would bring rain instead of rainbows in our lives instead. From what I see, her wings may be rainbow-colored, but this child looks like the aurora. She's got a body as black as the night sky and a mane like emerald. I'll have to think along those lines. Aurora Borealis. Aurora. Speaking of which, I think I've seen it being featured on a TV show back then. What was it again? If I remember correctly, didn't they talk about the origins of auroras? If I remember correctly, they also featured what they call the aurora in different countries. Remember? Squeeze that memory out. How about Scylla? You can also call her Scylla. T/N. Aurora Borealis is in Greek, which is pronounced as Voiosalis. That's a very pretty name. Does that name have any origin? In a language back in my world, it means dawn. T/N. Aurora in Latin means dawn, not the name Scylla. Dawn? Yes. Do you have auroras in this world? Auroras? Yes. I've never seen it myself, but I believe it's something you can see in the land of death. It seems like the aurora is a phenomenon that also exists in this world. I wonder if someone who played the role of hero back then named it? Well, that aside, this makes it easier for me to explain. In the world I was in, the aurora was a natural phenomenon where you could see green lights in the night sky, just like the body and mane of this child. And the origin of the aurora was the goddess of dawn, so I associated her name after that. I see. What do you think? The name I gave her, based on the hazy knowledge I managed to pull out of my head, is pretty good in my opinion. It's a girlish name, and it's easy to call her by her nickname, I think. It's a really nice name. Kaito-san, thank you. No, thank goodness. It seems like she liked it. As I let out a sigh of relief since Sayaka-san liked the name Scylla, I felt Sayaka-san's head gently leaning on my shoulder. Sayaka-san? Kaito-san. Can I stay like this for a while? Yes. Thank you. Just spending time with you like this makes me feel so happy. I'm glad to have met you, Kaito-san. Yes, I'm also glad that I met you, Sayaka-san. I feel like from the part of Sayaka-san's body that is touching me, warmth was being transmitted and was slowly warming my whole body up. I wonder what this is. Can I say it like our hearts communicating with each other? The feeling of sharing the same happiness with each other feels inexplicably comforting. Kaito-san, I'll take good care of Scylla. I'll help you too. It's our child after all. Yes. Hugging Sayaka-san's shoulders as she leaned her body on me, I truly enjoyed a moment filled with happiness. After a leisurely chat with Sayaka-san, I was walking from the inn where Lilia-san and the others were staying to the central tower. The festival seemed to have completely shifted to a night festival, and the streets, lit up by magic tools that glowed like lanterns, seemed to be noisier than during the day. Seeing all the people drinking and shopping at the stalls made me want to buy something to eat. So as not to affect my dinner though, I just decided to buy some grilled skewers. The best part of the festival, for me personally, is the food. It's really great to eat freshly made food in a quiet place a little away from the boisterous streets, filled with the unique atmosphere of the festival. It's great to eat skewers while walking around, or to stop and eat yakisoba noodles a few distance away from the stalls. I wonder what I should buy though. Those wyvern skewers look good, but the grilled squid over there looks irresistible. However, at a festival, eating those things that look like takoyaki is a staple. No, I can also go for something sweet, just like the candy apples over there. As I walked along, looking at the nearby stalls, trying to decide which stall to buy from, I suddenly heard a loud, familiar call from behind me. Found you Tilda. Kaito-kun-san. Raz-san? Yes. Good evening, Kaito-kun-san. Flying towards me with a big smile on her face was Raz-san, busily flapping the small wings on her back. Coming up to me, Raz-san then began flying around me, speaking to me with a happy expression on her face. She's so cute. Good evening, Raz-san. It's unexpected to meet you at this hour, isn't it? Yes. Raz is so happy to see you, Kaito-kun-san. Raz-san expresses her emotions while moving her small body to the best of her ability, which makes her really cute. Raz-san's existence really soothes one's heart. Is Raz-san also here to check out the stalls? Yes. During lunch, Raz was helping Kuramo-sama carry vegetables. So, after we finished that, I came to see the festival with Akun and Eva-san. But, Raz felt Kaito-kun-san's magic power along the way. So, I came to see you. What the heck is this cute little creature? Even just a single explanation filled with gestures with her small body looked very adorable. I wonder if all fairies were as cute as her? If that's the case, I'd like to visit the fairies village once. Kaito-kun-san, are you free right now? If you have time, go around the festival with Raz and the others. I guess I could. I can't stay too late, but if Raz-san doesn't mind, I'd love to go around with you. Really? Going around with Kaito-kun-san? I was just about to look around the stalls anyway, so I agreed to Raz-san's suggestion. Thereupon, we moved together towards the place where Akun and Eva are. Raz-san seemed to be really happy, as she flew next to me with an adorable smile on her face. By the way, Raz-san. What is it? Actually, during the day, I heard from Nun-san about Raz-san's abilities. Raz-san is amazing, huh? I decided to tell her that I had talked about her with Nun-san during the day. Well, the fact that Nun-san told me about it means that it isn't something that we shouldn't talk about. But I think it's better if the person herself knows about it. Is that so? Kaito-kun-san has now learned about Raz's abilities, huh? Why yes. Hearing what I said, for some reason, Raz-san mumbled with a complicated expression on her face. Her reaction is quite different from what I had expected. Perhaps, was it a topic that she didn't want people to know much about? Raz-san did say that she didn't like fighting. If that's the case, I should apologize. If Kaito-san knows about it, it can't be helped. Yes, it's just as Kaito-kun-san heard. Raz-san can make flowers bloom. Raz-san is a flower fairy after all. I can make a lot of flowers bloom. It works a bit differently with vegetables though. With Raz's ability, it grows nice and delicious. Foo-fa-foo, it's Raz-san's secret ability. Don't tell it to others, okay? The situation went in an unexpected direction. The ability to make flowers bloom? What about her Nevermiss arrows? Is something the matter? No, that's right. Raz-san is amazing, huh? Really? Raz is amazing? Yes, Raz-san is really amazing. Is that so? Receiving Kaito-kun-san's praise makes Raz very happy. Seeing Raz-san tilting her head in curiosity, I was convinced. For Raz-san, abilities like a Nevermiss arrow or an ultra-long-range attack doesn't matter at all. For the gentle Raz-san, who had no intention of fighting unless she had to, the first thing that came to her mind when she heard the word ability was her ability to make flowers bloom. And then, we harvested a vegetable that is big. Hey, Raz-san is an expert at growing vegetables, huh? Ahan. Raz's vegetables are very delicious. I'd certainly like to taste your vegetables. Leave it to me. I'll give some to Kaito-kun-san next time, so please that you have to carry them in both of your hands. Raz-san seemed to be enjoying herself immensely and had been talking incessantly since a while ago. It was fun to talk with the cheerful and always smiling Raz-san, and she looked so adorable as she merrily flitted about. Thanks to her presence, I also had a smile on my face all the time. How should I say this? I felt as if the fatigue accumulated from my daily life was being healed. As we happily moved along like that, I saw two familiar backs a good distance away. They were definitely Act and Eva. And it seems like they're in humanized form. Well, Act is pretty big, so perhaps their human form would be more convenient to go around the festival. Be that as it may. Why are the both of them sitting on the ground? Qu-un, Eva Sayan. Thank you for waiting. I've brought Kaito-kun-san. As I was wondering what was going on with them, Raz-san approached them, cheerfully calling out their names. Hearing her voice, Act turned around and spoke, looking somewhat flustered. Sis Raz, you brought Kaito with you? No. Run away. Act is right. It's not safe here. Quickly leave this place. Moreover, Eva also agreed with Act and told us to run away. Of course, Raz-san and I tilted our heads. But when we heard the voice that called out shortly after, I understood the meaning of their voice. You have quite the nerve to turn your back on me while in the middle of our conversation, huh? Act, Eva. Hi. Yes, it's Zwei-san. In front of Act and Eva, who were sitting in Seiza, Zwei-san stood with her arms crossed, and I could feel how intimidating she was even from a distance. How deplorable you've become. It seems like you've all loosened up a lot when I don't keep an eye on you lot for a while. I guess I'll have to take a look around the whole family first before returning back to work. Well, before that, let's talk about you two first. Eva, do something. Don't be absurd. I can't go against elder sis. Why? Stop with the whispering, or perhaps, do you want me to shut you up? My apologies. Scary. Even though she wasn't scolding me, Zwei-san is scary. Sitting before her, Act and Eva were sweating profusely, and I felt like I was being pressured by the sharp atmosphere. But then, that atmosphere was shattered by a cute bell-like voice. Tilda. It's Big Sister Zwei. Good evening Tilda. If it isn't Razelia. Yes, good evening. It's been a while. Big Sister Zwei. When did you get here? I'm glad to meet you here Tilda. About a few hours ago. I prioritized greeting Kuromo-sama, so it took me a while to come see the others. I'm relieved to see that you're doing well. Yes, Raz is always doing well. As expected of Raz-san. She's not afraid of that scary Zwei-san at all. I guess that means Raz-san's communi power is on a monstrous level already. What's the matter with Act-kun and Eva-san? I'm telling them off for their appearance. Tilda. Big Sister Zwei. What about Raz? Fumo, your clothes are clean and your hair is neatly done. You look wonderful. Yay! Big Sister Zwei complimented me. However, it's great that you're lively. But moderation must be observed. Yes, Roger Tilda. Hearing Raz-san's cheerful words, Zwei-san also had a smile on her face as she responded. How strange. When she was talking with Raz-san, Zwei-san seemed like a normal big sister who loves her younger sister. No, it may just be that I've only ever seen Zwei-san when she's angry, and when she isn't scolding someone, she might be surprisingly kind. Now then, Act, Eve, shall we continue our conversation? Hi still scary. The smile that she had been giving Raz-san earlier disappeared, and her cold, sharp eyes glared at Act and Eva. Listen here, okay? In the first place, taking care of your appearance isn't something that I should. Zwei-san, who was about to continue scolding Act and Eva, noticed me and turned her gaze towards me. She really is scary. Why the heck are her eyes glaring at me that bad? If it isn't Mama-sama, what a coincidence to meet you here. Why yes. Good evening. Good evening. Coincidence it may be. It's a pleasure to see you again. You don't look pleased though. You look as if you're looking at the evil hellspawn who killed your parents, you know. See, could it be she's angry because I interrupted her sermon? No, it's true that it felt like I've splashed water on her head twice already, but it's not like I'm doing it on purpose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did I end up in this situation? I just thought I'd take a look around the night festival with Raz-san, who I ran into earlier. Receiving Zwei-san's focused glare, I broke out in a cold sweat and shivered. After a while, Zwei-san took her gaze off me, allowing me to let out a sigh of relief. It was only a few minutes, but I felt exhausted, feeling as if she was staring at me for hours. Seriously, did I do something for Zwei-san to get angry at me? After she took her eyes off me, Zwei-san turned towards Act and Eva, and quietly spoke, Evil. Why yes. Be mindful from now on. Maintaining your appearance is important. Yes. After loudly replying to Zwei-san's words, for some reason, Act and Eva's faces looked as if they had seen something unbelievable. If I want to express how much I care for the two of them, I must strictly scold them. But, however, my apologies, Act, Evil. I don't want to make Kaito-sama think that I'm a scary woman. Guidance will be given at a later date, so please forgive your selfish sister for now. Zwei-san seemed to be muttering something in a low voice at the end, but due to the considerable distance between us, I couldn't quite catch what she said. But her expression remained sharp. She might have murmured something related to me. After she finished talking with Act and Eva, Zwei-san glared at me again. How should I say this? I was now painfully aware of how a frog feels. Why it's being stared at by a snake. As if to help me out of this predicament, Raz-san flaps her way in front of Zwei-san. As expected of Raz-san, the fairy who can read the mood. Please make her stop with that glare of her that feels like she wants to shoot me in the head. Big sisters, why don't you go with Raz and everyone too? I retract my previous statement. I thought she would be helping, but she ended up helping the other side to corner me. No, you can't do that, Raz-san. I don't know the reason why, but there's an incredibly threatening atmosphere around here, you know? I'm begging you. Please read the mood. No, wait. It should be alright. Zwei doesn't seem to like me, and from what I've heard, she should be a very busy person. There's no way that she would agree to Raz-san's offer. I guess so. I have a few concerns in mind, so I'll go with you. I'm going around with big sister Zwei-san. Seeing Zwei-san readily nodding in agreement, Act and Eva. And my expression is tinged with despair. Really? Why did she agree to it? There's something she's worried about? It's definitely that, right? I've heard that Zwei-san always thinks about her family. So perhaps, she's going to keep an eye on me and the others, making sure that we don't do anything strange. As I thought, Kaito-sama's face looks pale. Moreover, he's sweating a lot. He really might not be feeling well. Kaito-sama is a person with the pure heart of a saint, so I guess he couldn't refuse Razelia's invitation. I'm worried about him. If needs be, I need to be there to help him. Just as I thought earlier, her lips were faintly moving, and she seemed to be whispering something softly. The only thing I could somewhat catch was if needs be, or something along those lines. But does that mean she's watching me to see if I do anything? I never thought I'd have to go around the festival with her shooting glares on my face. Seriously, how the heck did this happen? I guess I'll ask Lilia-san to share some stomach medicine with me later. Sis Zwei. Aren't you busy? That's right. Act and I will make sure to watch elder sis Raz, so you don't have to. Thank you for your concern. It's true that my schedule will be a little packed tomorrow. But there's something I need to handle that is more important than that. Is that so? Embarrassing it may be, I'm not as skillful as I have a bad habit of losing sight of my surroundings when I concentrate on one thing. And now, I would have to forget about work and give my undivided attention to this matter. Yes. What the heck is with that undivided attention? Does she want me to leave? Is she trying to get rid of me? Forget about work. She's putting all her energy into watching me. Awawa, how the heck did this happen? Well then, Mama-sama, it might be just for a short time. But I will be in your care. Yes, she's going to finish what she's planning in just a short time. I'm sure now. Zwei-san is planning to eliminate me immediately if I take even the slightest no good action. This is too scary. This is definitely a punishment game. Thereupon, with precise footsteps, Zwei-san moved towards the dumbfounded me. and whispered to me in a quiet voice that Razan and the others couldn't hear. It's alright. I will not let my eyes out of you for even a single moment. I'll be right behind you, so you can be relieved and enjoy the festival. Yes. She's warning me of what she's doing? What she's saying is that she's going to watch me from behind to make sure that she doesn't miss even the slightest blunder. I don't know how many times I've asked this, but how the heck did this happen? The night festival is crowded with many people, and it is very boisterous because many people have been drinking. Or so it should have been. However, what is this? This uncomfortable silence and the chill running down my spine. No. The cause for this was obvious. It's because of the pressure being released by Zui-san, who has been walking 3 steps behind me since a while ago. Just as she said, she had been glaring at me without stopping. Seriously, why the heck does she hate me so much? Wait, hate? Wait. Thinking about it, it's not like Zui-san directly told me that she hates me or anything like that. Although we've only known each other for a short while, Zui-san seemed to be the type of person who speaks such things without hesitation. So, it's possible that Zui-san only looks unwelcoming because we still don't know each other. Perhaps, if I try to talk to her, I might be surprised at how easily she can be talked to. Even though she might be working like a feudal lord, I don't think there's any reason for her to be unwelcoming to someone she first met. Let's just forget that she's glaring at me with very intimidating eyes. And try talking to her. Here I go. With my communi power at full burst, let's give her a smile. Zui-san, you sometimes lose sight of your surroundings when you concentrate. Yes, I actually have a similar habit. What a coincidence, isn't it? Is that so? Yes. The conversation won't continue. The combination of her glaring eyes and nonchalant tone made it impossible for me to expand the conversation. So this is the limit of my communi power. Monstrous communi power. Razan is looking here. Wow. Kaito-kun-san, you're amazing. You're already getting along with big sister Vi. Could you please elaborate a bit on where the heck were you looking when you said that we're getting along? We totally looked like a snake and a frog. You know? And Eva too. Could you please not look away and help me out here? What a bummer. This is the first time I've struggled this much with a conversation since the first time I met Shiro-san. Even so, Shiro-san wasn't glaring at me, so we managed to have a good conversation, but Zui-san's eyes are so intimidating that I can't seem to communicate with her well. If there was an opportunity for us to get to know each other. As I was walking along thinking about this, I suddenly heard a loud angry shout. The FCK, did you say? You're just a subordinate of the War King, an imbecile who knows nothing but fighting, and your bastards who just keep on hiding. When I turned around at the sound of the voice, I saw there was some kind of fight going on. Incidentally, me, Razan, and Eva turned to the direction of the voice. But Zui-san's eyes kept on glaring at me. Apparently, she's so focused on watching me that she can't even hear those angry voices. There it again. War King's subordinates and Phantasmal King's subordinates. Seriously, they don't get along with each other at all. It's troublesome if we get caught up with their fight, so let's get going already. Seeing the quarrel, Eva and Act muttered with a dumbfounded expression on her face. It really seems like the War King's subordinates and Phantom King's subordinates are like cats and dogs. And just as Act said, it would be better if we leave before we get caught up. But at that moment, that incident happened. The War King's subordinate threw an alcohol bottle she was holding, and the Phantom King's subordinate smashed it with a strike. A tiny drop of alcohol flew from the shattered bottle towards Zui-san's cheek, who had been staring at me all this while. The drop of alcohol was so small that I wondered if I would even notice it, but for the first time, Zui-san took her eyes off me and slowly brought her hand to her cheek. Then, after lightly wiping her cheeks with her gloved hand, she brought her hand in front of her face. And her body began shaking. It wasn't only Zui-san whose expression changed. The other 3 people with me also had a despairing look on their faces, as if the world had ended. This is bad. This is freaking bad. Big Sis Raz. Contact Big Sis Ine immediately. We won't be able to stop her. I know that. What's happening? Even that Razan turned pale and became flustered. While I was feeling confused all on my own, Razan took a bow out of nowhere and shot an arrow towards the sky, and at about the same time, An extremely angry shout echoed in the surroundings. "You beastoids! How dare you! How dare you soil this body that Kuramo-sama's gave me! All of you beastards! Don't think I'll let a single piece of your flesh stay in this world. I'll f***ing kill you all!" Exclamation mark. Zui-san's expression was as fierce as that of a demon that crawled out of hell. She's completely pissed off. It's literally as if she's boiling with rage, as Zui-san, who was clad in rage that made the atmosphere tremble, was about to lunge at the pale-looking War King's subordinate and Phantasmal King's subordinate. Ein-san appeared before Zui-san's eyes. "Calm yourself, Zui. Get lost, Ein. They dare do this to my supreme body, bestowed upon me by Kuramo-sama, to this ultimate body where I won't let even the slightest trace of dirt to sully, but these trash. I know that you are proud of the body that Kuramo-sama made for you, and that's why you always wear gloves to keep your body clean. But if you go out of control, you'll turn this area into scorched earth. And Kuramo-sama won't want that. Don't you think? Why you're telling me to suppress this anger that scorches me from within." Reacting to the part about Kuro, not wanting her to do such an act, Zui-san bit her lips and glared at the two quarreling people with bloodshot eyes. "You need to be patient. Also, you'll scare away Kaito-sama if you continue." When Zui-san heard Ein-san's words, she turned towards me with a shocked expression on her face. But on the contrary, I became confused. No, it's not that I felt nervous or frightened when she turned towards me. I'm also not going to be frightened or drawn back from Zui-san's anger, because each person has something important for them. What I was feeling confused about was the emotions coming from Zui-san. Zui-san had been suppressing her magic power from earlier, so I couldn't read her emotions with my sympathy magic. But now, as if her control towards her magic power was disturbed by her anger, I could feel Zui-san's emotions. From Zui-san, who was looking at me with a troubled expression on her face, I could feel embarrassment, impatience, and an overwhelming amount of affection. What does this mean? To be honest, I thought that Zui-san hated me. That's why, feeling Zui-san's overflowing affection, I was completely confused. As I was feeling puzzled by the unexpected emotions coming from Zui-san, she lightly shook her head, as if to regain her composure, and walked in front of me. Perhaps, she had already suppressed her magic power, as I couldn't read Zui-san's emotions anymore. My apologies, Mama-sama. I ended up showing you something unsightly. No, that's okay. Looking at her like this, I can't help but feel as if the emotions I just felt were just my imagination. The sharp-eyed Zui-san, just like earlier, started glaring at me again. Her cool and polite manner of speaking also added to the sharpness of the atmosphere, but I didn't feel the same fear I felt before. Zui-san. This might be sudden, but I have a favor to ask. Yes. What is it? This might be rude, but can you please stop suppressing your magic for a few moments? I understand. Despite my sudden request, Zui-san immediately complied and released the magic power she had been suppressing. Thereupon, the emotions I could feel with my sympathy magic were affection so heavy that I thought it would crush me. As expected, it really was a feeling of affection. Rather than hating, she held a surprising amount of affection towards me. Her eyes were still glaring at me, but what is this? I don't know what's happening anymore. When I realized that Zui-san had affectionate feelings for me, it had also contradicted everything I've been thinking. I had thought that Zui-san had come along to keep an eye on us and make sure that me, someone whose origin is unknown, wouldn't mess with her family. That hypothesis fell apart when I learned about Zui-san's current emotions. Zui-san. Yes. Why did you decide to come with us? When I boldly asked her this, Zui-san looked left and right for a bit, before turning her gaze towards where Rao-san and the others were. Rao-san, Ect and Eva are a few distance away from us, while Ein-san is also some distance away as well, seemingly warning the War King and Phantasmal King subordinates who were quarreling with each other. After confirming that Raz-san and the others were far away, Zui-san whispered. It might be impertinent of me, but since Mama-sama didn't seem to be looking well, I thought of accompanying you so that I could be there to support you when you needed it. Does that mean that because I was scared of Zui-san, my face turning pale and breaking out in a cold sweat, Zui-san assumed that I wasn't feeling well and the situation became like this? And then, Since I would be going around the festival with Raz-san and the others, she didn't want my health to deteriorate, so she went out of her way to accompany us so that she could help me right away. That means, what Zwei-san's concern was my health. What should I do? She only has good intentions in her mind. Just thinking about the frightening thoughts I had in my mind, like how she may be thinking of getting rid of me, I'm feeling extremely guilty now, you know. Mama-sama, are you alright? You really look pale. I'll talk to Razelia and the others, so why don't you get some rest? Her eyes are still glaring at me, but the words that come out of her mouth and the emotion I could feel from here are just pure concern for me. Zwei-san. Yes, I'm sorry. Feeling overwhelmed with guilt, I loudly apologized and bowed my head, but to Zwei-san, my actions were completely unexpected, as she dumbfoundedly tilted her head. Thereupon, I confessed everything to Zwei-san, about how I misunderstood Zwei-san as a scary person, about how I thought she hated me, and that I had suspected that she was following us because she wanted to get rid of me. I decided to tell her everything. It took me some time to finish telling her everything. I timidly looked at Zwei-san's face. I knew that she would be angry with me, but Zwei-san's expression hadn't changed. I wonder what this means. Does it mean she didn't really mind it that much? If that's the case, I see, I understand. As I was thinking like that, Zwei-san fell on her knees. Zwei-san, are you alright? Zwei, keep yourself together. At the same time that I flustredly called out to the collapsed Zwei-san, Ein-san, who sensed the abnormal situation, held Zwei-san's shoulders and supported her. Zwei-san's expression barely changed, but her complexion was very pale, and with her quivering voice, she looked at Ein-san. I might already be no good. Even though I may not know it, I made Kaito-sama afraid. Kaito-sama hates me now. I don't hate you. I don't hate you, okay? Kaito-sama. My apologies. That's not it. It's not like I was trying to frighten Kaito-sama. I was rather hoping we could get along and I thought I was being friendly, but I wasn't being considerate enough. So if you'll allow me to explain, I wasn't glaring at Kaito-sama. I was trying to prevent my expression from falling apart due to nervousness and resulted in my stiff expression, which I understand is an excuse, but it was never my intention either. Please wait. I wasn't able to hear what you said. I mean, I don't even know if you heard what I said. Calm down, Zwei. You are able to talk like that because you're a magic doll, but Kaito-sama cannot hear what you say. I couldn't hear more than half of Zwei-san's words as she spoke at a high speed without taking a breath, as if she had become a machine that didn't know the concept of pauses, but I could tell that she was apologizing and was explaining herself. Apparently, Zwei-san was quite shocked that I was scared of her. I should somehow cheer her up. Zwei-san. In the first place, it was my fault for misunderstanding. I would never hate Zwei-san. In fact, I'd like for us to get along better. We may not be on the same page before, but they have been resolved now. I think we can deepen our friendship as much as possible from now on. That's why, Zwei-san. Why yes. Please give me another chance to get to know you better. I want to know you better, and I want our hearts to get closer. That's why, will you please continue getting along with me? Why yes. If that's what Kaito-sama wants, alright. I somehow managed to change her thoughts. Wait. Let's calm down for a moment. What did I just say again? Wait a moment, okay? Thinking about it again, why does it sound like I'm hitting on her? Also, since when have I been wrapping my hands around Zwei-san's hand? Dear Mom, Dad, it seems like when I'm panicking, I say the most outrageous things. Thinking about my words again, I feel like my face began blazing up. Can I get a take two? The misunderstanding I had with Zwei-san has been successfully resolved. Well, it's not that I don't feel like the solution that came to my mind was somewhat problematic, but at any rate, my relationship with Zwei-san has improved. We then went around the night festival together with Raz-san and the others, but Zwei-san left some time later because she still had work to do. As she was leaving, she invited me to come and visit the city she was in charge of, so I plan to find some time to visit after the Six Kings festival ends. The city that Zwei-san manages is probably that city where Kuro's castle is located, which I had briefly visited before. At that time, I was too busy making the music boxes and wasn't able to check around the area, so I gratefully accepted her offer. After that, I went around the night festival with Rose-san and the others for about an hour before going back to the central tower, as it was getting close to dinner time. As I walked to the central tower, choosing to walk through a relatively empty road, I thought back on the things that happened today. I met so many different people today. I know that there's a great chance we could see each other because we're attending the same festival. But it was a little surprising to see such a high encounter rate in this large venue. Of all of them, my encounter with Zwei-san was the most shocking. She wasn't actually hostile to me, but I was quite confused because it wasn't often that I was treated in such a cold way. Thinking about it again, I'm really blessed with the people around me. Era TSK Kaito. Regarding Zwei-san's attitude, I was mistaken about how she felt, so I misunderstood. However, there is another person I know who treats me very harshly. As for this person, not only was she pretty aware that she was unwelcoming towards me, she still kept on doing it. Why is it that you always click your tongue every time you see me, Shi-san? There isn't any special reason for it. It's not about you. I'm a goddess who likes to be alone, so I don't like people who interfere with others too much. Shi-san, whom I met by chance on the deserted street, replied with the usual displeased expression on her face. Well, as for Shi-san, it's not that she hates me or anything like that. It's just that this is her default response to anyone. So, Shi-san is a loner? I don't know what that word means, but what I know is that you're making fun of me. You must be asking for a beating. I am sorry. However, what a coincidence it is to meet you here. You're right. Well, at least, she calls me by name and properly responds when I talk to her, so I'd like to think that it's not like she hates me or anything like that. Well, she did tell me she hated me when we first met though. As I was thinking about this, I suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, I was thinking of thanking Shi-san for her help with Dr. Veer. I hadn't had a chance to meet her very often, so in a way, it was good timing for me to meet her tonight. Speaking of which, Shi-san, I'm sorry that it took me a while to express my gratitude, but thank you for lending me your help before. HMPH. It's nothing special, it's just that you looked so pathetic, so I lent you a helping hand on a whim. Even so, you have been a great help. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. What's this? She looked away and spoke badly again, but I just dryly smiled and took out the extremely spicy vegetable thing that I received from Shiro-san. For Shi-san, who has a penchant for spicy food. I think this was the best thank you I could give her, but I wonder what she thinks about this. According to Shiro-san, this vegetable is so spicy that if I eat it even with her blessing, I will lose my sense of taste for a few days, while if a normal person eats it, they will die. Shi-san looked at the vegetable I took out and received it with an incredulous look on her face. Incidentally, this vegetable has no smell at all, and even if one touches it, it won't affect your skin. After looking at the vegetable and my face several times, Shi-san took a bite out of the vegetable, and her eyes opened wide. What the heck is this? This is amazing. I've never eaten something this delicious before. I repeat, it is something that would supposedly kill you if eaten by normal people. This unprecedented spiciness, but it isn't irritatingly pungent and has an elegant taste to it. This is the supreme. This is the one I've always been looking for. Yes. Kaito, where in the world did you get this? Please tell me. This is. Receiving Shi-san's aggressive questioning, I explained that this vegetable was created by Shiro-san and that it would grow in 3 days once the seeds were planted. She was astonished to learn that Shiro-san had created these vegetables, but by the time she received the seeds, she had a rare look of happiness on her face. I guess it's to be expected for Sholovernal-sama to easily mass produce this flavor. This is extremely wonderful. I'm glad you like it. My bad, Kaito. I appreciate it. Your value in my eyes increased because of this. I see. Be confident, Kaito. You are an intelligent life form. I can vouch for that. I've never been unsure about such a thing, you know. Or rather, for her to finally recognize me as an intelligent life form. How low was my value in her eyes before? After thanking Shi-san for her help in the past and handing her the spicy vegetable seeds that Shiro-san had created, I finally made it to the central tower. Well, even so, I've really thought about this a lot, but I've met a lot of people today. Chris-san, Eden-san, Fuzz-san, Laguna-san, Magnoel-san, Zwei-san, Raz-san, Ukt, Eva, Ein-san, and Shi-san. I think that's all the people I've talked to. If I were to count Lilia-san and the others, I had encountered 14 people in total. No, well, I know that it's not absolutely impossible since we're all participating in the same festival, but considering the odds of running into someone by accident in this incredibly large venue, I'd say that I had quite a huge encounter rate. Well, I'm almost at the central tower, so I don't think I'll be encountering anyone anymore. Oi, pervert. I've told you many times not to show up in front of me. You want to die? Dang, just looking at you makes me sweltering. You lowly musclarids still lack intelligence as ever. If you get out of my sight now, I might consider letting you go, you know. Is what I thought, but I found someone here. Those two were staring at each other in the middle of the central plaza. I guess they're the reason why there's no one in this place at all. I guess that's obvious, isn't it? On one hand was the head of War King's 5 generals, while on the other was the strongest Count-ranked demon. The two of them, who don't seem like they get along with each other, were exchanging words while their bloodthirst was scattering around the place. Hey, Alice. Putting aside whether it was just my imagination. Do Agni-san and Pandora-san not get along? Yeah, frankly, their relationship was the worst. I mean, the reason why Mejido-san's subordinates and my subordinates don't get along is because those two have a very bad relationship. It seems that Agni-san and Pandora-san really don't get along. They aren't rivals like Ein-san and Kronos-san, who recognize each other's strengths, but rather they seem to treat the other person as an enemy. Well, considering their personalities, they certainly don't seem like the types of people who would mesh well with each other. I only came to apologize to Mama-sama for the trouble my subordinate caused, and I have no use for you. I'll let you off the hook for today. Now, get out of my sight. Thank goodness. I was on guard to make sure that you ill-mannered vermins didn't get near Mama-sama. And I'm glad that I came here, for a particularly nasty rat to try to get close to Mama-sama. That's the extremity of rudeness. From what I see, having a pervert loitering around him is much more rude than that. It seems that not only are you a musclaried, you're also blind. I'm a pervert? You're making me laugh. All I wanted was for Mama-sama to bind my body with rough ropes and chains, and release his carnal lust on me to the point of exhaustion. No matter how you look at it, those are the words of a pervert. I totally agree with Agni-san. Or rather, what kind of absurdities are you thinking about, Pandora-san? This woman's no good. I need to do something. Alice, she's your subordinate. Do something. No, I've already given up when it comes to her fetishes. And it's already out of my jurisdiction. As it seems like Pandora-san's desires has become too much for Alice. The two people's argument escalated. That's funny coming from a gorilla who's wooing a withering man. Don't you think? Pardon me. You were ejected, didn't you? Oi, perverted woman, putting aside if you're insulting me, insulting Ozma-sama isn't something I will tolerate. I'm going to kill you. You? Kill me? Foo-fa-foo. Don't say something you can't even do. You're just making yourself look hilarious. Oh no, it feels like a serious battle is going to start. Alice, this looks dangerous. Stop them. That child really is troubling. Good grief. Well then, I'll go pee them, but I guess I don't need to do that. A mediator has come. It happened almost at the same time that Alice said those words, and Agni-san and Pandora-san sent their fists at each other. Strikes from two people with overwhelming people. If handled poorly, their strikes would have blown up the central plaza, but that didn't happen. Before I knew it, Ozma-san had appeared between Agni-san and Pandora-san, and easily caught the fists that the two had released. Uncle likes lively girls, but I think you should choose the right time and place. Fighting in the venue of the Six Kings Festival is forbidden, okay? Oh, Ozma-sama, TSK. Seeing Ozma-san, who told such things with a gentle chuckle, Agni-san's eyes lit up and Pandora-san clicked her tongue. Then, after making sure that both of them hand-lowered their fists, Ozma-san spoke up while holding a cigarette in his mouth. I'm not saying that you get along even when you obviously don't. But you should be considerate to the people around you, you know? Yes. Why should I listen from dogs like you? Pandora, house. Shiltia-sama? Wait, where are you taking me? Are you going to spank me? Why the heck are you getting excited about getting a spanking? Anyway, you're getting a sermon over here. Thank you. With Ozma-san's appearance, Agni-san's will to fight disappeared, while Pandora-san was dragged away by Alice's sighing clone. What chaotic situation this is. Anyway, I thought this would be the end. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Ozma-sama, I love you so much. Please marry me. Agni-san suddenly started proposing to Ozma-san. Wait a moment. I can't keep up with the rapid development. I mean, why the heck are you proposing in this place? I don't know how many times I've told you this, but uncle is more comfortable being single. I'm sorry. I understand. Well then, I will confess again tomorrow. Whether it's Agni-chan and Epsilon-chan, you don't understand anything, do you? You do know that we're making the same exchange almost every day, right? I really can't understand the taste of you youngsters. What in the world is good about this old uncle? Everything. I see, thanks. I guess you could say it was a rare sight in a way, but it was the first time I saw Ozma-san with a seriously troubled expression on his face. The tense situation between Agni-san and Pandora-san was settled with the arrival of Ozma-san. Pandora-san was brought away by Alice's clone, and Agni-san was persuaded to leave by Ozma-san. After sending Agni-san home, Ozma-san lightly bowed to me, scratching his head with a wry smile on his face. Well, I'm sorry about that, Mama-kun. Agni-chan is a good girl, but she tends to get a little hot-headed. Are you hurt? I'm alright. I'm glad to hear that. Uncle will properly tell off Agni-chan, so I hope you can continue to be good friends with her. Yes. This calm response. Ozma-san really is a cool, mature man. The atmosphere around him makes me feel at ease, as if he's exuding the warmth of the neighborhood uncle, and as a fellow man, I admire him quite a bit. I wish I could become a calm adult like him. Speaking of which, why is Ozma-san here? I'm actually waiting for Mama-kun on the first floor of the central tower. I felt Agni-chan and Pandora-chan's magic power though, so I thought they might be fighting again. You wanted to see me? Well, to be precise, rather than Mama-kun, I guess it's better to say that I'm looking for Phantasmal King Sama. You're looking for Alice? Apparently, Ozma-san came to visit Alice for something. If he came all the way to find me so that he could find Alice herself, did something troublesome happen? I met Ozma-san on the first day of the Six Kings Festival, and it hasn't been long since we last met, but he had given me advice and looked out for me, so I want to help him if it's possible. Actually, the child of uncle's acquaintance wants to participate in the Six Kings Festival. If possible, I'd like to prepare an invitation for her, but I would have to add her to the list of invited guests to achieve that, so I came to ask for permission. Fume. Is it not possible for Ozma-san to sign this person up as your companion? Come to think of it, I didn't tell you that. I'm more of an organizer than a participant, so I don't have an invitation. I see, Alice. Ozma-san told me with an apologetic expression, but it didn't seem like an unreasonable request. No, of course it might be more work for Alice, who would be managing the participants, but at worst, she could sign Ozma-san's acquaintance as my companion, so I decided to ask Alice for help. When I called out to her, she immediately appeared and took out an iron-ranked invitation from nowhere. Yes, I understand. Yes. I'm sorry for the trouble, Phantasmal King Sama. Her name is... You talking about that dwarf living in the Archlesia Empire, Flamia-san? Yes. Here's the invitation. Well, as expected of Phantasmal King Sama. Thank you very much. Alice has the invitations ready before Ozma-san can even speak the name of the person he's talking about. Her information gathering ability is as monstrous as always. Seriously, as expected of her. If you want to thank me, you should go thank Kaito-san instead. To be honest, if you hadn't requested that through Kaito-san, I would have refused because it would be troublesome. I see. Mama-kun, I'm really grateful. Thanks. No. I know it wouldn't be enough to thank you. But won't you have this? This is? After thanking me with a kind expression on his face, Ozma-san took out a slightly large paper bag from nowhere and held it out to me. Receiving the paper bag, I tilted my head and looked at Ozma-san, who was lighting the cigarette held in his mouth. That's the coffee uncle likes. You just add hot water to it and it's ready to drink. I've prepared a little extra for you, so you can have it with your friends. Thank you. I'm sorry that you had to go out of your way though. No, It was Uncle who suddenly made the request. Really, thank you. If you're okay with it, let's go out for a drink sometime, Mama-kun. Of course, it would be Uncle's treat. Yes, I'll take you up on your offer then. I think that Ozma-san, who can say thank you without hesitation, is a really cool adult. Maybe it's because he seems like a dependable adult, but even the way he invites people looks so cool. Perhaps the reason why he didn't take out the coffee first was because he didn't want it to be like an exchange condition. Later then, Mama-kun. I'm sure you have lots of things to deal with, but enjoy the rest of the Six Kings Festival, okay? Yes, see you later. With a gentle smile on her face, Ozma-san lightly patted my head before waving one hand as he left. The way he left looked so very picturesque, and even the way his trench coat fluttered in the wind looked super cool. Should I buy a trench coat for myself? No, I don't think a trench coat would look very good on you, Kaito-san. I also feel like that was the case. I really admire Ozma-san, not simply because of his good looks, but because of his cool words and gestures. To be honest, I don't see myself becoming like him at all, but if it were possible, someday, just like him, I want to grow to become someone cool. V14C31, Intermission, Peaceful Sky. Ozma doesn't tell to. The capital of the Archlesia Empire. A small coffee shop quietly stands at the end of the main street. There are only counter seats and 2 table seats in the store, which isn't very spacious to say the least, and the only people in that place are the owner and one customer. A man with shaggy black hair and stubble, and a wrinkled, disheveled great trench coat. Ozma sat at the counter and leisurely sipped his coffee. Phew. The coffee in this place is as tasty as usual. Thank you. That's all well and good, but uncle, why don't you at least shave your beard? Well, it feels troublesome. Geez. At the counter stands a petite girl around 130 centimeters tall. The dwarven shopkeeper speaks to Ozma, a regular customer since her father's generation, in a rather dumbfounded tone. Hearing her words, Ozma lazily replied while awkwardly brushing his hair with his hand. Well, even so, your skills have really improved, haven't they? I still couldn't match father's skill though. Previous shopkeeper has his good parts, while young lady has her own. Do you even know what you're talking about, uncle? Well, you got me. Her tone would have sounded rude for a normal customer, but for the girl who had known Ozma-san for a long time, she was acting just as usual. Wryly smiling, Ozma looked around the shop that had no other customers. Is the business not running smoothly? Well, I can't say that I'm making profit even if it's a lie. But I'm not really in the red, you know. We also have some regulars like uncle. I see. When Ozma expressed his worries about the young girl who lost her parents at an early age and is running the store with her small body, the girl responded with a bright smile. Ozma tried to give a gentle smile at those words, but soon after, he sensed something and turned his gaze towards the entrance door. Just as the young girl moved her gaze there, the door of the store was roughly opened and several men who looked like thugs entered. It's you lot again, huh? We're back to negotiate. Have you thought about it already, shopkeeper? No matter how many times you come, I have no intention of giving up this store. This is my father's precious store. Oh my, but you see, it's difficult being a lone woman. You know, you never know what will happen! Seeing the man look at her with a coarse smile on her face, the girl backed away a bit, looking frightened, but she still turned her strong eyes to the men. The atmosphere was so tense that you could almost describe it as a critical situation. But this was broken by the sound of a cup falling to the ground. Whoa there, uncle. Are you alright? It spilled on me. Please hold on. I'll get you a towel. Ozma drops his cup of coffee and looking at his coat, which has a large stain on it, he had an ashamed expression on his face. It's unknown whether they were dumbfounded when they noticed him or if they were just trying to avoid the public eye at this time of the day. But the man clicks his tongue lightly before turning away. We'll be back. Spitting out these words, the man walked out of the shop with what seemed to be his minions, while wiping the stain on his coat with the towel he received from the girl. Ozma looked at their back with his usual expression. Geez, you need to be more careful, uncle. Well, sorry. My bad. It accidentally slipped. Even so, Those quite some rough customers you've got there, Tilda. Do they come here often? Yes, they're land sharks hired by that company which has quite a bad reputation. They've been trying to acquire this land. They sure are everywhere, aren't they? Are you alright? I'm alright. This store was very important for my father, so no matter who comes, I'm not going to give this place up. The small-built girl acted firm, but her shoulders were shaking a little. However, Ozma pretended not to notice it as he took out a coin out of his pocket and placed it on the counter. I see. I know that the future would be filled with all sorts of difficulties, but do your best. If you're in trouble, you can always rely on adults, okay? Please don't treat me like a child. I will be alright. Ha ha ha. Really? I guess I'm being unnecessarily intruding, eh? Thank you. Wait, uncle, please wait. Isn't this a gold coin? Giving a change for this is. It's for the cup that I broke. Don't worry and just take it. No, this is just too much. Well then, I'll come visit again, Tilda. Wait. Ignoring the girl's protests, Ozma left the store while leisurely waving his hand. Asterisk. The sun had gone down and the alleyway was lit up by the moonlight. Not far from the coffee shop, a man and his group of land sharks who had visited the coffee shop this morning were gathered there. He. Are you sure that we're doing this? Yeah, we can't spend too much time in that little store. So, we're going to negotiate with her body. I'm looking forward to it. What? You Bast Road, you're fine with someone having a kid-like body like hers? Well, do what you want. That woman is going to be missing from now on, so you can take her home if you want. But when you throw her away, make sure you dispose of her properly, okay? He. I know that. The man also grinned as he answered the minion who spoke to him with a disgusting smile. Yes, they decided to take the coffee shop by force. The store was owned by a single dwarf girl, someone they could easily do whatever they wanted. Their idea itself isn't wrong. That girl certainly had no way to resist the violence that these men would bring. Yes, if it's that girl, that is. Uncle isn't sure that I would like that kind of thing. You know? Wow! A voice quietly echoed in the back alley. When the men hurriedly looked at the direction of the voice, they saw the small combustion of a cigarette, before Ozma slowly appeared. For a child doing his best to end up getting violated. Uncle doesn't like such bad ends. I really think happy endings are the best, Tilda. Why, you Bast Road, who the heck are you? This uncle thought that I'm pretty famous, but no. That young girl is also the same case. Why doesn't anyone recognize me? Is it because of my ambition? I guess it really is because my ambitions aren't enough. Tsk. Oi, you Bast RDS. Quickly get rid of that obstructive old man. It will be troublesome if he causes an uproar. The man clicked his tongue irritably at Ozma, who speaks in an aloof manner, and flies off instructions to his minions. Of course, the man had no intention of letting Ozma go. Now that he had seen them, they would deal with him. That was a really foolish choice. Die. You can't just tell someone to die like that. Whoa. Waka. One of his minions swung his curved sword at Ozma, but Ozma leisurely deflected his strike, easily evading the minion's attack. Moreover, that's not all. After Ozma parried the strike of the minion, he gripped on the hand holding the sword and rotated it, twisting his hand. With just that, the minion's body spun vertically and slammed into the ground behind Ozma. In Japan, a country from another world, this technique is called Aiki. It's a graceful technique that practices a flowing strike, making use of the opponent's power against themselves. Ozma took one look at the man's minions, who were writhing in agony with his back slammed hard on the ground, and exhaled a mouthful of cigarette smoke. Isn't it better if you all stop now? Uncle is pretty strong, you know. Minute. What the heck are you lot doing? Quickly deal with him. Oi, you should properly listen to your elders, you know. With the man's angry shout, several of his minions headed towards Ozma at the same time. Looking at the curved sword swung at him from his left and right, Ozma lightly catches them with his fingers and light-heartedly pulls them. He then lightly chops his hand on the napes of the two men who had been pulled along with their swords, knocking them unconscious, and then flicking his palm against the flat side of the blades that continued to close in on him. As he leisurely watched the man's minions approaching one after another, a small smile appeared on Ozma's lips. If someone were to look at this scene now, this would have been a really reckless sight. The man had at most a dozen men at his command. but such a number didn't help them at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Even if Uncle looks like this, I'm a pretty nice guy, you know. It's not like I would kill you, so you don't have to worry. Seeing the dozen or so of his subordinates lying on the ground unconscious, the man looks at Ozma with a frightened expression on his face. Ozma kept a gentle smile on his face, but his grey eyes were deep, sharp, and intimidating. However, I'd like it if you could do Uncle one favor. Well, it's not that big of a deal. That guy who commissioned you all to do this, Uncle actually wants to talk to them. That's why. Can I ask you to take me there? You are in a certain alleyway dimly lit only with the moonlight. The man trembled in front of the overwhelmingly strong man in front of him. And he didn't have any other choice. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Morning sunlight streamed through the window of a certain coffee shop. At the counter, Ozma was there, as usual. I mean, Uncle, even though you got a new one, why is your coat still wrinkled? Well, Tilda, I guess I shouldn't have thrown them all together. Geez, you're still as sloppy as ever. That's harsh of you. While enjoying a relaxed and peaceful conversation, Ozma took out a cigarette and lit it. The girl, who had been astoundingly looking at him like that, looked as if she suddenly remembered something and spoke. Speaking of which, Uncle, you remember that company that wanted me to give my store to them that I mentioned before? I heard that evidence of fraud was found on them and their company was taken down. Thanks to that, the land sharks who used to come to my house have stopped coming. Is that so? Well, I guess that's what happens when they do something shady. Yes, I guess I can be relieved now. That's great, isn't it? I guess luck really is on the side of those who work hard. Wait, why are you patting my head? Don't treat me like a child. I'm already 20 years old. You're still a child in Uncle's eyes. More coffee please. Geez. With a smile on his face, Ozma watches as the girl adorably puffed out her cheeks like a squirrel and went to make coffee. Ozma didn't say a word. Not about what happened to the land shark and his men nor the negotiations he had with that company afterwards. Not thinking about expecting her gratitude in return. He never talked about what he did. After all, here, your coffee refill. Thank you, the coffee here really is delicious. Foo, that's obvious. After all, I brewed it with all my heart and soul. Like I said, please stop patting my head. The taste of the same old coffee is the best reward for him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A small coffee in the capital of the Archlesia Empire. The store is run by a young dwarven girl, and today, Ozma, her regular customer, was there. Ozma was sitting on the counter seat, wearing a loose trench coat, drinking his favorite coffee and eating a late breakfast. Uncle, you're here later than usual today, aren't you? Also, doesn't it seem like you're tired? Tilda, I'm just a bit tired because of work. Well, my busiest day was yesterday, so it should be fine for me to take it easy now. To be honest, I'm more surprised to hear the word work come out of your mouth. Young people these days are so outspoken that it hurts me a bit. Tilda. Finishing a few sandwiches, the shopkeeper brews another cup of coffee for him without saying a word. The warm atmosphere of the wooden store and the pleasant aroma of coffee. Ozma loved the time he spent drinking coffee in this store, so much so that he came here every day without fail, just to drink coffee. Of course, the young dwarven girl shopkeeper had known him for a long time. She knew exactly what Ozma liked, and had recently learned when to give him a refill. Engaging in light-hearted conversation in a relaxed atmosphere that was only possible because they were well acquainted with each other, time leisurely passed. Speaking of which, did you know about it? I heard that there's a very big festival going on in the demon realm right now. You're talking about the Six Kings Festival. It certainly was as big as the Festival of Heroes. That sounds great. I'd like to go too. But I heard that I have to get an invitation from the Six Kings, so there's nothing I can do about that. Do you want to go to the Six Kings Festival? Of course, I'd like to go. Speaking of which, did you know? I heard that one of the War King's subordinates, more specifically, one of the War King's 5 generals, has the same name as Uncle T. That's weird, isn't it? Hearing the words the shopkeeper told her with a cute smile, Ozma looked unusually awkward. Yes, Ozma and the shopkeeper have known each other for a long time now. But the young girl still doesn't realize that Ozma is one of War King's 5 generals. On the contrary, She's just treating him as if he's a different person with the same name as 5 generals Ozma. I only saw him from a distance during the Festival of Heroes, but he was a cool guy dressed in a neat suit, oozing with the charm of an adult. The atmosphere he had around him was different from yours. Hey, I think you should take a lesson from Ozma-sama. Dress a bit more nicely. You already have the same name, so I think you should act more handsomely too. Uncle has the looks too, so if you just groomed yourself, you'll look cooler, I think. Well, I'll think about it. One of the biggest reasons why the girl was unaware of Ozma's true identity was that the Ozma she saw was far from the Ozma in front of her. Ozma usually doesn't even bother to shave properly, his shaggy hair uncombed, and wears a worn trench coat, which makes him look very disheveled. However, the Ozma he had seen in the Festival of Heroes was neatly dressed in a suit, shaved and combed his hair back for the festival. For the shopkeeper, who was only a commoner, War King's 5 generals were beings out of her league, people that she could only look at from a distance. In a sense, it was inevitable that she, who only knew Ozma's current appearance, would see the Ozma that she saw at the Festival of Heroes as a different person. However, what she said placed Ozma in a difficult situation. If he told her the truth, it might destroy the imaginary Ozma lurking within her dreams. Washing down the light sigh that was about to leak out from his mouth with coffee, Ozma wryly smiled and suggested it to the shopkeeper. If you want to go to the 6 Kings Festival, should Uncle bring you the... In spite of appearances, Uncle has some connections, you know. I think I could get you an invitation. Really? However, I'm afraid that I'll trouble Uncle. Don't worry about it. Then, I guess you could say it's my thanks for always serving me good cups of coffee. Listening to Ozma's calm suggestion while lighting a cigarette from his pocket, the shopkeeper thought for a while before nodding her head. Then, may I presume upon your kindness? Yeah, I don't mind. It's just that it may take some time. I think you'll only be able to participate on the 6th or 7th day. Is that all right? Yes. Thank you very much, Uncle. Well then, here's for the bill. I'll come visit again. Like I said, can you please stop patting my head? Enjoying the reaction of the shopkeeper, who hated being treated like a child, Ozma left the store with a smile. When Ozma returned to the city where the 6 Kings Festival was being held, he went to look for a certain person on the floor assigned for War King's subordinates in the central tower. However, Ozma scratched his head, looking troubled as the person he was looking for was nowhere to be found. Ozma-sama, Epsilon-chan, you came just right on time. Do you know where I could find Bacchus-kun? Bacchus-dono? No, he wasn't at the training grounds. Is this an urgent matter? No, it's not really that urgent. I was just wondering if he could get me an extra invitation for one person. And since Bacchus-kun was the one who manages our invitations, I came to find him. Ozma explained the situation to Epsilon, one of War King's 5 generals, who happened to be passing by. Thereupon, Epsilon seemed to be thinking for a bit before she spoke. An extra invitation, huh? Bacchus-dono certainly was responsible for the invitations we sent. But the management of the invited guests is under Phantasmal King Sama's jurisdiction, isn't it? If that's the case, I think you need to talk to one of the Phantasmal King's subordinates. I guess I really have to. This is troubling though. Our children and Phantasmal King Sama's subordinates don't really get along. Talking to them would be difficult. Agni Dono, our leader, and Pandora Dono, the leader of Phantasmal King Sama's subordinates, also hate each other. In addition, there are a lot of hot-blooded people in our group, so I guess it couldn't be helped. It can't be helped. I might end up being a bother, but I guess I'll ask Mama-kun for help. The War King's subordinates and Phantasmal King's subordinates don't get along very well, partly because their respective leaders are acting like cats and dogs. Ozma personally hopes that he can get along with Phantasmal King's subordinates, but it doesn't seem to be easy. Even if Ozma himself, a War King executive, directly went to ask them for help, he didn't think he would get a favorable response. So, the most effective way he could think of was to ask someone who could make their king move. Ozma didn't feel comfortable bothering Kaito, who was too young to be called a young child, but he wanted to take the most reliable means for the sake of that young dwarven girl. When Ozma was about to walk away, thinking that he should bring something when asking for Kaito's help, Epsilon spoke. Speaking of which, Why is it that Megiddo-sama's subordinates and Phantasmal King-sama's subordinates? Or rather, why is it that Agni Dono and Pandora Dono don't get along with each other? No, the reason why that happened isn't really that big. They just had a big argument with each other about whether who's stronger, Master or Phantasmal King-sama, and after that argument, they didn't get along anymore. I see. But I'm curious about that too. Who does Ozma-sama think is stronger, Megiddo-sama or Phantasmal King-sama? If it's the current master, Phantasmal King-sama is overwhelmingly stronger. Or rather, the current master is most probably the weakest of the 6 kings. Well, he's still on a whole other level if you compare the current master to normal peerage holders. In response to Epsilon's question, Ozma nonchalantly said that Megiddo was weaker than the Phantasmal King. He even went as far as saying he was the weakest of the 6 kings. And as if she hadn't expected that answer, Epsilon looked astonished. Thereupon, when Ozma saw her reaction, he brought one hand to his face, as if to say that he misspoke. Sorry, I misspoke. Forget what I said, Master will kill me if he hears it. What does that mean? What is it that you're hiding, Ozma-sama? I'm sorry, I can't tell you. However, since I'm the one who accidentally spoke about it, I'll give you a hint. A hint? If it's against Megiddo Agit spawns, there's a chance that even I can win if I get serious. Well, I think I got a 20% victory chance. But if I fight Megiddo-sama, I will never win. Not being able to inflict a single scratch on him, he will kill me. What does that even mean? Agit spawns. His name is based on the ancient language of the demon realm. You can look it up in the dictionary, but don't tell anyone about it. That's unless you want to experience Master's wrath. Ending with those words, Ozma held a cigarette in his mouth before departing, leaving a dumbfounded Epsilon behind. Agit spawns. In the ancient language of the demon realm, it means armor of prohibition. In the current demon realm, only a handful of people know its true meaning. One of them is Ozma, who used to be someone who brandished his tyranny around the demon realm. However, the power he had developed, the confidence he had built up, the pride he had in being the strongest, all of it shattered to pieces by the incarnation of tyranny, the being he admired to the point of pledging absolute loyalty. The crimson beast that once turned a third of the demon realm into scorched earth still sleeps. V14C4, 4th day of the 6 Kings Festival. T/N. Heads up. There are some areas that have been edited by me, Lazy Cat, which haven't been in sync with the timeline of the lane. Perhaps because the WN had been ported to the lane and author-san sometimes forgets that 3rd day, Dragon King's Festival came first before 4th day, Death King's Festival. Anyhow, I won't say it's a direct translation, as I'm gonna edit things up just to sync up the facts. For example, while bathing with Isis, Kaito thinks yesterday's mixed bathing with Lilywood-san was quite tough, which is exactly how it turned out in the WN, but the people he bathed with on the 3rd day are Nun and Vir. The 6 Kings Festival is hosted in the order of War King, World King, Dragon King, Death King, Phantasmal King and Underworld King. The 3rd day of the festival has just ended, and the next one would be the festival's 4th day. The festival organized by Isis-san. From what I've heard, Isis-san's festival is like a huge flea market. However, I don't think this festival can be underestimated, for the items would most probably be far different from what's sold in a flea market because the one who arranged this event is extraordinary. Isis-san, known throughout the world as a collector, possesses rare grimoires, documents regarding lost civilizations, and other items that are coveted by those in the know. She also possesses rare jewels that only exist in a handful of places in the world, head mounts of animals that have already become extinct, and many other items that fetch extraordinary prices. And in this festival, Isis-san had declared that she would be parting with most of these items, and the participants of this festival had prepared a lot of money for tomorrow. Moreover, it seems that Isis-san wasn't the only one selling items here, as the other members of the 6 Kings would also be selling several items. Furthermore, there was also information circulating that Shiro-san would also be releasing a small amount of the legendary wine, Shallow Grand, and the finest tea in the God realm, Glorious Tea. I heard that such super luxury goods would be auctioned off in the Central Plaza, but Lilia-san, whom I met at the end of the 3rd day, predicted that some people might get bankrupt if they were to participate in that. Incidentally, it seems that Lilia-san will also be participating in the auction. However, it seems that she wasn't aiming for the offered by the Six Kings. She was talking about something called Limited Edition Dragon King or something like that. I don't remember what she called it, but I think she wanted to buy a model of Magnoel-san. Well, I'm going to buy something if I can find something I want, so I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. But before I could face what was to come tomorrow, I had a big challenge ahead of me. Kaito. Does it feel itchy? Ah, no. I'll scrub you. Nice and clean, okay? Why, you can just scrub it normally, okay? Scrubbing my back with a sponge, Isis-san softly told me. Yes, according to the incomprehensible rule proposed by Ain-san, the person who goes around with me at the festival the next day gets to have a mixed bath with me. I'm currently taking a bath with Isis-san. https://www.folksaiholic.com/wp-content/uploads/2021/10/p179 scaled.jpg. Yesterday's mixed bathing with Nan-san and Veer-san was also quite tough, but Isis-san is even tougher than that. Being together with Kaito tonight. Tomorrow too. Together. I'm feeling happy. Gyufuyu. Yes, the pure affection that Isis-san directs at me does tremendous damage to my reasoning. No matter how I try to explain it, Isis-san is an angel, and her affection is pure and untainted. Even now, she has no shame in expressing her affection towards me, telling me without any hesitation that she is happy to be with me. Her destructive power was so great that by the time I soaked my body in the onsen, my corrupted mind was emaciated, as if her affection had burned the corruption out of my mind. But Kaito, tomorrow, would being together with me tomorrow really be okay? Would I not be a bother? You won't be a bother at all. Even now, I'm already looking forward to going around with you, Isis-san. I'm glad. Me too. I've always looking forward to going around together with you. What is this, angel? I want to hug her right now. Isis-san's bashful was so cute that I had to hastily pull close my arms that had reflexively tried reaching out to hug her before I knew it. Kaito, are you not tired? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tired at all, but even greater than that were the experiences I had yesterday and today, and I'm having a lot of fun. I see. I'm glad that Kaito is having fun. With her aura of love bursting forth, Isis stares at me with a beautiful smile. Even though I wasn't looking at her body, I felt my heart beating absurdly fast. I mean, Isis-san is really getting cuter and cuter by the day. And after we have officially become lovers, she has shown me her love even more than before, so I feel strangely nervous when we are alone like this. Speaking of which, Isis-san, thank you for the bento the other day. It was very delicious. I have put into it lots of my love for Kaito after all. Even so, it was really delicious. So much that I wanted to eat it every day. If Kaito wants to eat, I can always make one for you. The next time I will be making, will have even more of my love for Kaito. And I think that it will be even more delicious. Saying this, sounding really happy, Isis-san brought her body close and leaned her head on my body, to which I gently hugged her by her shoulders. Seriously, I'm blessed to have a girlfriend who is cute, has a great personality, and has done so much for me. Of course, being in such close contact with her makes me feel nervous, and I feel like steam would start coming out of my ears. But surpassing such emotions is the unbearable happiness I'm feeling right now. When we go around tomorrow, I wish that Isis-san would truly have fun. That she will think that it was the happiest day she ever had. And for that to happen, I will also do my best. The scene on the fourth day of the Six Kings Festival was also very different from the previous festivals. Yesterday's scenery disappeared, and the city was lined with stalls. It's as if a really huge summer festival is happening. It's quite crowded, isn't it? Today, no matter who it is, if they apply for it, they can open a store. My hand interlocked with Isis-san's hand. We set off from the central tower, and the first thing we saw was a stage set up in the middle of the huge plaza. The auction, the main event of the third day, was to be held on this stage, and it was to begin at 10 a.m. So we had about an hour to spare. However, neither Isis-san nor I have much interest in the auction, so we'll probably just take a quick peek at what it's like later. So, we decided to just leisurely look around the stalls, and just walked around together with Isis-san. Isis-san would usually be floating in the air, but this time, she was on a date with me, so she was walking by my side. She looked happy from the start of our date, as she would occasionally squeeze my hand, as if to show her happiness. She's totally an angel. I feel happy to be able to look around the festival with Isis-san, and I know that we will have a fun time. However, I'm not without any concerns. I'm particularly concerned about Isis-san's magic power of death. I have no problem with this because of my sympathy magic, but for the people who don't have such magic, Isis-san is an object of fear. Before her magic power of death, how strong a person's will is doesn't matter. Isis-san is a kind-hearted person. But even if they knew that, beings who don't have the magic power to withstand Isis-san's magic power of death wouldn't be able to approach her. Those who possess life have the instinct to fear Isis-san. That's why, when Isis-san comes to visit the royal capital or other places, people disappear from the main streets. This is the reason why Isis-san has felt so lonely for so long, and it is also the most traumatic thing for her. So now, she was a little worried about that. Most of the shopkeepers were apparently under the control of the Six Kings, and those who possessed strength such as the peerage holders were chosen first. However, that doesn't apply to the participants of the festival or those who have applied to open a store. I hope it doesn't turn into a situation where they would run away or something like that, hurting Isis-san's feelings. With such worries in my heart, I walked together with Isis-san. When I heard the other participants talking with each other. Oi, look at that. It's Death King Sama. Oh, she's really intimidating. As expected of one of the Six Kings. When we heard those words, Isis-san and I looked at each other. Yes, because it wasn't the reaction we had expected. The two who were talking with each other didn't look like they had much magic power even from my point of view. But they didn't run away when they saw Isis-san. Well, they were just trying to look from a distance. I heard that one would faint at just the sight of the Death King Sama, but it doesn't seem like that though. You idiot. Those idiots were just exaggerating and spreading such rumors. She certainly had that atmosphere around her that makes it that I can't get any closer to her, but she's one of the Six Kings, you know? Something like this should be expected from them. I guess so. Well, I guess we're lucky to see one of the Six Kings this close. Yeah. At the Festival of Heroes, ordinary participants like us can only see them from a distance. Error. Really positive responses. What does this mean? No one is running away. Apparently, Isis-san was also surprised, as she began looking around with a curious expression on her face. It's true that just as the two of them said, everyone is keeping their distance from Isis-san, but at best, it felt like they were just looking at them from a few meters away, which was the same feeling I had when I walked together with Lilywood-san the other day. Speaking of which, Isis-san's magic power of death. Didn't I hear someone mention that when Isis-san is happy, her magic power of death would be weaker? It won't completely disappear, but then, could it be? Isis-san and I realized what was happening almost simultaneously. Isis-san's magic power of death fades when Isis-san is in a good mood. If I'm not just being conceited, Isis-san should have been looking forward to this day for a long time, and she should be feeling a great amount of happiness right now. In other words, the magic power of death that Isis-san was clad in now is thinner than ever. That's why the fear they're feeling was just to the extent that they would think as expected of one of the Six Kings. She's really intimidating. Perhaps, the distance where they could look at her. About 3 meters should be their limit, and I don't think they could get any closer than that. But even if that's so, that's still a drastic change. For Isis-san, a scene like this, the sight of so many people present without running away from her must be refreshing and delightful. As if she was overcome with emotions, her shoulders trembled before she tightly hugged my arm. Kaito. I'm glad. That's great, isn't it, Isis-san? That's all. Thanks to Kaito. Thank you. I love you. The sight of the weak not running away from her is what Isis-san longed for. Of course, this doesn't mean that they're no longer afraid of her. If she were to get any closer, they would probably run away. But still, This was a huge step forward. This change makes it possible to see a faint possibility. A future where Isis-san will be able to walk the streets without anyone being afraid of her. Seeing Isis-san with a happy expression on her face because something unexpectedly good happened makes me happy too. That person walking beside Death King Sama. Could he be that rumored otherworlder? Yeah, most probably. Don't make eye contact with him. You'll get killed. Rumor has it that he fought Walking Sama and won. He must have a strength that one can't imagine from his appearance. I've even heard that he defeated the Walking's General Baka Sama with one shot. Please wait a moment there. What's with their conversation? That's strange. Something is strange. It seems that he also had a demonic winged under his command, and if you apparently look down on him, you will be erased. Why yeah, I've heard that too. I've also heard about how that being was going around preaching about how great that otherworlder is. Did you know that on the first day of the festival, a count from Archlesia was apparently captured by that winged and had them swear allegiance to that otherworlder? Why yeah, but I heard that Underworld King Sama dragged her away after that. Oi, wait a moment there. Why the heck am I hearing unbelievable conversations over there? Their assessment towards me is turning strange. Or rather, what do they mean when she had a count sworn allegiance towards me? I haven't received any information of anyone swearing their allegiance towards me from anyone, you know. That winged being, that's Eden-san, isn't it? What the heck are you doing, Eden-san? You said that you were just going to sightsee by yourself. But seriously, what the heck are you doing? Also, Kuro, please hang in there. You're the only one who can stop an irrational person like her. Well, I feel a bit down because of the rumors about me. But there were some of those rumors that I couldn't completely deny, so I decided to just ignore them. I started walking with Isis-san again, and as I was thinking that it was time to check out some of the stalls, I suddenly saw something that caught my eyes. It looks as soft and fluffy as a cloud, moving a stick around as if they were drawing a large circle inside a large magic tool, and the shapes that were being created were truly artistic. In short, I saw cotton candy. Well, even though this is mainly a flea market, I guess it won't be strange for there to be food vendors, and cotton candy is a standard in festivals. Though I say that, as an adult, it seems a little too childish for me. However, it's a staple and delicious. Well, to put it simply, I just want to eat some. Well, I mean, when you think of festivals, you think of cotton candies, and when you think of cotton candies, you think of a festival. In a way, I guess it could even be said that it's disrespectful to the festival to not eat cotton candy here. No, it's not that I'm childish or anything like that. It's just that cotton candy is very tasty, so it can't be helped if I feel this way. If I was the only one here, I would have purchased cotton candy without hesitation. However, my girlfriend, Isis-san, is currently next to me. In this situation, saying that I want to eat cotton candy somehow feels embarrassing. However, I really want to eat one now. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll be able to eat cotton candy again. Alright, let's make a roundabout suggestion here. Isis-san. It seems like there's a cotton candy stall over there. There's a confectionery like that in my world too. It's a festival anyway. So how about we eat some? If Kaito wants to eat some, I'm fine with it. Eating together with Kaito is my happiness. Kaito. Her angelic smile caused extraordinary damage to my conscience. I'm sorry, Isis-san. I was but an unsightly human. I disguised my desire to eat as if I wanted to introduce the confectionery of my world to Isis-san. And never mind. I'll treat you. Is that alright? Yes. Please let me act cool at least in this kind of situation. Kaito. Always cool though. Isis-san is too much of an angel for me that it hurts. I feel like my unsightly heart is being burned to ashes. Feeling guilty for trying to use Isis-san as an excuse, I moved to the store with her. It was a careless action that I immediately regretted. Excuse I'm so. It was completely careless of me. Even if the effect of Isis-san's magic of death had diminished, that was only if they were some distance away from her. As far as I can tell, the limit is 3 meters. If one gets any closer, Isis-san's magic power of death will unleash its true tyranny. To make matters worse, the stall wasn't prepared by a subordinate of any of the 6 kings, but by a general participant. Isis-san quickly tried to take her distance, but the shopkeeper ran away from her stall faster than she could. Throwing away everything, including the tools for her business, she ran away as fast as she could. Seeing this, Isis-san's expression changed to one of sadness. Even though I should have known this would happen, that her magic power of death hasn't completely disappeared. Just because I was starting to see a little improvement. I should have been more careful. Kaito, sorry. Isis-san. I knew it. Being together with me is HNNN. It may have been a forceful move, but I didn't want to make her say anything more than that, so I forcibly blocked her mouth when she was about to say something. After savoring the feeling of her moist, slightly cold lips, I pulled my face away. Thereupon, Isis-san seemed to be surprised as her eyes were wide open. Kaito, I'm sorry. I was careless. Next time, let's go to a shop owned by one of the Six Kings' subordinates. B. But it's not your fault, Isis-san. It's it's actually Uncle's fault. I was about to tell Isis-san that I was at fault, when I heard a familiar voice interrupting me. Ozma-san? Good gracious, I'm sorry about that, Isis-sama. I was actually in charge of this store, but I just had the urge to puff some smoke, so I asked a friend of mine to watch the store for me. I'm sorry for making you feel displeased, and as an apology, I'd like to offer the both of you one of these each, so please forgive us. Ozma-san, who had just appeared, Riley smiled as he brushed his shaggy hair and told us. He then started making 2 cotton candies, looking quite familiar with making it, and handing one to Isis-san first and then to me. Before he muttered in a quiet voice that only I could hear, I'm sorry I arrived late. I'll follow up with you to a certain extent, so don't worry about it and have fun. Thank you. It seems that Ozma-san came out to make a follow-up so that we wouldn't have to resume our date with a complicated atmosphere after the shopkeeper ran away. After expressing my gratitude for his much appreciated concern, I tightly grasped Isis-san's hand. Come on, Isis-san. Let's resume our date. Also, you're not allowed to say anything about being a bother to me, okay? If you say something like that again, I'll block your mouth again, you know? Kaito. Jokingly telling her this, I pulled Isis-san's hand and started walking, holding a strong will to never let go of this hand. It seemed like my feelings were conveyed, as Isis-san smiled, her cheeks slightly blushing red. I'd like it if you block my mouth again. Don't just say such things on purpose though. Foo-foo. Alright, but later. One more time. Okay. I'll do my best at that time. I'm looking forward to it. Apparently, she had recovered from her slightly depressed feelings, and Isis-san squeezed my hands back with a big smile on her face. Not everything goes well in life, and I still made a few mistakes. However, this incident was a good lesson for me once again, so that Isis-san doesn't have to feel unpleasant emotions, as her lover. Let's firmly take the lead on our date. Having learned from my first mistake, I decided to refer to Alice's guidebook from then on. The stores not listed in this guidebook shouldn't be under the control of the Six Kings, as they had joined later. There are some stores that aren't under the control of the Six Kings that are prepared by applying in advance, but the description written in the guidebook has also stated if that were the case. And then, I guess it's really to be expected from the subordinate of the Six Kings. It's also the same case for the peerage holders, but they weren't running away, even when they were standing before Isis-san. Well, though I say that, they weren't able to completely endure being exposed to Isis-san's magic power of death if they don't have the strength that is nearly on par with her, so most of them had shaking legs and pale faces. But still, the subordinates of the Six Kings didn't run away. If they had ran away, it would be an act equivalent to ruining the reputation of their master, the Six Kings, so they held on to their willpower and served us, their customers. The trembling of the Baron ranks and the Viscount ranks trembled considerably, but the Count ranks were able to somewhat endure it with just their faces turning pale, which showed how strong their abilities were. It seems like Ozma-san was able to converse with us with his usual wry smile on his face, so I guess the Count ranks were on another level compared to the Baron ranks. What an interesting ornament. You joined together feathers to make this? This is an ornament of the wing-eds. that lives in the eastern part of the demon realm, which they used in their prayers. I see. As one would expect from a huge flea market, there were all sorts of unusual items on display. Thanks to the knowledge of Isis-san, who I was going around with, I was able to get explanations about things I didn't know, which was something I very much appreciate. This winged you mentioned, are they different from the harpies? Harpies are humans. The winged are demons. They resemble each other, but they're a little different. Speaking of which, I've heard of the harpies before, but I've never seen one before. I had vaguely imagined that the harpies have wings instead of arms, while the winged have wings growing out of their backs. I'd really like to meet them if I had the opportunity. With such things in mind, I was looking around the stalls with Isis-san, when an accessory suddenly caught my eyes. The decoration on this brooch, it's that flower that Isis-san gave me before, right? Blue crystal flower. It's a flower that doesn't wither after all, so it's popularly used as an ornament. The stall that caught my eyes had a variety of accessories on display, one of which was the flower I received when I first met Isis-san. The price was 1 gold coin. In other words, one of these is 1,000,000 yen. It's an incredibly expensive item, isn't it? No. Blue crystal flowers aren't that rare. I think this price is probably because the maker is popular. So that's why it's expensive. Florence. Is this the maker's name? She's very popular, but she's quite whimsical, so she hardly makes accessories. According to Isis-san, it is a rare and precious work that really doesn't come around very often, so we may have been lucky to have found it here. Incidentally, Florence is Shaltia. I think I just heard a name that sounds very familiar. No way. This accessory was made by Alice, and this was very popular. Alice certainly is skillful in making things, so I can see Alice making accessories like this. I mean, how many pseudonyms does that woman have? A bit stunned by the shocking revelation from Isis-san, I pulled myself together and called out to the owner of the stall. Excuse me, I'd like to buy this brooch. Why yes. Thank you very much. The shopkeeper, somewhat intimidated by Isis-san, accepted the gold coin from me and handed me the brooch. As if she was surprised that I had purchased that brooch, Isis-san tilted her head with a curious expression on her face. Kaito. What are you going to do with it? You see, this flower is a reminder of the first time I met Isis-san, so I couldn't help but buy it, and thus, Isis-san. Here you go. I thought it would suit Isis-san well, so I bought it as a present. Holding the hand of the surprised Isis-san, I handed her the brooch I had purchased. As its name suggests, this blue crystal-like flower will surely suit Isis-san well. Are you fine with it? Of course. Thank you. When Isis-san received the brooch from me, she clasped it in both of her hands as if it were important. How should I say this? Every single gesture she makes is just so adorable. After holding it for a while, Isis-san pinned the brooch to her chest. Perhaps it's because Isis-san is wearing a gothic dress with more white than usual today, but the blue brooch looks great on her. As I thought, it really looks great on you. Thank you, Kaito. I'm happy. I'm glad to hear that you're happy with it, Isis-san. I have more wonderful memories. Together with Kaito, the smile on Isis-san's face, as if she was truly happy, seemed to overshadow the blooming blue crystal flower on her chest. Looking beautiful, snatching my eyes away. After looking around the stalls for a while, I came with Isis-san to the central plaza, where the third day's main event, the auction, was being held. There were so many people in the central plaza that we decided to observe the auction from a distance, taking into account Isis-san's magic power of death. When we entered the plaza, we were given a plate with a number on it. This would probably be my number when I wanted to buy something from the auction. Incidentally, I'm number 985 and Isis-san is number 986. Well, I don't really intend to buy anything at the auction at the moment, but something that I want may appear, so might as well take a look. Even so, as one would expect from the main event of the day's festival, there was a huge crowd around us, with many participants raising their hands in competition with each other. And on the stage set up in the center of the plaza, The host with a microphone was calling out prices one after another. The participants don't seem to be shouting out their bids, so how is it that the host knows how much they bid? In this auction, you can bid through hand signs. The host has high-degree compound eyes, so she's watching all the participants at the same time. I see. I've never seen an auction like this before, so everything looks fresh to me. I also noticed some people are raising their hands in a thumbs up. I wonder if that's some sort of hand signal. Incidentally, what does this signal mean? Whether someone bid double again. Number 985. One white gold coin. When I tried to ask Isis-san what the hand signal meant, she looked surprised and my number was called by the host immediately after. ARSHT. I see, even from this distance, the host can still see us. In other words, I've just made a bid. When you call on something, you can't take it back anymore. But well, this doesn't really mean that I've won the bid anyway. One white gold coin. Are there any bids above white gold? It doesn't seem like anyone is betting anymore. Well then, congratulations to the young man with number 985 for winning this item. Don't let your curiosity lead you to doing stupid things. Let's just take it as a good learning experience. The tuition I needed to learn this lesson was quite expensive. But well, I guess it can't be helped. It's my fault for being so careless, so I'll just obediently buy it. Wait, what did I bid on in the first place? Thinking that I didn't know what item was being auctioned, I asked Isis-san, to which she pulled a huge book out of nowhere. That is, the auctions catalog. The one being sold now is catalog number 15, so the one before that is this one. Let's see. The journal left by the first hero. 23 pages, undeciphered. Just looking at its name lets me know that it's something I shouldn't touch. This is definitely something that could be considered as Nun-san's black history. Let's just promptly give it to Nun-san as soon as I receive it later. But then again, I doubled the previous bid, and won with one white gold coin bid. So there were people who wanted to buy it even if they had to pay 5 gold coins or 5 million yen. As expected of the first hero. While I was thinking about this, it seemed that the bid for item number 15 had also been settled and the auction moved on. Well then, the next item is something provided by the Underworld King herself. The next item is provided by Kuroha. I wonder what that is. Catalog number 16. Underworld King's handmade baby castellas. Why the heck are baby castellas being auctioned off at a high-class auction? Kuro, what the heck are you doing? This baby castella was made by Underworld King Sama to be given to a certain person. A collection set of not-so-good baby castellas. In short, it's just a collection of your failed baby castellas, isn't it? Or rather, that certain person, maybe. For Kaito. Kuromina made a whole lot to feed it to Kaito. I see. What the heck is this unpleasant feeling creeping on my skin now? Looking at those baby castellas makes me feel like it's my fault that those inappropriate items were being sold in this place. Well then, the starting price is 1 gold coin. I don't know if I should say that it's thoughtlessly increasing or not. Wait. Doesn't it seem like it's absurdly increasing? Number 234, 5 gold coins. Number 57, 8 gold coins. Whether, number 622 has bid 2 white gold coins. Why the heck did the price rise that much? Kuromuina is very popular. I think that the members of the Underworld King Adoration Association would want to acquire it, even if they make use of their entire wealth for it. I don't know if I should be impressed by Kuro's popularity or pity the people who are willing to pay tens of millions of yen for baby castella. As I was dumbfounded by this questionable situation, I suddenly saw a person running towards me. Mama-sama, Luna Maria-san, I'm begging you, please lend me some money. I have to win this bid at all costs. Are you out of your mind? The zealot who appeared, while maintaining a distance of 3 meters away from us, shouted at me in a desperate manner. Then, out of mind, I shall be. This Luna Maria is willing to die for the sake of eating Underworld King Sama's homemade food. Could you please spare me from that? I'm begging you. When I tried to borrow money from my lady, she wouldn't lend some to me, saying stop with your foolishness. Mama-sama is the only one I can rely on now. It's because Lilia-san is completely right. No, it's not like I don't want to lend her money. But as a friend, though it may just be for argument's sake, I think Luna Maria-san's strange behaviors should be stopped. I think you should calm down for a bit, Luna Maria-san. I can't. I may never get another chance like this again, you know. I'll just ask Kuro for some. As expected of Kaito-sama. Your wonderful consideration won't let a chance to seize a woman's heart to escape. You truly are the most wonderful man in the world. This Luna Maria-san is more than willing to be embraced by Kaito-sama now. Lilia-san, can you please fetch your rampaging maid back already? I just suggested this to calm down Luna Maria-san. However, I didn't realize that her train of thought would get derailed even more. For the time being, let's just get her guardian Lilia-san to fetch her away as soon as possible. While Luna Maria-san looked at me with sparkling eyes, I pulled away a bit. No, as I seriously pulled away a bit, waiting for Lilia-san's arrival. I heard an impressed voice nearby. You know well, Kaito is in the whole world the coolest. Isis-san. Seeing Isis-san nodding at her, I could only let out a big sigh. After the zealot was safely fetched by her guardian, Isis-san and I turned our attention back to the stage where the auction was taking place. It seems that not only the 6 kings, but even nobles of various countries were auctioning their items, making the auction feel grander. Now then, the next item is, or rather, the next items are something provided by Phantasmal King Sama. These are the said items. There aren't items that not only the nobles, but even adventurers and knights shouldn't miss. Yes, there are weapons made by the legendary blacksmith Crafty. As the host introduced the item, a number of weapons were laid out on the stage. There were swords, spears, axes, daggers, and unusual weapons like morning stars. Even from a distance and from the eyes of the layman, I could tell that every weapon lined up on the stage was top-notch, but there was one thing that bothered me more. Kaito. Do you want that? Ah, no, that's not it. It's just that there's something bothering me. While ambiguously answering Isis-san's question, I took out my magic box. If I remember correctly, I should have bought some binoculars before I participated in the Sacred Tree Festival. Found it. To be honest, I can't clearly see it at this distance, so I just needed an item that allowed me to see further to confirm my doubts. Starting with the first weapon, this sword here is the Royal Sword Arondite. This axe is the Moon Axe. They are all legendary items that any weapon user would love to have. What's surprising is that 10 pieces of weapons have made it to this auction. For the weapons built by Crafty, she whose name only remains in legends, to gather in this place. I guess we could only say that it's to be expected from Phantasmal King Sama. The host introduced the weapons, one after another, but I ignored her words and looked into my binoculars. Thanks to the binoculars, I could see the weapons more clearly, and all them certainly seemed to have a kind of aura about them, as if they were all legendary items. Well, let's just put that aside. I was convinced when I took a closer look at it. As I thought, those weapons. Alice, are you there? Yes, what is it? If I'm not mistaken, I've seen those weapons before. To be more specific, I've seen them in a general store somewhere. So that means, this legendary blacksmith Crafty is, yes, it's Alice Chantilda. As I thought, it really was you. Or rather, they're being flamboyantly introduced, but why the heck do I think you're just trying to get rid of your stockpile? No, the weapons that Alice-chan made are extremely popular, you know. Many of them were even called demonic swords or holy swords, you know. I'm well aware of your uselessly high specs, but isn't it you who called them demonic swords or stuff like that? To be honest, they were just weapons I made in my spare time and sold them at a reasonable price to make some extra money. But somehow, before I knew it, they were being called legendary weapons. Incidentally, the name I gave to the one they called Royal Sword Arondite is 48th Random-chan. What a terrible name that is, but in reality, Alice most probably just randomly made it to pass the time. Even so, her skill is just too great, and since she has the ability to prepare extraordinary raw materials to make her items, the things she made turned out great. As I was once again feeling how high Alice's specs are and how terrible her naming sense is, The auction moved on before I knew it. Royal Sworderondite, won by participant number 88 for 9 white gold coins. Hey, Alice, what is it? How much is that sword if one buys it in your general store? 6 silver coins. An item that normally sells for 60,000 yen he got sold for 90 million yen. Alice's miscellaneous goods store is actually a legendary treasure trove after all. If only the shopkeeper was decent, it would have been a very popular store. Even with such a large selection of goods, Alice's stupidity is so great that it keeps the customers away. She really can do lots of things, huh? Yes, well, I'm kind of proud of how many things I can do. Well, I don't do nearly as much blacksmithing lately. Why? Kaito-san isn't buying weapons after all. Like I said, stop trying to pinpoint me as your target. I mean, you're not even trying to hide it anymore. That general store is totally stocked with things as if they were just exclusively for me. No, seriously, I don't know why, but Alice is so good at doing business if it's targeted at me. Kaito-san, I've recently been thinking of adding high-quality pet food as a new product, but what do you think? Prepare about 100 bags for me. Yes, Sir Tilda. Vexing it may be, I'll buy it. I mean, her choice of new products is too precise. I was just thinking about upgrading the food I feed to Belle and Lynn lately. I want to feed my 2 bundles of cuteness with good food, and I'm sure that the pet food Alice makes would be amazing. Are you also good at sewing? Yes, I'm pretty good at it though. Then I'd like it if you could teach me next time. I don't really mind, but what are you going to make? I want a knit, a muffler for Kaito. And then, there's this Archangel. Isis-san really is a wonderful lady. Receiving a hand-knitted muffler from her would obviously make me happy. As the light month ends, the season is approaching autumn, so the timing is just perfect. Moved by Isis-san's affection, I whispered to Alice, who had finished her conversation with Isis-san and was about to disappear back to somewhere. Alice, teach me too. My darling lover, are you also knitting for the cute Alice-chan? Of course, I will be knitting for you too. Alrighty Tilda. As usual, it would be a surprise for Isis-san, right? Immediately sensing that I wanted to prepare a surprise for Isis-san, Alice smiled and nodded, before she disappeared. Desire is quite a profound emotion. The way these people competed in an auction showed this very clearly. I even saw someone, who should have won the bid after a fierce competition with others, have a look of despair on her face for some reason. Even if you had outbid another, that doesn't mean you're the winner. Victory is only possible when the bidder is able to bid on something that has value beyond the money they spent. As there is a limit to the amount of money you can use, if you are tossed about in the heat of a bidding war, only regret awaits you. However, there are a few overwhelmingly strong people in the world who don't fit that description. Now then, Catalogue number 28, miniaturable top-grade pet house is currently worth 10 white gold coins. Looking at the item that had become more expensive than I thought, I put my hand on my chin and thought, when converted, that would be equivalent to 100 million Japanese yen. Moreover, I'm still competing against someone, so it's going to get even more expensive. Number 985 has bid 11 white gold coins. Number 643 has bid 11 white gold coins and 5 gold coins. Number 7 has bid 12 white gold coins. We're currently competing for a pet house whose principle is based on a magic box. It's small enough to carry around and spacious enough for large monsters to relax in. I want that. That would make it easier for me to travel with Belle and Lynn. So I'd like to get my hands on that thing. But that thing is apparently quite rare, and there are many people who want it as much as I do. For even large monsters to relax on that thing. In other words, considering that its space could be as big as a mansion, it's no wonder that it is priced at 100 million. I mean, it's not like I can't bid on it with the budget that I have, but it's going to be quite an expensive purchase. With that in mind, I raised my index finger, with the back of my hand facing the host. Number 985 has bid 13 white gold coins. Number 522 has bid 14 white gold coins. It's still going up, huh? Kaito, do you want that? Yes, it would help me travel with my pets with that, or so I think. While groaning at the ever-increasing price, I answered Miss Isis's question. Thereupon, nodding once in understanding, she spoke. All right, leave it to me. As she said this, Isis-san smoothly put her hands up and made a few hand signs. Huh? No, excuse my rudeness. Number 986. H has bid 100 white gold coins. Wow, Isis-san. She just abruptly bid 1 billion yen. What are you? See, could it be that she was trying to outbid the others for my sake? No, even if that's so, suddenly bidding 100 white gold coins is... It's a return gift. For the brooch. No, the difference in price is just too great in that case, you know. However, her bid has already been called and there's no way to undo it. As expected, I don't think there would be anyone who would have more than 100 gold coins. Whether, number 643 has bid 100 white gold coins and 5 gold coins. Someone seriously appeared. However, it seems like the other party is already on their last straw. Isis-san could just... wait a moment there, Isis-san. If I remember correctly, that thumbs up hand sign is... Number 986. H has bid double. That's 201 white gold coins. At that moment, the plaza was filled with silence. It was truly an overwhelming sight. Everyone in the plaza was overwhelmed when they saw Isis-san bid double without any hesitation. Thereupon, no one bid any further and Isis-san won the bid. Kaito. I've won the bid. No, Isis-san. I really appreciate the sentiment, but is that alright? What is? I mean, you bid so much money. It's just 200 white gold coins though. Saying such an amount so casually, it seems like Isis-san really doesn't think that it was a lot of money. I know it's a bit late to ask this. How much money do you have, Isis-san? Are you asking about my money? Without including my assets? Why yes. I guess around 4 million white gold coins, I think. Huh? Yeah. 4 million white gold coins? Yeah. If a white gold coin is 10 million yen, that means 40 trillion yen. Isn't that already on the level of a national budget? Moreover, that is just her money, not including her assets. I wonder what percentage of the world's white gold coins does this person own? Isis-san is that rich, huh? But Kuro Ueno is many times richer than me though. Seriously? How much money does Kuro have? I don't know. I think it might be better to express it in a different way. Express it in a different way? In Kuro Ueno's case, I think it's better if you don't think about how many white gold coins she has. You should think about what percentage of the world's economy does she own, or something like that. I had heard that Kuro is the richest person in the world. However, I never imagined that in this world, all three realms combined, which is much larger and has an incomparably larger population than the world I was in, an individual could hold a part of the world's economy. She's exactly what could be said as the king of the world. For Isis-san and Kuro, 2 billion yen might just be nothing more than loose change. I thought I had completely understood that Kuro and Isis-san were the top of the demon realm and possessed an overwhelming amount of wealth, but they were actually far more than I had expected. Isis-san is already richer than I could imagine, while Kuro, it feels like she's on a whole other level already. After enjoying the auction to some extent, Isis-san and I decided to pick up our winning bids and move on to another location. The auction itself seems to be continuing until the end of the 4th day, so we may want to come back later and check it out again. Isis-san, are you sure it's alright for me to receive this? I don't have any use for it. The thing that Isis-san is giving me is the miniaturable high-class pet house that I wanted earlier. A 201 white gold coin pet house. I wanted to refrain from receiving it because of the amount of money used to buy it, but Isis-san herself won't use it, and refusing it is like refusing her kindness towards me. In that case, it would be better to just accept the gift and thank her in some other way. Thank you. I'll be sure to thank you for this. Fufu. That would just make us returning favors back and forth, you know. I mean, this is a thank you for the brooch after all. Isis-san gently smiled and seemed to not really mind about it, but well, I also have some pride as a man. I can't compete with Isis-san in terms of money, but I would still like to repay her in some other way. When I told her this, Isis-san looked as if she was thinking about it. Then, after a little while, she smiled as if she had come up with something, and smoothly put her face to my ear. Then. Can I ask you? A little something? A little something? Yes, if it's something I can do. Thank you. In that case, I'd like to. Later. To be honest, what she whispered in my ear wasn't what I expected. In fact, I remember another person saying the same thing to me before. Isis-san? That is. Is that no good? If Kaito doesn't want to. You don't have to force yourself. That's not it. It's not that I don't want to be, but would that be enough of a thank you? I would be very happy. I understand. If Isis-san is fine with that. When I told her that I agreed to her request, Isis-san happily smiled. Seeing the expression on her face while thinking about what she had just told me, I could feel my face turning red. In order to escape from the embarrassment, I slightly turned my face away and changed the subject. Speaking of which, it's almost lunchtime, isn't it? I made bento. Let's eat. You made bento today again? Thank you. If Kaito is happy about it, I'm also happy. I'm extremely moved by Isis-san for making lunch for me again today. Well then, let's go somewhere with a nice view. It's alright. Have properly planned for that. Do you know a place like that? The Six Kings Festival changes drastically from day to day, and the city itself is so large that it is difficult to find a good spot. However, just as Lilywood-san showed me a good place to hang out yesterday, it seems like Isis-san, the organizer of today's event, seems to have a good grasp of places with good scenery. When Isis-san waved her hand lightly, flowers made of ice bloomed around her, and as soon as they shattered, the scenery around me changed. Doesn't this place look familiar? The place that we had teleported to was located high above the city where the festival is happening. It certainly had good scenery. But it seems like we're in a considerably high place. From the view, it was as if we were on top of a mountain, and with the rocky color of the ground under my feet. Could this place be? Magnoel? We are going to eat. So lend me this place. I don't mind. As I thought, this place really was on top of Magnoel-san. He's as outrageously sized as always, and I couldn't tell where we were at all just by slightly looking around. The view up here would certainly be very nice. After all, it's like eating at the top of a 5,000-meter high mountain. I can even clearly see the tree and ice art that was created during the opening ceremony. However, is it really okay to eat on top of Magnoel-san's head? Magnoel-san says it's fine. So I guess it's not a problem, huh? In front of the dumbfounded me, Isis-san laid out a sheet she had taken out of nowhere and spread out the bento she had prepared for me. Kaito. Let's eat. Yes. It looks even more delicious today. I worked hard. Instead of the easy-to-carry bento I had gotten yesterday, today's lunch was prepared in stacks of boxes filled with lots of side dishes, fried chicken, egg rolls, potato salad, and even my favorite mini burger steaks. They look really delicious. It's just that there's only one fork. I'm not an idiot. I know from past experience what this situation means. And I also know that there's no escape for me. Kaito. What would you like to eat first? Well then, I'll have an egg roll. Here. I ate the egg roll that was held out to my mouth. The sweetly seasoned egg spread its fluffiness in my mouth, and the taste was more than enough for me to know that it tastes great. It seems like you're quite affectionate with each other. That's good. I love Kaito. Thank you. I also, love you. I'm happy. Really happy. It's kind of embarrassing to say this, but in a place with beautiful scenery, I am now having lunch with my beloved lover. I think that this time of happiness is something that can't be replaced by anything else. I finished eating the delicious lunch that Isis-san had prepared for me at the spectacular spot above Magnoel-san's head. Well, I thought the food prepared for me was so much that I wouldn't be able to finish it. But it was so delicious that I ended up eating it all. I think I ate a bit too much. Kaito. Here. tea. Thank you. Wait, green tea? Error. I thought Isis-san likes black tea, but I heard that Kaito liked it. So I also studied the tea of another world, Isis-san. Isis-san is just so much of an angel that it's almost dazzling. The green tea that she brewed for me was really delicious, feeling as if it was soaking into my body after the meal. As I sipped my tea and breathed a content sigh, I heard Magnoel-san's voice call out from beneath me. How are you doing, Kaito? Are you enjoying the festival? Yes, there are a lot of surprises. But I'm certainly enjoying the festival. I see, that's good. Fumo, let's see, let me give you some allowance, Yes? Wait. The moment Magnoel-san said that, about 100 white gold coins appeared in front of me. You would need money to enjoy the festival. You don't have to be shy. I can't use coins myself, so I was having trouble disposing of them. Yes. Thank you very much. I also had these sweets that my subordinates said were delicious. I can't taste them with my size, so I'll give you those too. Tea, thank you. It's enough already. Okay. How should I say this? It's amazing how Magnoel-san feels like a grandpa who hasn't seen his grandson in a long time. However, it seemed like if I just kept receiving stuff from him, he would give me one thing after another, so I somewhat forcefully thanked him and told him that it was enough. Every time I meet Magnoel-san, he would always give me a lot of things. I mean, he completely treats me like his grandchild. After a short chat with Magnoel-san, the conversation came to an end, and Isis-san looked at me with expectant eyes. Kaito, the promise. We're doing it now? If we do it here, there wouldn't be anyone else, you know? I understand. The promise that Isis-san was talking about. Well, it's about the request she made when she gave me the pet house at the auction a while ago. As Isis-san looked at me with a happy smile on her face, I slowly lowered my body on the sheet. Excuse me then. After a few words of consent, I lowered my head and felt the texture of cloth and the softness of her skin. Yes, Isis-san's request was for her to give me a lap pillow. Could this really be a means to express my thanks to her? It seemed more like a reward for me rather than a thank you, but Isis-san seemed to be very satisfied with this. The feeling of the lap pillow was different between Kuro's half pants and Isis-san's gothic dress. The texture of her dress, which was probably made of high-quality fabric, was wonderful, and I felt as if I was lying down on a luxurious pillow. Thereupon, Isis-san's hand, which had a low body temperature, was gently placed on my forehead, and I felt comfortable from her cold touch. However, while lap pillow. Kuro Muina told me that she does this for you a lot. I also want to try it out. I see. I feel like unnecessary information has been spreading around. It's true that Kuro has giving me lap pillows frequently. I mean, lately, when it's just the two of us. I feel like getting pretty spoiled by her. I feel helplessly embarrassed. Well, you know. I also thought for a moment that it would be shameful for a man to be spoiled by a young-looking girl like Kuro. But, you see, Kuro is much older than me, so it's not strange for me, the younger one, to be spoiled by her. And moreover, it's not just me that's being spoiled, as Kuro has also been spoiled by me a lot lately, so this means that we're equally spoiling each other. In the first place, Kuro's gentle embrace was just too powerful. No, wait, who the heck am I even making these excuses to? Kaito. No, I didn't say anything. Anyway, what did you think of it when you tried it yourself? This feels kind of nice. Looking at Kaito's face like this makes me feel happy. I know that I'm the one who initiated this conversation, but Isis-san, that smile of yours is foul play. Looking at your enchanting smile makes my heart beat really fast here. I wanted to turn my hot face away, but Isis-san's hand was on my forehead, and I didn't feel comfortable shaking it off. In that case though, I didn't have any choice but to stare at Isis-san, who was looking at me with a big smile on her face. I knew it. Staying like this makes me feel extremely nervous. Hey, Kaito? Yes. What is it? Can I kiss you? Wow. No, that is. I can't. No, it's not that you can't. Kaito. I love you tilde. When Isis-san heard my words of approval, She smiled even brighter than before, and bringing her face close to mine. Our lips overlapped each other. Ho ho, you two sure are quite intimate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Taking some rest after a good meal, I enjoyed laying down on Isis-san's lap pillow for a while before I got up to go around the festival again. And just when I was about to move from Magnoel-san's forehead, I saw a huge explosion in the distance. Fortunately, it seemed like it happened quite far away from the city where the festival is being held. Could it be terrorism or something like that? No. There's no way they do something like that at a festival hosted by the Six Kings. What the heck are they doing over there? Their usual fight, eh? Isis-san and Magnoel-san can see what's happening there. This place is directly opposite from where the explosion occurred, so with my eyesight, I can only see the huge explosion cloud. However, as expected of members of the Six Kings, the two of them seemed to have a grasp of the situation even at this distance, and they spoke sounding somewhat astounded. Shalltear and Megiddo are fighting. Why? They've always had lots of quarrels. The way Shalltear speaks could agitate someone, remember? She's incompatible with the easy-to-anger Megiddo. Well, it seems that both of them are taking proper precautions to prevent the island from being destroyed though. That was done by people I knew. Alice, I appreciate that you're considerate when I'm alone with Isis-san or Kuro, and we're giving us our moments, but just a few moments passed when we last talked. How the heck are you in a battle with Megiddo-san in such a short time? Kaito, let's go. If we don't stop them, it will affect the festival. Wait, where are we going? There's no way we're going there, right? It's alright. I will protect you. No. That's not the point. As I looked at the cloud of smoke occasionally exploding in the distance, Isis-san muttered as if she was talking about something obvious, and a magic circle appeared below my feet. No, I can certainly understand that they need to be stopped. But asking me to intrude in that fight? What do you expect me to do? The place we arrived at was definitely a battlefield, a place where flames and flashes of light collided and gouged the ground with each thunderous roar. The center of this battlefield were the two people who caused this event. Even though they tried to prevent direct damage to the city, I think their fight still scared the people within it. Geez. You're really a gorilla who can't take a joke. Don't you think that your head is just filled with muscles? The FCK did you just say? In that case, you're just a horny BTCH who shakes her ass for Kaito. It's already too late for compliments now. Why did you think I was complimenting you? Are you an idiot? Oi, you F-King gorilla. The only person who can curse me is Kaito-san, you know. Want me to smash that right into your empty head? Interesting. Let me see you try it. What the heck is this? I'm not sure what started it, but I understood from their conversation that they were fighting over trivial things. However, even if they're really idiotic when cursing at someone, they are both people with world-class abilities. This situation is extremely bad. Isis-san, are you able to handle this by yourself? It's difficult, but it seems like there's no need to. When I asked Isis-san if she could stop two of the Six Kings, thinking that it would be difficult by herself, she muttered that she didn't need to. Almost as soon as she said those words, the two idiots who had been fighting stopped moving. A voice that seemed to echo from the depths of the earth resounded. What do you think you're doing? KKK Kuro-san? Kuro Muina. No, this is just. When Alice and Megiddo-san saw Kuro walking towards them with black mist leaking out from her body and an angry expression on her face, their face clearly turned pale, and they automatically sat in a Seiza. Kuro, dauntingly standing in front of them with her arms crossed, looked really scary. It reminded me of the time I got scolded by her the other day. Shalltear. Why yes. Megiddo? Yes. I told you before, didn't I, that you shouldn't fight in the middle of the Six Kings festival? I properly told you, didn't I? Yes. Trembling while sitting in a Seiza, the two of them looked like prisoners waiting for their execution. In this tense atmosphere, Isis-san quietly spoke. Kuro Muina. Their verdict? Forehead flick. Strong! Exclamation mark. What, just a forehead flick? Well, even though she's angry at them, Kuro is kind, so she may be indulging, especially with her family. I was a little concerned about that strong word added there, but well, It looks like they're going to settle things peacefully, or so I was thinking. But for some reason, Alice and Megdo-san's pale faces turned ashen white. Please wait. Kuro-san, I admit it's my fault. That's why. Anything but that. Kuro-muina, I won't do it again. That's why. Have mercy on me. Why are they panicking that much? It's just a forehead flick, right? I guess it would have a considerable amount of power since it's a forehead flick done by someone powerful like Kuro. But I'm sure that it would just be something that the two of them, members of the Six Kings, can handle. Kaito, go behind me. Yes. As soon as I moved, following Isis-san's words, Kuro slowly pointed her hand that was already at the ready to the two of them. As for Megdo-san though, because of his size, Kuro would end up flicking his stomach instead. And the next moment, Kuro's fingertips seemed to glow for a moment, and with a thunderous roar, the scenery in front of me disappeared. What was left behind after Kuro flicked her finger was earth melted by the heat and a cleaved sea. Kuro-muina's forehead flick, strong, is very painful. No, that can't be only the level of just painful, you know. That is. Wouldn't that kill those two? It hurts so bad that I felt like my head was flicked off. That pierced a hole through my belly. It hurts. Both of you, make sure this won't happen again, okay? Yes. They're alive and well. Receiving that nonsensically strong forehead flick, for them to only have that reaction. These two really are monstrous enough. Megdo-san had a hole in his stomach though. It's healed already. Speaking of which, the sea that was cleaved returned back to normal before I knew it, and there was no sign of a tsunami or anything close to that occurring. Well then, get along and fix this area that the two of you destroyed. No, rather than us. Isn't most of this because of Kuro's forehead flick? You saying something? I didn't say anything. We will begin repair work immediately. How should I say this? Should I say that? It's case closed now? No, well, it seems that Kuro perfectly controlled her power, and it doesn't seem to have affected the city at all. Let's stop thinking about it. After recovering from the shock of seeing Kuro's forehead flick, strong, I came back to the festival with Isis-san again. I'm kind of thirsty from the weird ruckus that happened just now. Should we get something to drink? There is a stall over there. Well then, I'll go get us some. Isis-san, what would you like to have? Ahead of where Isis-san was pointing at was a stall selling what looked like fruit juice. With a quick glance at the item list, I can see different types of juices and containers arranged in easy-to-understand sizes. When I called out to Isis-san with the intention of buying one for her, Isis-san thought of it for a moment before speaking. What will Kaito be getting? I will have, ripple juice, I think. Then, I'd like to have that. Are you talking about that one on the far right, the large cup with 2 straws? I want to drink together with Kaito. No matter how I look at it, what Isis-san wanted to drink from was the for couples only cup. No, well, we certainly are a couple, so I guess there's nothing wrong with choosing that. Even so, we're in the middle of a festival, and there are lots of people around us. I'm kind of embarrassed being seen by people around us as an idiotic couple. Kaito, do you dislike drinking with me? I don't dislike it. I'll order it right away. However, my embarrassment was powerless in front of Isis-san's smile. My embarrassment is just a small price to pay when I think about how happy Isis-san will be when we do this. I don't even have to weigh which one of these two is more important for me. Immediately agreeing with her, I bought a cup of ripple juice from the stall. Of course, the container is the couple size that Isis-san requested. I bought it. Thank you. I'm happy. Well then, shall we drink? Seeing Isis-san so happy, I felt a bit embarrassed, but I also brought my mouth near one of the straws. Thereupon, Isis-san also moved, drawing our faces closer to each other. How should I say this? We should have kissed multiple times already, so I shouldn't have been embarrassed with her face being close to mine, but an event like this that certainly shows that we're a couple makes me feel a different kind of embarrassment than when we're kissing. As our faces are close together, our eyes aren't closed like when we're kissing, so I can see Isis-san's face very clearly. I could see her glossy, soft lips held onto the straw, and her ruby eyes that were staring straight into mine. As we started to drink the juice, facing each other, Isis-san seemed really happy, as her cheeks slightly blushed red and a smile appeared on her lips. Looking at her face up close, I felt my heart beat strangely fast again. After a while, we finished drinking the juice in the container, but we didn't take our mouths off the straws. I thought of following Isis-san when she pulled her mouth away, but Isis-san was apparently thinking the same thing. Waiting for each other to move, we both lost sight of the timing to move our mouths away. We just stared at each other like that without saying a word. Seeing her up close like this, I realized once again that Isis-san is an exquisite beauty. Isis-san's snow-white skin and fleeting atmosphere all seem to enhance her very being. Staring at her like this makes me feel passion gradually building up in our gazes. From her eyes, I can see her overflowing love for me, and my feelings of love for her were growing stronger and stronger. I wonder who was it that initiated it? Our mouth that had been spontaneously sucking on the straws stopped, and the distance between Isis-san and I became even closer. I could feel her slender hand slowly place itself on my back, and I also placed my hand on Isis-san's small back. Slowly but surely, both of us brought our faces close to each other, and the distance between Isis-san and I became zero. Now, at this moment, I felt as if the two of us were the only people in the world. I could feel the warmth of Isis-san's body in my arms gradually increasing, making me feel the desire to hug her even tighter. But the sound of our cup falling on the ground brought clarity back to my mind. Letting go of Isis-san's lips, I looked around like a broken tin doll, feeling as if the blood was being drained away from my body. As far as my eyes can see, there's people forming a circle with a considerable distance around us. A surprisingly large number of people were intently staring at us. I realized where we are again. We are currently in a large city hosting a big festival called the Six Kings Festival, and the participants of this festival are incredibly numerous. So, what does this mean? It means that Isis-san and I embraced in public, and were passionately kissing each other. Isis-san, Kaya I thought all the blood had been drained out of my body, but I felt heat and embarrassment burst out like an explosion of blood that came from my body. From that point on, my actions were swift. I smoothly carried Isis-san's body in a princess carry, and ran away from that place with a speed unparalleled in history. After self-destructing by being exposed to a shame play that I, myself initiated, I immediately ran away. I thought about going as far away from places with people as much as possible, before we finally took a break in a plaza-like area. I'm sorry, Isis-san. Suddenly carrying you like that. No, Kaito. Am I not heavy? No, you're surprisingly light. I apologized to Isis-san for reflexively taking her away in a princess carry, but she didn't blame me, and is actually worried about me. Nevertheless, Isis-san's body really is light. She was so light that even I, a weak person, could run while carrying her in a princess carry. No, it's not that. I'm just saying that because I heard that girls don't like being called heavy. She really is light. No, I mean, I have a feeling that Isis-san weighs only about 30 kilograms. She also said that she basically doesn't eat, so her body structure may be a bit different from a human. Anyway, I guess we should be all right here now. Thinking about how I should stay away from that area we were in earlier, I tried to put Isis-san down, but for some reason, her hands held onto the back of my neck. Kaito. Could we stay like this for just a bit longer? Why yes. Thank you, Kaito. I love you. Isis-san looked murderously cute, putting her face against my neck, acting like a spoiled princess in my arms. Holding Isis-san like a princess for a while, when she was satisfied, I slowly set her down. Well then, how about we walk around this area? It doesn't seem like there are that many, but there seem to be some stalls over there. Feeling strangely embarrassed, especially with the earlier incident, I held Isis-san's hand and headed for a stall a few distance away. This area is off the main street and not very crowded, but there are still a few stores around. As I walked past one of the stores, which sold small accessories, I was unexpectedly called out. Oi what a lovely couple you two are. Come now, I have just the perfect item for Fudge. I slammed my fist into the face of the cow costume who called out to me. Wait, Kaito-san? That's not just knocking down on my head anymore, that's a full-on punch, you know? Haven't you been treating me harshly lately? Alice-chan is your cute lover, you know? No, rather than that, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be repairing that area you and Mejido-san were fighting in? No, that one is main body Alice-chan's responsibility. It doesn't have anything to do with me. Stall merchant Alice-chan 86. I see. After hearing the idiot in a stuffed cow costume, Alice clone's words, I was dumbfounded. But I nodded anyway. Thinking about it, how could that Alice miss out on a business opportunity like this? I wouldn't be surprised if she had prepared 1 or 2 clones to prepare their own stalls. I'm kind of bothered with that 86 attached to her name though. Does that mean there are more than 80 of them scattered all over the city? There's no way that's the case, right? Shiltia. The thing that's perfect for us. What is it? Foo, it's these. What are these? These are ancient items from another world. In a solemn tone, what Alice took out were lucky charms that were sold in shrines. No, well, that was certainly a culture from another world. But I don't think the gods that were supposed to be associated with those amulets are in this world, you know? So, wouldn't those amulets have no benefit at all? Don't be surprised, okay? You see, just by holding one of these, you would become super lovey-dovey with your lover. It says prosperous business on it though. Wow. I'll buy it. Isis-san. Also, if you buy this crystal ball too, the effect of this lucky charm triples. I'll take that too. Thank you for your patronage. Well then, I'll calculate the price. Where exactly are you basing that triple stuff you're talking about? No, well, that's fine and all but, Alice. Do you mind if I say something? If you cheat the innocent Isis-san into making an expensive purchase, I'm not going to talk to you for a while. No way Isis-san. It's just a joke. Isis-san and Kaito-san don't need something like this. You've always been lovey-dovey. Even without toys like this, there's nothing for you to worry about. But when Alice heard my words, she looked so flustered that it could be clearly seen even with her stuffed costume, and smashed the crystal she was holding. I just remembered something. These aren't actually my items. That's why I can't sell them to you. I am never selling them. Kaito. Super lovey-dovey. That reminds me. I actually have a 1/5 size plushie of Kaito-san that I made recently. I thought I just heard the name of an item that I couldn't overlook, but before I could say anything else, a mountain of white gold coins appeared in front of the store. I'll buy it. I'll take your entire stock. No, this is still a trial product, so I've only made one. Also, the price is 300 so please put those white gold coins away. Then, I'll buy that one. Yes, here you go. Thank you. You can keep the change. Isis-san vigorously tried to buy up Alice's entire stock, but when she heard that there was only one of those items, she took it and gave one white gold coin to Alice. She just bought a 30,000 yen product for 10 million yen. This is just a guess, Isis-san, but do you not have coins other than white gold coins? No, that's not important at this point. The problem is that plushie that looked like a chibified me. It's already impossible for me to take it away from Isis-san, who is happily hugging it in her embrace, so all I can do now is have a little talk with the root of all evil. Alice. Let's have some talk later. You should also come prepared to sit in a Caesar. How should I say this? When Alice appears in the scenario, things instantly become noisy. Well, I guess Alice's stupidity is part of her charm, but as for the fact that she's making plushies and life-sized dolls that look like me, I think we need to have a good talk about this. As I watched Alice and Isis-san chat with each other, I was looking at the guidebook and thinking about where to go next. It would be great if there was some kind of attraction here that would help us digest our meals. Though I say that, I don't think I would be able to keep up with strenuous activities. It would be preferable if they were something like those stalls at festivals back in my world. As I was flipping through the pages of the guidebook, I suddenly noticed some words that caught my eye. Ring toss. No, wait, which ring toss is this? Looking at the map, the space for ring toss is large. It's that super exciting battle sports one. Isis-san, this ring toss. Wow. I thought I had made a very normal suggestion, but for some reason, Isis-san and Alice looked surprised. Isis-san was even shakingly looking at me with her eyes wide open. We can't, Kaito. It's dangerous. Dangerous? The ring toss was? Kaito-san. Messing with such equipment could endanger your life. You should at least wear this armor. Hey, doesn't that look like the armor Nan-san was wearing? This armor is made with Orichalcon. With this, you should somehow be able to play some rounds. A full-body armor made of Orichalcon? Her bringing out such legendary equipment would mean it really is ring toss, not ring toss. With Kaito's magic power, it would be difficult to fight in a ring toss match. She's right. We can put that aside if it's a fight between fellow amateurs. But unless you can move at the speed of sound, it won't be a proper match. I see. It's not that the match I saw yesterday was abnormal, but that was just the norm. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was hoping that yesterday's match was just an anomaly because Alice happened to be world rank 1, but it was normally a more invigorating sport that even I can enjoy. But it seems like that was completely not the case. Anyway, it's definitely a very dangerous attraction and it would be suicide for me to try it. Well then, let's just forget about the ring toss. What about goldfish scooping? Goldfish scooping? I kind of get it now. I guess that means goldfish scooping is also dangerous. Looking at the guidebook, goldfish scooping certainly uses a pretty huge space too. Was it that the goldfish they're catching here was actually really big or literally made with gold? Then what about target shooting? But Kaito can't use magic bullets, right? Even if Kaito-san could, I think it would still be difficult for him to score points when they get into aerial combat. What about candy die cutting? That one is alright. I guess so. You'll be safe from hindrances with Isis-san with you, so the rest would depend on the dexterity of Kaito-san's hand. That's strange. Why is it that since a while ago, not a single thing I know matches the image I know about them? I guess some things might have been strangely handed down to this world, just like Kuro's strange knowledge about my world. What about yo-yo fishing? Yo-yo fishing. What's that? At least, never heard of that existing in this world. They don't have yo-yo fishing here? Why the heck is the goldfish scooping and even candy die cutting, but no yo-yo fishing? No. Are there even any safe attractions here? I just decided to stop thinking about where to go myself and asked them for recommendations. Let's see. What about ring target? That one's great. Even kids are able to play that. Thereupon, ring target, an unfamiliar term appeared. Based on its name, I'm guessing it was something like target shooting. Ring target? Yes. It's a rather standard game at festivals. As the name suggests, it's an attraction that uses a ring. You stand a few distance away and throw a ring. The targets are poles with different points on them, 10, 30, 50 and 100 points. One throws a ring, hooks it on a pole, and if you score more than a set points, you can receive a prize. So to summarize, you throw rings on poles with scores from a short distance away, and try to make those rings hook on the pole. Isn't that ring toss? What are you talking about, Kaito-san? It's different from ring toss, you know. No, that's not what I meant. Geez, I can't get my feelings across. Let's just give up. Putting aside Isis-san, I want to drop my knuckle on Alice's head who's pretending ignorance, even though she clearly understands what ring toss I'm talking about. I mean, she herself said she'd never heard of yo-yo fishing in this world when I asked her about it. After experiencing not being able to convey my thoughts due to the different cultures in which we grew up in, I continued to look around the festival with Isis-san. We enjoyed a leisurely date. We played ring toss, which they call ring target, together and checked out a store that sells second-hand books. Hey, they were selling clothes here. Does this mean they were second-hand? No, they're probably new. This street attracts a lot of amateur designers. I see, so that's why there are a lot of clothes with designs I've never seen before. This street is apparently filled with amateur designers who are trying to make a name for themselves. I guess it's understandable why The guests invited to the Six Kings Festival are all people who gained a certain level of recognition from the Six Kings. So, many of them should have high social status and financial power. Not only would this be a good way to make connections, many of the people with that amount of money and status would like unusual things. That's why this street is a good place for new designers. And thus, it was inevitable that the products here took a lot of effort to make, especially the clothes that were used only for one party, such as luxurious suits and dresses. Speaking of which, you're quite fashionable, aren't you, Isis-san? Really? Isis-san likes to wear gothic-style clothing with lots of frills, but I think that what she wears still has quite a variety. The dresses that I've most commonly seen were her light blue and blue-colored ones, but I also remember seeing her wear other gothic dresses in several other colors. Not only were the colors different, but the designs were different as well, giving me the impression that she was very particular about her clothes. Yes, you wear a lot of pretty clothes. Do you have a favorite clothing store you go to, Isis-san? No, I don't buy them. Just like Kuro Muina. My clothes are made with magic power. Just like Kuro's clothes. Are you talking about her long coat that can change at will? Materializing it with magic power also lets me freely change the color and appearance. So it's convenient. I see. Just like how Kuro's interesting long coat could turn into wings and tatami mats, Isis-san was materializing her magic power and turning them into her clothes. That would certainly let her change its appearance as much as she wants, and the fact that it's a mass of magic power makes it excellent in terms of defense and mobility. I've heard from Kuro before that it's quite difficult to materialize magic power though. Well, let's just obediently buy our clothes from Alice. Just like this. As Isis-san said this, she showed me how she changed the color of her dress from blue to white and added more frills to it. White colors also look great on Isis-san. Dressed in a white frilly dress, she unmistakably looked like an angel. Kaito. What color of clothing do you think looks good on me? I personally like wearing black clothes, but I think a fleeting light blue, or rather, I feel like clothes with lighter shades of color would look good on Isis-san. Somehow, I feel that snow-like clothes would suit her. When she wears a fleeting light blue dress, she looks very lovely, just like a really cute snow fairy. This color? Yes, it looks good on you. You look really lovely. Thank you. Kaito telling me that makes me really happy. When I sent her generous words of praise, Isis-san gave me a beaming smile. Seeing her pure, adorable smile, I suddenly felt embarrassed and hurriedly turned my gaze away. Isis-san, there's an ice cream stand over there. How about we take a break for the moment and have some ice cream? Well then, I'll go get us some. What flavor do you want, Isis-san? Then I will have chocolate. Alright. Please wait for a bit, okay? Even though I had somehow forced the conversation, I headed for an ice cream stall a short distance away. The food stall I arrived at seemed to have reasonably excellent options, and they had the chocolate flavor that Isis-san had requested. Personally, I think matcha is the best ice cream flavor, but unfortunately, they didn't seem to be selling matcha flavor, so I decided to buy strawberry ice cream instead. However, after I gave my order and was about to pay the bill, I realized a very important fact. SHT. While we were looking around before coming here, I had used up all the silver coins I had, along with the coins of lesser value. All I have now are gold coins and white gold coins. I don't really think it's a good idea to pay with a gold coin just for 2 ice creams that cost 1 R each. That's already on the level of harassment. However, Isis-san also does not have any coins smaller than white gold coins. That means I guess it can't be helped. It's my fault for not keeping some change in stock, so I'll just pay with a gold coin and say that she can keep the change. I think it's a waste of money, but to be honest, I've always wanted to try saying it. Yes, you've paid the exact amount. Thank you for your patronage. As if to interrupt my thoughts of paying with a gold coin, I heard the shopkeeper's voice. When I turned to her, I saw the shopkeeper with her head tilted, handing me 2 scoops of ice cream. I haven't paid you yet, remember? But it was paid for by your companion over the though. Companion? Wow. I didn't think that Isis-san had a 1 R coin, but when she said companion, I reflexively moved my gaze, and my thoughts completely stopped. In the direction where I looked at, she was there, standing next to me before I knew it. Was a petite woman with light brown semi-long hair. She looked at me for a moment, gave me a quick wink, and turned away without saying a single word. https://www.folksaholic.com/wp content/uploads/2021/10/p243 scaled.jpg. From the moment I saw her, I was so shaken that I couldn't feel my voice coming out of my throat. My mind went blank, my heart was beating frighteningly fast, and I could feel sweat dripping all over my body. As if I'm petrified, my body doesn't move an inch. That's impossible. It can't be. After all. No, why? Mum. When I could finally feel my voice coming out of my mouth, the woman had already disappeared into the crowd. Dear Mom, Dad, I know that who I met was another person. I've heard from someone that there are at least 3 people in the world who would look like me, but even though I knew this, I couldn't help but feel shaken. For the woman I just saw, looked exactly like my mother. V14C5, Mother's Vestige. My mother was a short woman, and she was a very bad cook. Jigunanu. The kitchen is too high and difficult to use. Maybe the reason why my cooking isn't turning well is because the kitchen doesn't match my height. No, isn't it because Mother's cooking is really sloppy? Husband? I'm looking forward to dinner. Moreover, it's not just her cooking. How should I say this? Not only is she clumsy, she's also sometimes klutzy, so that's why I think she often made mistakes. However, she always had a bright smile on her face and she really cared about me. Kaito. The athletic meet is coming soon, right? I'll cheer for you a lot, okay? Husband? Yeah, leave the camera to me. I'll buy the latest model with my bonus. Why you can just bring a normal camera, you know? I remembered how she and Dad used to match with each other in exaggerating things, and about how she was more positive than anyone else, more hopeful about the future than anyone else. Mum. What's in that notebook? Fufafu, this notebook, you see. This is where I write down the dreams that I want to fulfill. Dreams you want to fulfill? You only live once, so I want my heart to be filled with dreams. Well, of course I can't make everything come true, but there are some of them that were finally fulfilled. The notebook Mom used to carry around with her. After Mom died, it was entrusted into my hands, and that was the first time I saw its content. Written on that notebook were the numerous dreams that Mom had since she was a child, and those that had come true were marked. There were dreams that didn't come true, such as I want to be a stewardess, and there were also dreams marked with a flower circled upon it, such as I want to have a wonderful love life. And the newest entry in the notebook, it was something along the lines of I want my darling Kaito to become a fine adult that I can be proud of. This will definitely come true. When I saw it, tears welled up in my eyes. Mom was always there to support me. Truly, she has always been supporting me. That's why I really love my mum. Mum, why are you supporting me that much? Whether, I would obviously still scold Kaito when you're doing something wrong, you know? But if it isn't anything wrong, there's no reason not to support my cute son. There's still a long way in Kaito's life, so remember this. I will always support you. I will always be your best ally forever. Understand? Mom always had my back. She would always be cheering for me. Yes, even just before she passed away. Kai. 2. Do your best. Help will come soon. So, even if it's just you, that was the last time I heard Mom's voice in my fading consciousness. *********. To Kaito. I am sorry. Are you alright? Why yes, I'm alright. But you haven't eaten your ice cream since a while ago. Seeing Isis-san looking at my face with concern, I finally came back to my senses. The shock of seeing a woman who looked exactly like Mom was just so great that I still haven't been able to keep my mind off it. Did something happen? That is. I won't force you if you don't want to tell me. But if Kaito's fine with it, I'd like you to tell me. I don't know if I can explain it well, but Isis-san looked genuinely worried about me, but unsure if it was alright for her to step in. Looking at her expression, I felt a bit calmer. Thereupon, I began to slowly speak about it. The situation that had just happened. Looking at it from Isis-san's perspective though, I'm going to talk about someone she hasn't seen and I had been keeping a secret about. The story itself is simple. I saw someone who looked exactly like my dead mother, and it shook me. That's all there is to it. However, it's difficult to express the emotions swirling around me. After all, even I don't have the answer to this question. I know that she was a different person. But even so, the what-ifs were just popping into my mind. There's a chance that this may have happened. That perhaps, I think that what you saw is another person. Kaito's mother died in another world. However, I don't really know much about raising the dead either. So I think it would be better to ask this to Kuramuina. Yes, I know that. There's a strong possibility that it's someone else. No, it's almost certainly the case. After all, if Mom had really come back to life, she would have approached me there. But there's a difference between knowing and understanding. I just couldn't get the thought of the possibility that my mother was still alive out of my head. There was no way I could get an answer just by thinking about it. But I still couldn't help but think about it. As I was feeling so helplessly shaken, my body was suddenly pulled, and I felt a soft touch next to my face. I immediately understood that Isis-san had pulled me close and held me to her chest. The softness of her breasts, her slightly cool body, and her pleasant scent that tickled my nostrils. Kaito, look at me. Isis-san. When I raised my gaze as I was told, I found myself eye to eye with Isis-san, who had a gentle expression on her face. I'm not going to tell you to forget about it. After all, I think this is something important to Kaito. However, you also shouldn't think about it too much. That is very exhausting. Isis-san, hugging my head, Isis-san told me in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. I'm here. Kaito might not be able to see your mother, but Kaito has me. I can't erase the feeling of pain that Kaito is feeling. But I will always be with you. And I won't let Kaito feel lonely. Even in painful times, I will always be with you. That's what I once said to Isis-san. I can't erase all suffering, but I will always be with her. Hugging Isis-san, who was quivering in loneliness, I told her that. And using her own words, Isis-san returned it back to me. I feel warmth spreading in my chest. And then, I found myself hugging Isis-san with my hand on her back. That's why, for now, I want you to only look at me. Yes, thank you. I guess I became a bit sensitive to what suddenly occurred. I'm glad that Kaito is feeling better. Yes, that's why, if it's not too much trouble, can we stay like this for a bit longer? It's fine with me to spoil you a whole lot though. Thank you. After expressing my gratitude, I gently closed my eyes and entrusted my body to Isis-san. Come to think of it, since I came to this world, other than the times when I was with Kuro, this might be the first time I've been pampered like this, and the first time I felt comfortable and relieved. There are many stalls at the Six Kings Festival. They range from the standard festival stalls to full-fledged restaurants. Most of the stalls are run by the subordinates of the Six Kings, but invited guests can also set up their own stalls if they apply in advance. Elise, a high-ranking demon, was also one of those who applied to open a store. Even though she wasn't a subordinate of the Six Kings, she was recognized as a high-ranking demon due to the amount of magic power she had. But she isn't a peerage holder. She also doesn't have any combat power at all, and has little to do with the Six Kings. However, Elise has a talent for fortune-telling and making magic tools, living a modest life while running a small shop. She had a small connection with the Sidich Magic Tools Company, and through her connection, she was invited to the Six Kings Festival. Since it was a great opportunity, she applied to set up a stall for her specialty, fortune-telling, and she was able to acquire it. To tell the truth, she also had a small ulterior motive, hoping that she could use this opportunity to get acquainted with at least a count rank. She is just a timid person with no great ambition, but she still has a certain amount of greed. You could even say that she's a normal person. And she is now facing the biggest crisis in history. I want you to read Our compatibility. Yes. After recovering from the shock of seeing who looked like his mother, Kaito and Isis were once again going around the festival. The two of them happened to see Elise's store and out of curiosity, decided to stop by. Death King Sama? No way, the real one. No, she's definitely the real one. My body hasn't stopped shaking since a while ago. Scary. For an ordinary demon like her, Isis was truly a symbol of fear, and just the fact that she was in front of her greatly made her break out in cold sweat. And unfortunately, because of her great amount of magic power, she can't faint. Why is Death King Sama in my shop? The man she was together with. Could he be that rumored human? The human who received the affection of Death King Sama. Although he isn't aware of it, Kaito is also famous in his own right in the demon realm. He has connections with the Six Kings, the pinnacle of the demon realm, and is the only person in the human realm who had a black rank invitation to Elise. He is someone who is an extremely high social status. However, Kaito didn't seem to have much interest in using his black rank invitation, which would give him free access to all facilities if he presented it, so he paid for it as usual at the store and didn't feel like presenting it this time either. Half of the reason is that he was feeling sorry for receiving services for free, while the other half is just because he doesn't want to stand out by presenting his black rank invitation. But then, he was already standing out when he was together with Isis, but as clueless as Kaito is sometimes, he didn't notice that. A rumor has it that he's someone who Underworld King Sama had lost against, that he took out over 100 black bears in an instant, that he overpowered War King Sama's subordinates, that he won against War King Sama in an upfront battle, and that he beat Phantasmal King Sama into submission and made them his subordinate. He's that rumored person. They were rumors that would make the person himself hold his head in shame if he had heard about it, but for the general demon populace, their impression of Kaito was roughly like this. I read their compatibility. The compatibility between the two of them, if a bad result appears here. Wouldn't I be killed here? Of course, that's not going to happen. However, Elise had completely lost composure when she saw Kaito and Isis, who she viewed as beings as unreachable as the heavens. What kind of fortune-telling is this? Death King Sama doesn't know about my fortune-telling? If so, I might be able to work things out. No matter what result appears, if I just say it's the best match. According to the guidebook, she's using cards to tell the fortune. For her to tell the compatibility of two people. Both persons would be drawing 4 cards, starting with the female, and then, she would be reading our fortune depending on the pattern and the order in which they appear. All the combinations are also listed here. Why the heck are you talking about unnecessary things, human-san? Or rather, what is with that guidebook? That thing is also talking about the combinations? I kinda want a book like that too. Wait. That's not what matters now. What should I do now? Even the faintest glimmer of light was shattered by Kaito, and Elise, with trembling hands, took out the cards used for fortune-telling and divided them into 2 piles. For a moment, she thought about cheating and adjusting the design of the cards, but she wasn't confident that she could fool their eyes, and thus, Elise was left with no choice but to tell the fortune as usual. Well then. Death King Sama, please draw 4 cards. In this situation, I don't have any choice but to pray. Please, God of Creation Sama, I'm begging you, please give her a good result. Alright. Elise's compatibility reading is done with a deck of 28 cards, which consists of 4 of each of the 7 types of cards: heart, sword, sun, moon, star, flower and crown. The result depends on the combination of the patterns that appeared and the order the cards appeared. I'm begging you, please draw hearts. If it starts with a heart, most of it would end with good results. Moon, moon. The result shouldn't have started with a moon. That would pretty much lead you to a bad result. Star, sword, moon. I'm done for. It's the worst possible combination and order. If the female side had such a result, unless the male side draws 4 hearts, it can only lead to a bad compatibility. There's no way he could draw 4 hearts in a row from a 24-card deck. The cards that Isis drew had only one pattern that would lead them to a best compatibility, and the rest of the combinations and orders would only lead to a bad compatibility. With an expression that looked as if her soul was deprived of her body, Elise absent-mindedly looked towards the next person who would draw cards. It's Kaito's turn. I guess this is where I die, huh? Even though there were still things I wanted to do, food I wanted to eat, I know that I got a bit greedy. I was hoping to make a connection with a famous person. However, for it to become like this. Yes, a heart, huh? The next one is a heart again. The third one is also a heart. The fourth one too? That's quite unusual, isn't it? It was all hearts. Seriously? Hi. Why yes. Elise, who had absent-mindedly given up on her life, instantly came back to her senses when she saw the cards that Kaito had drawn, and suddenly brought her face closer. Astonished at her sudden change in expression, Kaito nodded. To which, Elise's shoulders slightly trembled, and clenching her fist, she exclaimed, "It's the best. It's the best combination. The compatibility between you two couldn't be more perfect. You're so compatible with each other, as if the red strings of fate were bundled up with each other." Really? Yes, you are the best couple ever. Best couple. With Kaito. I'm so happy. Thanks to the best result in the form of a great comeback, Isis-san happily smiled from the bottom of her heart and affectionately grasped Kaito's hand. Seeing such an Isis, Kaito looked a bit embarrassed. But he squeezed her hand back, and the sweet atmosphere unique to lovers began to form around them. Thank you. Here. The fee. Yes. Wait, Death King Sama? This is a white gold coin? You can keep the change. No. Yes. After handing the white gold coin to Elise with a really happy smile on her lips, Kaito and Isis harmoniously left her shop. After absent-mindedly seeing her off, Elise let out a really big sigh. Thank goodness I didn't get killed. Incidentally, even if the results were bad, she wouldn't have been killed. It was just a misunderstanding on her part. However, there's something that the relieved Elise didn't know yet. That after hearing about Isis' compatibility with Kaito, the Underworld King and the Phantasmal King would also come to her shop together with Kaito. Although there was a little incident on the way, Isis-san and I, who had thoroughly enjoyed the fourth day of the festival, came to see the fireworks that would be held at the end of the fourth day. Moving to a small hill overlooking the festival, which was specially prepared by Isis-san, the organizer of the event, we sat down side by side. There seemed to be a certain flower planted all over the hill, and I could see it clearly even though it was getting darker. The flowers, with their clear blue crystalline petals, make me feel nostalgic and seem more appropriate for this occasion than any other. Kaito. Do you remember this flower? Yes, it's the flower that Isis-san gave me when we first met. Blue crystal flower, right? It's the flower that represents my memories together with Kaito. I guess it really is. The blue crystal flower that Isis-san gave me is carefully displayed in my room. I guess it's just as she said, the flower is the first thing that represents my memories together with Isis-san. I know that it happened not that long ago, but it feels like it happened a long time ago. I even feel as if I've been with Isis-san for years now. I wonder, when did it start? When did I start feeling at ease when I was with Isis-san? When did I feel like each of her gestures became so unbearably endearing? With each passing memory, her presence in me grows larger and more endearing. It's as if her loveliness held no limits. I've always hated this world and myself. As I was thinking about this, Isis-san muttered, as if she was talking to herself, to which I turned towards her. The world hasn't been kind to me. I keep scaring other people away. And that's why I've always hated this world. Why was it that I was even born? Why was it that the magic power of death dwells within me? I thought about it over and over again. I can somehow understand the feeling of hating oneself, even if what I felt was comparatively smaller than hers. I hated myself for always making some gentle excuses to run away, never being able to change myself. However, I guess you could say that this is the difference between dreams and reality. I've continuously suffered from my own weak-mindedness for close to a decade. Even after all that time though, I still helplessly suffered. I remembered the time when I thought that my existence was unnecessary, and how painful and freezingly cold it was within my heart. She had suffered the same, or perhaps even greater suffering than I did, for what she had experienced is something that occurred because of a special characteristic she had since birth and not something that she could just run away from. How many years have Isis-san endured a life like that? Thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. It's easy to put it into words, but I, a mere human being, can't understand the weight of the suffering she felt. But now, it's different. I've met Kaito, and I've come to love this world that I thought I knew, and this me that loves Kaito. Isis-san. Unlike fate, I can't see things like fate. However, if fate really exists, I'm sure that I'm born to meet Kaito. Slowly weaving her sentences, Isis-san put more feelings than she could express into each word. Her words sounded like a song, and with her beautiful voice, I could feel as if it was penetrating deep into my heart. Kaito. Why yes. Kaito. I love you. I treasure you more than anyone, more than anything. That's why I'm fine if it's not immediately, but at the time Kaito is ready. One day I want us to get married. It was the same thing that Isis-san had said to me when we first met, but receiving her marriage proposal now, my heart was filled with a completely different emotion than I had back then. At that time, I was very confused because someone I had just met suddenly asked me to marry her. I didn't mean to be rude, but I actually found it a bit scary back then. However, right now, I was just happy to hear those words and feel Isis-san's affection towards me. That's why, after a bit of silence, I looked straight into Isis-san's eyes and spoke. I think I would still need some time. When I've finished preparing to live in this world for the rest of my life and finished saying goodbye to the people who have taken care of me, at that time, I will definitely tell you these words myself. That's why. Please wait for me. Thank you, Isis-san. I'm really happy to have met you. Kaito. You're not using honorifics anymore, eh? I'm sorry. I unconsciously spoke casually. No. I'm happy that you're speaking casually instead. That's why. If Kaito is fine with it, I'd like it. If Kaito speaks casually, I understand. No, alright. I am kind of confused on how to speak now. Fufafu. Isis-san smiles happily at me, a little confused by the fact that I've unconsciously spoken casually. And then, right at that moment, as if to congratulate us on our promise that we did tonight, a large flower bloomed in the night sky. Fireworks. Isis-san. I want to say it again. I love you. I love you too. Kaito. No more words were needed other than that. Under the night sky lit up by flowers of varying colors, our shadows overlapped with each other. Dear Mom, Dad, when I first met her, I was very confused and felt sympathetic for her. But as we spent time together, my feelings for her turned into tranquility and affection. From stranger to friend, from friend to lovers, and from lovers to a future where we accumulate more and more memories, we've taken a step forward towards such a future. After my date with Isis-san, I normally would have gone straight back to the Central Tower for dinner. However, I have promised to eat with Lilia-san and the others tonight, so I will head there after letting Kuro and the others know. As I walked out of the Central Tower, I saw someone familiar who had probably come to pick me up. Luna Maria-san, did you come all the way here to pick me up? Yes, popular restaurants tend to get crowded, so I've told my lady and the others that I would fetch you first. I see. Thank you. No, by the way, Mama-sama? Yes. When I thanked her, Luna Maria-san smiled as if to say not to worry about it, before her expression changed to something serious and spoke. I've been meaning to ask you something for a long time. What is it? Why is it that you still call me Luna Maria-san? The words that she seriously said weren't something that I had expected, with a puzzled expression on her face. I waited for Luna Maria-san's next words. In the 6 months since Mama-sama came to this world, I have been treating you as an important guest and have been devoting my everything to you. No, I don't remember you doing that. After all these times, Mama-sama and I should have been closer. Oi, don't ignore what I'm saying, you useless maid. Putting aside whether we have become closer or not, I don't remember you devoting anything to me, you know? If anything, you were the one who was trying to tease me every chance you got. I mean, You even set me up a couple of times already. And yet I still feel as if a barrier within Mama-sama's heart was blocking me. Right now, more walls are forming around my heart. You know, it's even getting taller. You know, I have supported Mama-sama in many situations, if I may say so myself. We have taken on many challenges together, and I am even proud to say that we are comrades in arms. No, like I said, why the heck are you all brazenly putting yourself in such a position? Seriously, you're the only one who thinks like that, okay? But, however, there's still a big wall between us. She's not listening to me at all. Why the heck were our conversations not connecting with each other at all? This useless maid is freaking evading everything I'm saying. This is really astounding, but from the looks of it, she probably wouldn't listen to me even when I deny things. Letting out a big sigh, I then told Luna Maria-san what I thought she wanted me to say. So, in the end, what are you trying to say? I'm glad you asked. All I wanted from Mama-sama is that. Putting it simply, to talk about your way of calling me. Hugh, even though Kusunoki-sama and Yuzuki-sama affectionately call me Luna-san, Mama-san still calls me Luna Maria-san. Isn't this something that should be corrected immediately? No, I mean, I don't feel like I'm affectionate enough with you that I would call you by your nickname. Wait right there, Mama-sama. I've been trying to ignore it for a while now. But you've only been throwing a lot of insults at me though. It's not like I wouldn't get hurt no matter what you say, you know. In short, what Luna Maria-san is trying to say is that she wants me to call her Luna-san. No, well, I did reflexively complain. But it's not that I don't like Luna Maria-san. She is a hopeless person who does everything to tease others. But she's dependable, and on the times when it seriously matters, she will be cordial and give you advice. I understand. Well then, I'll call you Luna-san from now on. Why yes, that's what I wanted. Why are you looking away? No, it's just that actually hearing you call me that makes me a little embarrassed. Even though she was the one who requested it herself, when I called Luna-san as such, she turned away with a slight blush on her cheeks, seemingly feeling embarrassed. Phew, I've been thinking about this for a while. But could it be that Luna-san is actually a shy person? Well, I've certainly been saying mean things to you. But I've always been relying on you, Luna-san. Is that so? I felt so close to you that I couldn't help acting unreserved. I'm sorry about that. I hope that we will continue to get along. No, well, I know that you're just joking, but there's no need to apologize. It's not that I don't like Mama-sama either. No, I rather have high praise for your personality instead. Making me feel favorable towards you. Why are you smiling? When I straightforwardly conveyed my favorable feelings for her, it was just as I expected, rather, even more than I expected. Luna-san flustredly told me that she didn't dislike me. Amused by her reaction, a smile appeared on my face, to which Luna-san frowned upon. Could it be that was on purpose? No, well, how should I say this? Luna-san has a pretty cute side in you, huh? Why you're just playing with me? You're just playing with my innocent heart? Since when have you become a bad man like this? It's just payback for your usual teasing. Well, what I said about me relying on Luna-san is true though. Jigyunanu. After chuckling at Luna-san's unusually vexed expression, I slowly started walking. Come on, Lilia-san and the others were waiting for us. Right? Let's quickly go. I will definitely pay you back for this humiliation someday. I'm looking forward to it. Biting her lower lip with her face bright red, Luna-san started walking after me. It was kind of fun to see a different side of her than usual. Well, I'm kinda scared of her counterattack that's waiting for me later. She likes to play pranks, and has a lot of bad qualities. Even with all these things, I consider Luna-san to be an important and dependable friend. Well, I'm worried about the retaliation that will come someday because of this. But well, I guess a relationship like this isn't so bad. After quarreling with Luna-san, we walked together to the restaurant where Lilia-san and the others were. But it seems like not everything is settled yet. Luna-san, isn't it about time you cheer up already? Huh? What in the world could you be talking about? Doesn't that make it sound like I'm mad at you? No, I mean, you had been looking away all this while. Rather than mad, aren't you sulking? As if she was really frustrated that I had teased her earlier. Luna-san kept her head away and her words were somewhat sharp. Moreover, the person herself was adamantly not admitting it. The situation was becoming quite troublesome. Huh? I'm sulking? You're really saying strange things, aren't you, Mama-sama? Are you implying that I'm being played with by a youngster who's only been alive for about 20 years, and I wasn't able to refute him? There's no way that could happen. That's quite conceited of you. And no, I mean, that's the truth. Listen here, only sulking people call people sulking. In other words, isn't it you who is actually feeling defeated, Mama-sama? I guess so. Are you a child? Isn't that totally a child's only stupid people call people stupid theory? I've always known that she was childish, especially with her fondness for pranks. She's childish even when you're angry, huh, Luna-san? However, I gave up. With the way she was sulking, it didn't seem like she was going to be in a good mood anytime soon. If possible, I'd like it if she were to somehow cheer up before we meet up with Lilia-san and the others. Luna-san, it's my fault, so could you cheer? I turned to angry Luna-san, trying to calm her down as much as I could. But there was no sign of Luna-san in sight. And right after that, for some reason, I could feel hands clinging on my shoulders from behind. Wait, Luna-san? Is something the matter? Help me. Huh? Please help me, Kaito-san. Are you alright? Are you hurt somewhere? I don't have any idea what was going on, but Luna-san's hands were shaking as she clung to my shoulders, and when I turned my head towards her, Luna-san's pale face was tightly clinging to my back. She was clearly acting strangely, calling me Kaito-san in a voice weaker than usual. I called out to her, wondering if she might not be feeling very well, but with her head held down, Luna-san shook her head. When I tilted my head at her reaction, Luna-san pointed somewhere with her shaking hand. That is a caterpillar. Hi. What Luna-san was pointing at was a really tiny caterpillar. Could it be that she was scared of that caterpillar? I mean, she let out a shriek and was clinging to my back. Wait, if I remember correctly, Lilia-san told me that Luna-san isn't good with bugs. I don't like bugs. I don't like bugs. I don't like worms. Luna-san, please calm down. It's alright. I'm here, okay? I'll remove it now. You are, Kaito-san. Quickly. Crush it already. Alright. That's why let go of your hands for a moment. Don't go. What the heck am I supposed to do then? Luna-san has completely turned into a big baby. How am I supposed to get that caterpillar out of the way when you're still clinging to my shoulders? Should I use my feet? Should I move it away with my feet? No. But doing that would require me to get close to it, and I don't know what would happen if I put Luna-san, who is in such a state, near the caterpillar. Alice, help. No, Kaito-san, you can't just ask a maiden whose beauty makes flowers blush to deal with caterpillars. It's alright. You're not categorized as a maiden whose beauty makes flowers blush after all. You're saying mean things to me again. No, well, I'm actually fine with doing this. Even though she was complaining, Alice plucked up the caterpillar and threw it far away before disappearing. She really is very dependable. I'll treat her to something next time. Look now, Luna-san. There are no bugs anymore. It's alright already, okay? Really? Yes, it's alright already. Even if bugs appear again, I'll be here to protect you, okay? I won't let them touch Luna-san, so please be relieved. Kaito-san. As I frantically called out to the trembling Luna-san, she finally looked up and looked at me with her moist eyes. Seeing her expression made my heart unconsciously skip a beat. Even though she had such a personality, Luna-san was an incredibly beautiful woman, and the gap between how she usually acts and her current vulnerable appearance made her look like an ephemeral beauty. Luna-san stared at me for a few moments. Before looking surprised, she hurriedly moved away from me. I'm sorry you had to see that. No. Everyone has their weaknesses. While moving her hands to dust off her maid uniform, Luna-san turned her face away, blushing red to her ears. I never expected that she would be this bad with bugs. She was uncharacteristically frightened, saying things like she didn't like worms. I wonder if she is particularly bad at worm-type bugs. She might have some kind of childhood trauma regarding them or something like that. Let's go. Why yes. I hurriedly chased after Luna-san, who, perhaps too embarrassed to look at me, said a few words without looking at me and quickly started walking away. Then, Luna-san, who was walking a little ahead of me at a fast pace, turned her red face down and muttered in a voice that was barely audible to my ears, Mama-sama, yes, T thank you. F for protecting me, you look slightly cool, hey, it's nothing. Let's not keep my lady and the others waiting. Let's hurry. Wait, Luna-san. You're too fast. I had heard that Luna-san hated bugs, but I didn't expect that it would be so bad that she would turn into a baby. Well, I don't mean to be rude, but looking at Luna-san, looking so vulnerable and frightened by bugs, unlike her usual self, let's keep it a secret that I thought she was cute. The restaurant where Lilia-san and the others were waiting was apparently quite popular. When Luna-san and I arrived, there was a long queue in front of the restaurant, and Lilia-san and the others were currently in the middle of the queue. Kaito-senpai, Luna-san we're here . When Hina-chan spotted Luna-san and I, she gave us a big wave and we decided to join them in the queue. Thank you for waiting, my lady. I guess it would really take some time before we could get our turn, huh? Yes, we should have queued a little earlier. I underestimated the popularity of this restaurant. While Luna-san and Lilia-san talked with each other, I lined up where Hina-chan and Aoi-chan were. What a long queue. What kind of restaurant is this? I read in Phantasmal King-sama's guidebook that this restaurant serves very rare dishes. I can't tell what kind of dish they are just from the name of the dishes though. I'm so hungry. Aoi-chan answered my question, and Hina-chan complained of her hunger. If there are this many people queued, I can certainly expect its quality, but I guess it would take us a lot of time before we could eat. Kaito-senpai, can't you do something with senpai's special invitation? I wonder. I've heard that I can use it to buy things for free, but will they give priority to me rather than the queue? I understand how you feel, Hina-chan, but even Lilia-san's platinum rank didn't work, so I guess it would also be difficult for Kaito-san. It seemed that it wasn't only the two of them, as Lilia-san and the others seemed to be also fed up with the queue, but now that they had queued for quite some time already, it was hard to change to another restaurant. It seems that even the higher-level invitations weren't given priority in the queue, so well, I guess we don't have any choice but to wait in the queue, huh? Just as I was thinking this, a person who looked like a waitress came from the start of the queue and walked towards us. Stopping in front of me, she politely bowed before speaking. May I ask if you're really Mama Kaito-sama? Yes, I am. Thank you very much for coming to our restaurant today. Mama-sama and his companions will be seated in the VIP seat, so please come this way. When the waitress told us that they had prepared a separate seat for us, we tilted our heads. I didn't inform them that we would come to this restaurant, nor did I make a reservation. So, why are the VIP seats available as if it's a matter of course? Perhaps sensing my doubts, the waitress informed me with a gentle smile. By orders of the Six Kings, all the restaurants in this city where the festival is held have VIP seats reserved for Mama-sama and his companions. Of course, we have also prepared a large private room with a great view. It's a face pass. Kaito-senpai got a face pass. I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected of Kaito-san or it's Kaito-san again. I guess I could just say that Kaito-san is the same as usual, huh? As for the evaluation from my two kuhais, I would really like to hear it carefully later. I could already guess Lilia-san's reaction based on how she was holding her head, looking far into the distance. Even though I was surprised, I was grateful that we were able to eat without waiting, so we followed the waitress' lead and moved on. Just as the waitress said, the seats we were led to were in a private room with a very nice view. It seemed that they didn't have a big enough table to seat everyone, so we were divided into groups and separately seated. I was seated along with Aoi-chan and Hina-chan, forming a group of otherworlders. Mama-sama, the head chef would like to greet you after dinner. But would that be alright? Yes, I understand. Thank you very much. Well then, we will prepare our signature dish. Thank you. Waitress-san, I'm begging you, don't come over here. I'm not used to this kind of situation at all, so please go to Lilia-san's side instead. Here is the beverage menu. When I looked at the menu that was handed to me, I saw that there were many different items written on it. And I don't have any idea what the heck these things are. Tell Lilia-san, I don't know anything about the things listed here at all. Well then, Would you like me to choose for you? Yes please. Asking the nearby Lilia-san for help, I handed her the menu and she ordered as if she was used to it. It seems like she has a good grasp of which people can't drink alcohol. I'm really glad that Lilia-san was here with us. Kaito-senpai, what kind of food is going to be served? From the interior and the atmosphere around the place feels like a French restaurant. What do you think, Aoi-chan? I'm sure this place is a high-class restaurant. But the table setting seems a little different from a French restaurant. I've always thought about this, but I wonder if Aoi-chan is a noble lady from a pretty wealthy family. I mean, she can even judge a restaurant by its table setting and such things. As I was getting my hopes up for a fine dining experience I hadn't tried before. A little while later, the appetizers were brought out along with our drinks. Thank you for waiting. This is the hors d'oeuvre, Pale Pig Breeze. T/N, hors d'oeuvre equals appetizers, Aoi-chan. What is a breeze? It means it's braised. They simmered it after steaming. They are usually made from the cheek meat, but they aren't usually served as hors d'oeuvre. No, I mean, isn't this? Why yes, I'm surprised about this too. When I whispered to Aoi-chan about the food that had been brought to us, she taught me with a somewhat puzzled expression on her face what the unfamiliar word meant. No, I know exactly why Aoi-chan is confused. I mean, all three of us are probably feeling the same way. Aoi-chan. Yes. Hina-chan. Yes. I know the name of this dish too. Then, 1-2. Pork feet. Yes, the dish that was brought to us was unmistakably pork feet. I thought it was a high-class French restaurant, but it turned out that this place was serving rather unusual Chinese cuisine. The first item, pork feet, was quite tasty, but eating pork feet with a knife and fork somehow feels a bit strange to me. This feels like a full course, isn't it? If this was going to be a full course of Chinese cuisines, would the next meal brought to us be salad? Yes, it does. There were no amuse-bouches, and they started with hors d'oeuvre, so I guess the next meal served would be salad. T/N, amuse-bouche is a small complimentary appetizer. A mouth amuser. Aoi-senpai, what's amuse-bouche? Let's see. I guess it's like the tsukadashi in pubs. I haven't even experienced going inside a pub though. In comparison to Aoi-chan's familiarity with the subject, Hina-chan and I were noticeably lacking in knowledge. Or rather, I'm glad that I'm sitting at the same table as Aoi-chan. Right at that moment, a colorful salad was brought to us, to which we ate as we continued our conversation. Hina-chan, tsukadashis are dishes that can be eaten in a single bite, and are usually served before you order. Hey tilde. As expected of Kaito-senpai, you have the knowledge of the adult world tilde. No, I don't know much about it either. Aoi-chan, after the salad would be soup, right? Yes, if it's the usual French restaurant, that would be the case. There's a chance that bread might also be served first. After that, it depends on whether the plat is poisson or viande, or perhaps even both. If it's just one of them, I think granite will come out next. Sorry, I have no idea what you were saying. Just from what Aoi-chan said, I found about 4 words I didn't know. Eating full-course meals feels kind of difficult and intimidating. The word plat refers to the main dish. Most of the time, it's categorized between poisson, fish dishes and viande, meat dishes. However, this varies a lot from restaurant to restaurant. If the main dish is raw though, it may be categorized as an entree instead. And then, granite is a palate-cleansing semi-frozen dessert. Depending on how many plat they serve, the timing of order may change. I see. However, since this restaurant is Chinese style, it may be that instead of bread, they would serve dim sum. Siumai. There's a chance that a dish like that would be served next. If that's the case, no granite may be served. Aoi-chan, that's amazing. Do you often eat full-course meals? As I continued to ask questions to Aoi-chan, who carefully explained about things, the answer came back from a different person. Aoi-senpai is the noble lady of the Kusunoki group after all tilde. Hey, Hina-chan. Kusunoki group. You mean the company whose advertisements often appear on TV and other stuff? It's just a slightly big company. No, even I know the name of the Kusunoki group. It's one of the biggest companies in Japan, with a wide range of businesses including cosmetics, clothing and even IT. For Aoi-chan to be the noble lady of that company, the idea never really occurred to me. Even if they share the same surname. Aren't you the granddaughter of a congressman? Hina-chan? Really? Well tilde ahaha. Aoi-san is the noble lady of a big company. Hina-chan is the granddaughter of a politician. They're totally ladies of the higher society. Hey, you both are amazing. My father was a normal salaryman, so I'm kind of surprised. Even if you say it like that, isn't Kaito-san more amazing than us? I mean, your girlfriend is the president of the world's largest company. She's a real royalty. Although this is a different world, your level is completely different from ours. If you say it like that. Indeed. Kuro is the richest person in the world. Isis-san is a really wealthy person with a vast amount of properties in the demon realm. Lilia-san is the little sister of the king. Siag-san is the daughter of a former court mage. And Alice is the head of the world's largest intelligence organization. My lovers were also ladies of the higher society. Speaking of which, Kaito-senpai's reaction. Don't you think that you were quite nonchalant when you heard about our backgrounds? Doesn't that attract your attention? I guess not. Just as Aoi-chan said, maybe the people around me are so amazing that I have become numb. And well, regardless of who your family is, it doesn't change that you two are my cute kuhais. When they heard what I said, they stared at me with some interest before they chuckled. I really like that part of you, Kaito-senpai. Right. Although there's a large gap in appearance and name between high-class Chinese cuisine and French cuisine, it tasted great, just as one would expect from a popular restaurant. The main course, a Peking duck-style meat dish, as if umami of the poultry had extremely converged within it, giving me such satisfaction that made me feel as if I had eaten a whole chicken. That was chicken meat, right? It's not the meat of a big worm of some frog somewhere, right? Let's just stop thinking about it. I was enjoying my meal like that. But while I was partaking in my meal, I suddenly noticed something. I could feel occasional glances from Lilia-san, who is eating at the table next to ours. However, she doesn't call out to me. And the emotion I'm feeling with my sympathy magic was worry. What does this mean? Lilia-san? Kaito-san, can I have a moment of your time? When I called out to Lilia-san, she seemed to be hesitating for a moment before she replied. Yes. Well then, please follow me for the moment. Luna, please tell them to delay the time that our meals are served. Understood. Lilia-san apparently wanted to talk to me, so she told Luna Maria-san that we would be leaving our seats for a while. Then, she started to walk towards the balcony, which seemed to be just one door away from where we were eating. Not knowing what Lilia-san's intentions were, I followed her to the balcony. I guess it's to be expected of a high-class restaurant like this, as their balcony was also quite large. Lilia-san and I walked in silence along the balcony, which was surprisingly quiet for a store located at the venue of the Six Kings Festival. Then, when we were some distance away from the dinner table, Lilia-san stopped and looked back at me. With the cool night breeze drifting, Lilia-san held her swaying hair with one hand and spoke. Kaito-san. Yes. It would be great if this was just my misunderstanding, but perhaps. Is there something troubling you? I was frankly surprised by what Lilia-san told me. The encounter I had during the day with a woman who looked just like my mother. I was able to take my mind off it to some extent thanks to Isis-san's presence, and I was able to put a smile on my face. However, I still couldn't completely forget about it, and remembered that incident from time to time. I think that's what Lilia-san was talking about. However, I didn't think she would notice it, because I hadn't seriously thought about that matter myself. I don't have any clear evidence either, but I felt like there were some shadows in Kaito-san's smile. It's not that you were forcing a smile. I think that your smiles were sincere. However, it feels like there's something a little different about it. I was surprised. And most of all, I felt glad. Because Lilia-san really watches me closely, she noticed the slightest changes within me, and the feeling of worry I had been feeling all along just now makes me feel really grateful. It's not really that big of a deal. It won't take long, so would you listen for a moment? Yes, if you're fine with me. So, I decided to be honest with Lilia-san. I told her that I had met a woman who looked exactly like my deceased mother earlier in the day, and even though I wasn't seriously thinking about it, it was still bothering me. When I finished telling her all these things, Lilia-san nodded her head once in understanding. I see. I suppose what you're feeling is understandable. Even though I am still young, it's not as if I have never experienced having to part with someone because of death. My mother is still alive and well, but my stepmother and several of my father's concubines died. It's natural to feel shaken when you meet someone who looks exactly like the person you were close to before they died. As she said this, Lilia-san came closer and gently leaned on my chest. But I'm glad. I'm relieved that Kaito-san isn't too deeply troubled about it. Lilia-san, I'm sorry. You are a very strong person. I know that you will be fine. However, please at least let me worry about you. I'm your lover after all. Yes, no, I mean, I'm so glad you're worried about me. I gently hugged Lilia-san as she leaned in close to me, feeling her warmth as I expressed my gratitude. Thereupon, Lilia-san put her hands on my back too. We continued to hug each other in silence for a little while, before Lilia-san suddenly looked up at me and gave me a shy smile. Kaito-san, yes, can we kiss? I never expected to hear such a thing from the shy Lilia-san, so I unintentionally let out a dungsy voice. I just thought that we hadn't done that yet. Does Kaito-san not want to? No, that's not it. However, is Lilia-san fit? I was going to ask if Lilia-san is fine with that, but I stopped speaking those words when I saw Lilia-san, with her eyes closed and her face slightly raised. It would be rude to Lilia-san if I said unnecessary things or pulled away here. Holding Lilia-san closer, I slowly brought her face closer to mine. Then, my lips overlapped with Lilia-san's surprisingly soft lips, and a soft moan escaped from her mouth. https://www.folksaholic.com/wp content/uploads/2021/10/p285 scaled.jpg. Feeling the deep affection Lilia-san had for me, I savored the warmth of her presence before we parted our lips. Lilia-san, thank you. In a different way than Isis-san, the shy Lilia-san acted with all the courage she could muster. I was so happy about it that I unintentionally said a few words of thanks. However, I received no response from Lilia-san. Lilia-san, Lilia-san, wait, please pull yourself together. I hurriedly held Lilia-san's body as it seemed like she was about to collapse. But Lilia-san's blank eyes upturned, and she fainted. I had my first kiss with Lilia-san. It was the result of all the courage she had summoned up for me. I was really happy and felt blessed to receive her affection, but I don't know if I should say that I knew this would happen or not, but I guess she was so embarrassed that she couldn't endure it anymore. It seems that Lilia-san pushed herself too much. The delicious meal was over in a flash, and just as I was finishing the last dish, Luna-san spoke. The head chef will come to greet you after dinner, Mama-sama. Please do your best at that time. No, I'd like it if you could help me. Unfortunately, my lady, who is used to such things, is in this state. Yes, Lilia-san actually hadn't regained consciousness yet. No, isn't this actually the longest time she had fainted ever? So, Lilia-san was only able to eat halfway through her meal. But Luna-san consulted with the shop and asked them for permission to take her meal home in a magic box. Well, putting aside Kaito-senpai's situation, magic boxes are very useful in situations like this, isn't it? Putting aside Kaito-san's situation, would a high-class restaurant like this really allow takeouts? I guess they would quickly allow it if we just mention Mama-sama's name. Oi, why the heck are you talking about such things as if I'm not here? My two kuhais aren't worried about me at all. See, could I take this as a sign of their trust in me? They're just saying such things because they trust me, right? Don't worry. Mama-sama would make sure to tell them our thoughts regarding the food as our representative. Luna-san, do you have some sort of resentment against me? Even though I'm acquainted with some amazing people, I'm just an ordinary citizen. I mean, my favorite Chinese cuisine is fried rice. As I was thinking about this, an attack towards Luna-san came from someone unexpected. Lu-chan really loves Mama-san. Mum, what are you suddenly saying? Or rather, where the heck are you getting such a thing? I mean, Lu-chan always had the tendency to play pranks on people you love, right? You wanted to gain their attention, didn't you? See, can you please stop saying incomprehensible things? You're wrong. You're totally wrong. Luna-san's greatest weakness, or in a sense, her greatest natural enemy, her mother. Noir-san's statement caused Luna-san to hurriedly shake her head to deny her statement. Well, it's interesting to know about Luna Maria-san's true intentions with her actions, but there's one thing I'd like to ask before that. Noir-san, when the heck did you move next to my seat? Noir-san, why are you sitting next to me? Is it not alright? That's not it. Stop it. Please stop it. Can you please stop looking up at me with that adult-like bewitching sex appeal? Her cheeks slightly blushing red, perhaps from drinking wine, and her dress that were boldly open-shouldered. Even with her petite figure, I don't know if I should say that it's to be expected from a widow or not, but her sex appeal makes me feel giddy. Or rather, can we stop right there? Why the heck are you leaning on me, clinging on my arms like that? Mum, what are you doing? I'm just a bit drunk. Then why did you drink alcohol? You do know that you're not a very good drinker, right? It might not be alcohol though. I might just be drunk on Mama-san. Hey, please listen to me, Mum. Saying this, Noir-san loosely hugged my arm and stuck her cheeks to my arm. Please stop that. Or rather, all the healthy young men in the world are vulnerable to such a thing. Mama-san, I had a great time this evening. Why yes, the dinner was really fun. However, the more fun you have, the more lonely it feels when it ends. I'm sure tonight will be a night where I'm trembling in loneliness. I guess that might be the case. On nights like that, it would be nice to have a fantastic man like you to keep my body warm. I'm sure that would make me feel greater happiness. As a woman that is. Wow. Noir-san seemed to be completely drunk as she lightly breathed out while staring at me with glazed eyes. Every breath she takes looks absurdly erotic. So this is an adult woman, huh? I mean, there's a lot of dangerous things with what you're saying, you know? Seriously, could you please stop with that hand of yours, caressing my arm? While I felt my heart beating extremely fast because of her sex appeal, Noir-san brought her mouth close to my ear, speaking to me with a voice filled with passion. How about it? If you don't mind, how about we go drink after this, just the two of us? Mum, you can't. There's no way I'll allow that. Come on, please let go of Mama-sama already. As I was being exposed to the thrilling experience of having things whispered directly to my ear, Luna-san approached us and pulled Noir-san away. Lu-chan? I see. Lu-chan also wants to come, right? What the heck are you talking about, you drunkard? Let go already. We're going back to our inn. You don't have to be shy, you know? This may be Lu-chan's first time, so Mum will teach you everything, okay? Geez. As Noir-san hugged my arm, refusing to let go, Luna-san is trying to twist her body between Noir-san and I, trying to pull Noir-san away. I've been feeling something that feels really great on my right arm since a while ago, but hey, can someone help me? Now then, let's just leave those two for Kaito-san to deal with. How about we chat while waiting for Lilia-san to wake up? Seconded. Good gracious, Mama-kun is amazing. Why don't you follow Mama-kun's example and get yourself another wife or two? Well, let's just push that aside for another time. Aoi-chan, Hina-chan, even Re-san and Fear-san. No, there's still Sayag-san and Anima. Speaking of which, where's Sayag? She went to pay the bill in Lilia-chan's stead. Anima-chan seems to have left too. It seems like she had something to do, bringing Ita-chan and Theta-chan with her. I don't have any allies left. There are people everywhere who have bad habits after they get drunk, and it seems like Noir-san is in a way a very troublesome drunkard. The way she approached me brimming with the sex appeal of an adult, I guess it's to be expected from a widow, huh? Can anyone please get me out of here? Or rather, please wake up already, Lilia-san. Noir-san is very strong, probably because she's a half-vampire. Because of this, Luna-san had a hard time pulling Noir-san away from me. But then, Lilia-san finally woke up and easily pulled Noir-san away from me. Should I say that it's to be expected from Lilia-san, or should I be astonished at her power that overwhelms even half-vampires? After being ripped away from me, Noir-san blankly stared at nowhere for a while before she fell asleep. And then, as for greeting the head chef, relying upon Lilia-san's follow-up, I had somehow weathered through it. Good gracious, I'm really grateful that Lilia-san was here to help me. Speaking of which, my lady, why is it that you fainted earlier? That is, the inn that Lilia-san and the others were staying at is located on the way to the central tower from the restaurant, so all of us slowly walked towards their inn. Carrying the sleeping Noa-san behind her back, Luna-san asked, to which Lilia-san clearly became flustered. No, it's just that I was a bit exposed to the night wind, so. No, my lady's body isn't that frail. No, well, I guess that's fine. Although she looked suspicious at Lilia-san's lies, Luna-san didn't pursue the matter any further, perhaps because she owed Lilia-san for stopping Noa-san. That should be enough to calm Lilia-san down. Lilia-chan, good evening tilde. Kuramu Ina-sama. Good evening. Before she had time to recover though, she began to panic again when Kuro appeared. Re-san and Fear-san also hurriedly got down on one knee and tried to bow down, but Kuro stopped them. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Aoi-chan and Hina-chan. Are you enjoying the festival? Yes, I'm having a great time. I feel like I've shopped a bit too much today. I see, that's good then. Aoi-chan and Hina-chan, who Kuro had already talked to back in the mansion, smiled when Kuro called out to them. I think Lilia-san is just too nervous, but well, I guess that's just like her. Hearing what the two said, Kuro nodded with a smile and taking cloth bags out of nowhere, she handed them to my two kuhais. Well then, here, I'll give you some pocket money, so you can have lots of fun tomorrow. Kuromu-sama, see, can we really have this? Of course. This is a different world after all, so enjoy it to the fullest. Thank you very much. When Kuro told them this with a smile, my two kuhais deeply bowed. Kuro then turned to Lilia-san and with a slightly apologetic expression on her face, she spoke. Well then, Lilia-san, I'm sorry, I have some business with Kaito-kun, so do you mind if I take him with me? Yes. Of course, it's fine. We've just finished eating anyway. I'm sorry. I'll send some delicious sweets to Lilia-chan and the others in your inn later, so enjoy them with everyone. Thank you for your concern. When Kuro talked about sending them delicious sweets, I feel like she wouldn't send anything other than baby castellas. Well then, Kaito-kun, let's go. Yeah. Good night, everyone. Even though I had no idea what this business Kuro had with me, at her urging, I said good night to everyone and left. Following Kuro's lead, we reached a plaza where I couldn't see a single person. Stopping there, Kuro looked back at me and spoke. Kaito-kun, I'm sorry about suddenly calling you here. No, that's fine with me, but what is this business that you talked about? It's about that person you met this morning, the one that looked like your mother. I've heard about it from my sis, and I thought I'd talk to you about this as soon as possible. I have to go to Magnoel for a meeting later, so I thought I'd talk to you a little bit before I go. It's true that I was going to talk to Kuro to consult her about that woman who looked like my mother, following Isis-san's advice. Apparently, Kuro had come to find me so that we could talk about this before she left for a moment. First of all, let me say what I concluded. I've heard the story from Isis and asked Shiro about it, but Shiro didn't bring Kaito-kun's mother back to life, nor did she create her being with the same appearance as her. When Shiro lies, she would say she's lying, so there's no doubt that she's telling the truth. I checked with the Earth God just to be sure, and she said that she didn't bring her back to life either. Then, she really is. She's just another person who happened to have the appearance of your mother. I see. If that's what Kuro said, that must really be the case. No, I knew that there was a good chance that that really was the case, but hearing about it now, I couldn't hide my disappointment. Kaito-kun, are you alright? I was a bit confused at first, but I'm completely fine now. I was able to take it in. I see. I'm going to go to a meeting then. Let's talk again later. Yeah. Thanks. Thanking Kuro for just gently smiling at me without asking too much, I watched her leave. When Kuro was completely out of sight, I tried to walk back to the central tower, but my feet immediately stopped. Yeah, it's this morning since we last met, right? It's a great coincidence to see you here, isn't it? I was so astonished hearing that voice that I thought my heart would leap out of my chest. Mum. In the park after Kuro left, basking in the still silence of the night, I met the woman who looked exactly like my mother that I had met during the day again. She had brown hair that reached just above her waist and black eyes, pants that resemble jeans that are easy to move around in, a black jacket and a white shirt. She reminded me of a bubbly girl, just like my mom that I know of. I think that's why I reflexively called her mum. However, you're being rude to someone you first met, aren't you? Do I look old enough to have a big kid like you? No, I'm sorry. Ha, it's not like I'm mad at you. The expression on her face as she spoke with a wry smile on her face, her gestures, all of her movements overlapped with the mom within my memory. Even though they resemble this much, they really are different people. Thank you for your help earlier. I will return your money. Don't worry about it. I just happened to see you troubled there earlier, and besides, it's just 2 Rs. No, that's not something I can. Hey, if people want to help you, all you need to do is accept their kindness. Yes. How should I say this? Rather than being swept away by her tune, I kind of feel like I can't go against her words. I guess it must be because she looks like Mom. It makes me feel as if Mom is telling me those words. Speaking of which, I've never introduced myself, didn't I? My name is Luce. Nice to meet you. Luce-san. Is it? It may just be fate that we met here again tonight. If you don't mind, can I ask your name? I'm Mama Kaito. Her face and voice were exactly the same, but her name was different. I should have known that would be the case, but I couldn't help but feel a strong sense of disappointment. I guess I really was hoping for it somewhere within my mind that this person is actually my mother. Mama Kaito. That's an unusual name. Could it be that you're one of those otherworlders? Why yes, that's right. I see. This is the first time I've ever talked to someone from another world. I kinda feel like I have an advantage compared to the others now. Wait, you don't look so good. I've been told a lot of times that I'm the type of person who shows my emotions on my face. It seems like my depression seemed to have shown on my face, and Luce-san voiced out her concern. This is bad. I should somehow fool her. I got it. You must be hungry, right? Huh? You can't be lively with an empty stomach after all. No. It's not like I'm hungry. In that case, here, I'll give you my special sandwich that I just happened to have. She isn't listening to me at all. Not only am I not hungry, heck, I'll have you know that I just ate earlier, okay? Speaking of which, Mom was the type who didn't listen to others either. Since their faces look alike, do their personalities also resemble each other? I mean, this sandwich that she held out to me. What should I do about this? Even with my sympathy magic, I can only sense good intentions from her, so it's kind of hard to say number. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Now, go ahead and gobble it up. Yes. Pushed by Luce-san's liveliness, I took a bite of the sandwich in my hand, and at that moment, I was convinced that this person wasn't my mother. It's delicious. Really? That's great. This is different. This is not my mother's cooking. Mom was a very bad cook. She chopped vegetables in different sizes, added too much or too little seasoning, and couldn't even make a sandwich in such a neat shape. She was helplessly clumsy. But she was very cheerful and positive about things. She was the kindest mother anyone could ever have. Luce-san was just like my mother. But she was different. This person isn't my mother. She's just another person who looks like her. Why do you look worse than before? Could it be that you're not feeling well? No, I'm alright. You shouldn't push yourself too hard. I think you should go home early and get some rest already. I guess you're right. I knew there was a good chance that she was someone else. But when I became certain that she really wasn't my mother, an inexplicable feeling flooded my heart. I'm sorry, even though you've gone out of your way to call out to me. It's okay, you don't have to worry about it. Let's talk again when we get the chance. Yes. Thank you for the sandwich. It was really delicious. You're welcome. I couldn't wrap my mind around things, so I decided to follow Luce-san's advice and went back to Central Tower. Bowing to Luce-san, who was greatly waving her hand in my direction, I began walking away from the plaza. Despite my disappointment, I was also relieved to find out early on that she was a different person. I'm alright. I was shocked, but thanks to Isis-san and Lilia-san, I didn't feel that bad. I can properly take in something like this. The fact that Luz-san and Mom are different people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm sorry, Kaito. Forgive me for not being able to say anything right now. After seeing off the departing Kaito until he was out of sight, Luz. No, Mama Akari quietly muttered, before walking into a dark alley. Her whisper was drowned out by the night wind, never reaching anyone's ears. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I quietly walked down the dimly lit street. I felt that my steps were heavier than usual. That wasn't because Luz-san was different from my mum. No. That's also part of the reason why too, but the biggest cause of this heaviness was something else. Luz-san reminded me of my mother because she resembles her too much. Of course, I had never forgotten about her, but this was the first time in a long time that I remembered her so strongly. At the time when my relatives had taken custody of my mom and dad, I couldn't admit that my parents were gone, feeling depressed as I kept waiting for them to come home. It's an appalling story, but I still haven't completely come to terms with the death of my parents, even after almost 10 years. However, I was a lot better compared to the time when I just came into this world, and I'm now very blessed. So, I thought that a few more days passed and I'll be back to how I originally was. I guess it can't be helped, huh? This angel of love, Alice-chan, will give you plenty or pampering. Hey Tilda. Hey, why do you have a doubtful expression on your face? Why is your treatment towards me different from my sis-san and Duchess Lilia? I mean, it's Alice after all. Ah, I see. I guess it's no wonder Alice is being treated so poorly. Understandable. That's wrong. I think Kaito-san should spoil me more. PFFF. Ahaha. I really am quite blessed. There is someone so close to me who can break my depression, bringing the smile back to my face. Are you feeling better now? Thanks, Alice. I know. You can praise me more. Now, keep the praises coming. If you want, you can also add a plate of seriously tasty dragon meat yakiniku as a reward, you know. The smug look on her lively face, to which I feel like I could even hear some kind of smug background music from, was annoying as hell. Hilda, you were smiling earlier. But why is it that it feels like you're looking at an irredeemable idiot? That's because there's an irredeemable idiot nearby. Good grief. Can't they just keep their eyes to themselves? Stop gawking at this cute Alice-chan. I'm talking about you, idiot. Idle conversation, silly exchanges. These things make me feel inexplicably happy, and I could feel my heart naturally feeling warm. Seeing me like this, Alice slightly smiled, and without saying a word, she held my hand. As our fingers intertwined, Alice's hand felt so comforting that a smile naturally appeared on my face again. Dear Mom, Dad, I'm sure that I haven't properly sorted out my feelings about your deaths just yet. However, you don't have to worry about that. There are important people who will be here for me now. I mean, look, before I knew it, the heaviness in my legs disappeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As she walked hand in hand with Kaito, Alice was talking to Iris within her mind. Or rather, residing in her heart too. What do you think? There were some things that she said that didn't make sense to me. It was as if there was a topic she didn't want to be touched on. Also, I really can't get used to you speaking with honorifics. I already got used to speaking like this after spending my time in this world, so please get used to it instead. Well, that aside, I agree with you about this. I remember the names and faces of all the participants of the Six Kings Festival, but I don't recognize who she is at all. Fume. Well, as long as she claims she's a companion of a participant, it won't be easy to determine who she is. Yes, Alice was quite wary of Luz, whom Kaito had just encountered, at least to the point that she's questioning the exchange that took place. TSK. What's the matter? My clone has lost sight of her. She really is suspicious. Even though the one following her is just my clone, there aren't many who can get away from my pursuit. It's also impossible for me to not know about someone who can do such a thing. Alice was a person who held a vast amount of information, and she remembered people of all races, especially those who possessed a certain level of power. However, she doesn't recognize Luz at all. Of course, Alice doesn't remember every creature in the world. As for someone who can lose the pursuit of her clone, the Phantasmal King, there's no way she wouldn't know about her. What do you think? My guess is that Either Shalovernal-sama or that Earth God is involved. I think this is something I need to seriously investigate. Did you tell Kaito about this? I can't say this to him right now. Giving Kaito-san information that I'm uncertain about will only hurt him. Does that mean that you're going to deal with her in secret? Even if that thing really is Kaito-san's mother, if any harm comes to Kaito-san, I will show no mercy. If she ever thinks of harming Kaito-san, I will do whatever it takes to erase her. Alice was aware of the possibility that Luce was indeed Kaito's mother. Rather, given the current situation, she assumed that the probability that she was Kaito's mother was reasonably high. However, if that was the case, she didn't understand why she hadn't revealed herself to Kaito. What matters to Alice though is whether or not she will harm Kaito or not. Holding no interest in the life of Kaito's mother, feeling as if something big was starting to move, Alice held onto the anxiety in her heart and tightened her grip on Kaito's hand, promising herself that she would never let this warmth disappear. V14C6, Epilogue. Disappearing from the city, the venue of the Six Kings Festival, Luce. No, Akari had moved far away from the city in an instant. However, it was not by her own power. Yes, it was just as Alice and Iris had predicted. There was an entity that had teleported her out of the city. Are you sure you're satisfied with this? You still had some time to talk to him though? Yes. I'm sure that the idiotic me would make a blunder if we talked any more than that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to him. Shalovernal-sama. No need to thank me. I'm just using you for my own reasons. As her inflectionless voice resounded, the surrounding scenery switched to a garden floating in the sky. The sanctuary. Of course, the being who teleported Akari is none other than the apex of the god realm, the god of creation, Shalovernal. Yes, the mastermind who brought Akari to being and allowed her to meet Kaito was Shalovernal. Kuromina did consult her if she had anything to do with Akari. She told Kuromina that she didn't bring Kaito's mother back to life and she didn't create a being identical to Kaito's mother. There is no lie in those words. That's because she really didn't bring Mama Akari back to life. She was still a soul, a ghost that is able to touch things through the power of Shalovernal. The transfer of Mama Akari's soul is something that Shalovernal has been negotiating with Eden for some time. Shalovernal desperately needed Akari's soul for a certain purpose. For this reason, she had been negotiating with Eden early on. Eden didn't agree to this though, and Shalovernal's negotiations with her turned to be difficult. However, Eden's visit to her world and her strong interest in Kaito gave Eden the advantage in helping Shalovernal's cause. Thus, their negotiations were concluded, and Akari's soul was brought to this world. Even though Shalovernal had obtained Akari's soul, she still gave Akari the freedom of choice. In order to make her choose whether or not she would cooperate for her purpose, Shalovernal allowed Akari to make contact with Kaito, on the condition that she wouldn't reveal her true identity. And so, what is your choice? Or perhaps, do you still need a bit more time to think? No. That's enough. The conditions you have offered, I accept them. Are you sure about this? Worst case scenario, you may end up crushing Kaito's heart though. What Shalovernal wanted Akari to do? No. The role that Shalovernal wanted her to play is to be the obstacle in Kaito's path. Even though it was Shalovernal herself who presented this opportunity to her, she was still surprised when Akari readily accepted, especially since what she was doing was technically antagonistic to her own son. That's why Shalovernal asked her if she's really sure about this. Hearing her question, Akari looked straight at Shalovernal and replied, It's impossible if it was me. I can't stop shaking even just by looking at you like this. That's why I'm convinced that it's impossible for me to defeat you, nor resist your will. Then, you're obeying my command because of fear? No. That's not it. It's impossible if it was for me, but if it's the child, if it's Kaito, he could win. I've explained the contents of my ordeal to you. Don't you think it's quite severe? Yes, it really is severe. I thought that it's impossible for anyone to overcome it. You're contradicting yourself though. Looking at Shalovernal, who tilted her head upon hearing her statement, Akari scolded her trembling body before turning her eyes filled with great hope at the goddess in front of her. I'm just a mere human. I am afraid of you, and I can't even imagine a future in which anyone wins against you. But I believe that Kaito will create something that I can't imagine, a future that I can't envision. I'm just an insignificant being, but I don't want to be so weak-hearted as to not wholeheartedly believe my own son. Even though I can't even imagine how he does it, I believe that Kaito will win over Shallow-Vernal-sama. That's why I'll place my soul on the betting table. A future that she can't even imagine. Even though she herself couldn't imagine anyone can beat Shallow-Vernal, Akari believed that even this would be overturned by Kaito. Believing in Kaito and betting her soul is her way of fighting against Shallow-Vernal's ordeal. Looking at Akari, the corner of Shallow-Vernal's lips raised just a bit, though it's only to the extent that one won't be able to tell if they aren't looking carefully at her lips. I see, you certainly are Kaito's mother, aren't you? What interesting words you have said there. It is indeed as you said. It's true that if it's Kaito-san, he will be able to overcome my ordeal and win against me. At present, he has about a 20% chance of succeeding. Can I take that as Shallow-Vernal-sama highly evaluating him? Yes, I think I evaluate Kaito-san very highly. That's why I wanted to know. He is unique. But if I let him go here, will I ever find someone like him again? Or perhaps, am I able to replace him with another? For your son to trouble me this much, he is quite the sinful man, isn't he? At the same time as she said this, Shallow-Vernal lightly waved her finger. Thereupon, Akari's body was enveloped in light, turning into a small sphere. In her original form, a soul. Holding the soul in hand, Shallow-Vernal looked at the view of her sanctuary and muttered, The stage is finally getting set. However, it certainly was quite a terrible ordeal I prepared. Kuro will be really angry about this. I guess I should make some preparations before she destroys the God Realm. The content of her words was disturbing. However, the expression on Shallow-Vernal's face as she muttered about the destruction of the God Realm was more joyful than ever, as if she was somehow looking forward to the future that was about to come. Volume 14 end. https://www.folksaholic.com/wp-content/uploads/2021/10/p311 scaled.jpg https://www.folksaholic.com/wp-content/uploads/2021/10/p312 scaled.jpg https://www.folksaholic.com/wp-content/uploads/2021/10/p313 scaled.jpg https://www.folksaholic.com/wp-content/uploads/2021/10/p314 scaled.jpg. Afterward, for picking up the 14th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, But That World Is at Peace. Thank you very much. In this volume, we've entered the latter half of the Six Kings Festival, and Shiro finally makes her presence felt as the last boss felt. Also, Kaito's mother, Akari, who should already be deceased, made her appearance. For Kaito, his parents are a very big presence, and even in the previous volumes, one could really feel that he was somewhat unable to come to terms with their deaths. That may become important in the upcoming battle with Shiro. And regarding the Six Kings Festival, while it's planned to be concluded in the next volume, given its considerable length, it's possible that it might take up 2 volumes before it ends. Well, despite being called the last boss, Kaito and Shiro aren't enemies, as this was more of a test to Kaito for Shiro to grant his wish, so they have promised to go around together on the last day of the Six Kings Festival. The protagonist's relationship with the last boss sure is quite peaceful, isn't it? The Six Kings Festival arc itself was so long that I didn't have much to add to it, so I'd like to add more after the Six Kings Festival ends. Thank you for reading to the end. I hope to see you again in the afterword of the next volume. Taodai V14C7, Sirius Senpai's Room Act 14. Sirius Senpai is in her usual waiting room, reading the 14th volume of I Was Caught Up in a Hero Summoning, But That World Is at Peace as usual. She may complain about the sweet development of the book and nitpick just about everything after she finishes reading, but while reading, she becomes seriousness itself. Closing the book and putting it on the table, Sirius Senpai takes a sip of her hot chocolate as if it were a routine and lets out a sigh. Good. I have to admit, this volume has been quite commendable from my perspective. She seems to be satisfied with the content of the current volume, as instead of shouting as she usually does, she murmurs, seemingly solemnly digesting the content. There were a lot of sweet parts. There was that time like in Ice's state, where I experienced what felt like a combination of dizziness, headaches, nausea and hives. But there was also seriousness. Yes, Serious Senpai has an extremely simple mind. Even if 99% of the content is lovey-dovey, if she could find even 1% seriousness, she'd give her evaluation like an easy person and praise it highly. I especially liked how Shallow Vernal started to make her move as the last boss and her presence started growing. It's a very exciting development, like there's a lot of scheming going on, as if there was a harbinger of something big that's about to come. This part alone has enough seriousness for me to turn a blind eye to the other stuff. Is that how it is? Where did you come from, Airhead God? I heard you talking about my story after all. Shallow Vernal suddenly appears in front of the excited Serious Senpai, and as if it was a matter of course, she created her own seat and sat down. Also, as a side note, all of Serious Senpai's words until Shallow Vernal appeared were just her monologuing. Well, there's no point throwing retorts to that guy. That aside, well done. As you had told Kaito, you're moving along nicely as the last boss. Oh my, I was praised. By the way, can I ask you something? After responding to Serious Senpai's praise with her usual expressionless face and monotone voice, Shallow Vernal sips tea she seemingly produced out of nowhere before speaking. This much is obvious, but the web novel is ahead of the current story. Eh? Why yeah, that's right. The story is a long way ahead. I'm asking you this with the understanding that you're here, already knowing that. You already know what happens after this, right? Stop. Seriously, stop. Yeah, you saying that would be spoilers, but can you freaking stop with those ruthless remarks? At least, let me dream here. At Shallow Vernal's words, which she spoke in an indifferent manner, Serious Senpai stopped her, looking pale and flustered. While she understands what exactly Shallow Vernal is trying to convey, she can't let her continue to speak about what happens later. For the time being, just do your best as the last boss. In this first place, my aim is to be lovey-dovey with Kaito-san, so yep, this volume ends here. The end. Nothing left to read here. Shoo. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just the current seriousness that was being destroyed, but Serious Senpai found it unbearable that even the future seriousness is being destroyed. In a sense, it's rather ironic, but this time too, Serious Senpai's screams could be heard in the waiting room.